Hello, Paranormal M viewers. We're back again. We love being here and sharing our spiritual experiences with all of you. Thank you for sending in your paranormal stories. Please subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. It's been cold lately, so make sure you get a good night's sleep. Don't forget to wear your headphones and cozy up with a warm blanket. Thank you so much. So this happened right at the end of 6th grade, like last day of school, end of 6th grade. Everyone's buzzing about summer. Backpacks are basically empty, and I'm feeling that light, free kind of happy you only get when you're a kid and break is finally here. I lived super close to the school, maybe 7 minutes walking, so I didn't even think twice about heading home on foot. And because I knew the neighborhood pretty well, I decided to take a shortcut. I'd taken shortcuts before, but that day, I picked a different route. One I'd never actually walked through. At first, it just felt quiet. Not peaceful quiet, more like too quiet. The street kind of tucked off to the side, and everything about it felt abandoned. Some of the houses looked like nobody had been there in ages. Curtains gone, yards messy, that sort of thing. No kids. No dogs. No people. Just this empty, off feeling that kept crawling up my neck. But I told myself I was being dramatic. I was close to home. What could really happen? Then, up ahead, I saw a car parked along the curb, and the driver's door was wide open. That alone made my stomach do this weird little flip. I couldn't tell at first if anyone was inside, and honestly, I didn't want to. I've never liked strangers talking to me, especially adults when I'm alone. So I did what I thought was the smartest thing in the moment. I pulled out my phone and acted like I was busy. You know, the whole, I'm totally on a call thing, hoping it would make me invisible. But as I got closer, I heard a man's voice, calm, almost polite, go, "Excuse me. Hey, excuse me." I remember forcing myself to glance over, just for a second. And the second I did, my heart dropped so hard it felt like it hit the ground. There was a man sitting in the driver's seat, and he looked exactly like a teacher I'd had that year, Mr. Kellen. Not my regular teacher, but one who'd been in our class a lot. Same kind of face, same build, even this little gap in his smile that I recognized instantly. It was so similar that for a split second, my brain tried to make it make sense. But then I saw his eyes. They were completely black. Not dark brown, not shadowed, not like, oh, maybe the light is weird. I mean black. No white, no iris, nothing. Just two smooth, pitch black eyes staring straight at me like that was normal. And the part that messes with me most is, they didn't look like costume contacts. They didn't look fake. They looked natural. Like that was how his eyes were supposed to be. That's what made it worse, because it didn't feel like someone trying to scare me. It felt like something that didn't belong. The second our eyes met, I froze. Like my whole body forgot how to work. I didn't answer him. I didn't even breathe right. My chest got tight, my stomach sank, and every instinct I had screamed, "Run." So I did. I turned around and I sprinted, full speed. I don't even remember my feet hitting the sidewalk properly. I just remember the burn in my lungs and the panic pounding in my ears. I didn't look back. Not once. I ran all the way home like something was right behind me. And here's the detail that still makes my skin go cold. Not long before that happened, I'd heard people talking about black-eyed kids and black-eyed people. Like those creepy stories online that you half laugh at, half don't. I didn't totally believe it. I wasn't sitting there thinking it was real. But then that happened, right after I'd learned about it. And it messed with my head in a way I can't really explain. I don't know what I saw. I don't know if it was something supernatural or just something my brain still can't categorize. But I do know it wasn't normal. And I know it wasn't my teacher. It just looked exactly like him. I don't tell many people this, because the second you say, his eyes were completely black, you can almost see them deciding what they think of you. But I swear, hand to my heart, this happened. And I don't think I'll ever forget that street, that car door hanging open, and the way those eyes looked at me like I'd done something wrong just by noticing. Do you ever wake up from a dream and just sit there, staring at the ceiling, because it felt way too real to brush off? Okay, this might sound a little weird, maybe even embarrassing, but I've been carrying it around for days, and I need to say it out loud somewhere. A few nights ago, I had this dream. Nothing flashy. No monsters, no chaos, no dramatic movie stuff. It was just her. And that's the thing. I've never seen her in my life. Not that I can remember anyway. But in the dream, she didn't feel like a stranger. She felt familiar in this quiet, comforting way. Like someone I'd known for years and somehow forgot. Her voice was soft, not whispery, just gentle. And her face. I can't fully picture it now, which honestly makes me even more frustrated. I just remember this calm, almost otherworldly vibe. She had delicate features, maybe Southeast Asian, and this peaceful look like she wasn't trying to impress me. She was just there, like she belonged. But that's not even the part that got into my head. What really messed me up is what happened after I woke up. It was the middle of the night. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't scared. It was more like I'd been pulled out of somewhere I wanted to stay. And I remember thinking, please, I want to see her again. So I closed my eyes again, and I'm not even joking. She came back. Same atmosphere, same feeling, like I'd hit resume instead of starting a new dream. Then I woke up again later. Same thing, wide awake, heart thumping, and this weird certainty in my chest. I went back to sleep. And there she was. Again. 3 times in one night. Like my mind kept finding the exact same place, the exact same person. Like the dream had an address and I kept returning to it. And what's even stranger is, in the second and third dream, I kind of knew what was happening. Not in a, wow, this is amazing way. More like this calm acceptance, like, yeah, I'm back. This is where I'm supposed to be right now. She didn't do anything huge. We didn't save the world. We didn't have some dramatic love story. She just looked at me with this softness, like she understood me without me explaining a thing. I can't even remember the exact words she said, only the feeling she left behind. And now that feeling is the problem. Because the details are fading, like they always do. The edges are blurry. The dream is slipping away the more I try to hold on to it. But the emotion didn't fade with it. It's still here, sitting in my chest like a weight I can't name. It honestly feels like she left something in me, like a fingerprint on my soul. I know that sounds dramatic, but I don't know how else to say it. I've had recurring dreams before. I've had dreams that feel intense. But this was different. This felt layered. Like it wasn't just my brain throwing random images at me. It felt like I tapped into something I wasn't supposed to reach. So yeah, here's my slightly ridiculous theory. Don't laugh. What if she's real? Like, what if she's out there somewhere? Not even on Earth, maybe not even in this version of reality, and something glitched for a second. Space, time, whatever you want to call it. And for one night, our dreams lined up like 2 radio signals crossing. Maybe she dreamt about me too. Maybe she woke up with her heart pounding, staring at the ceiling, thinking, who was that? Maybe she tried to go back to sleep, hoping to find me again. And maybe we met in the only place we could meet. Some quiet in-between space, somewhere past logic, somewhere between the stars. I know, it sounds insane. I'm not saying I fully believe it. But I am saying it didn't feel like an ordinary dream, and I don't know what to do with that. Okay, so I don't really know when this started, but it happened enough when I was a kid that it kind of carved itself into my brain. Back then, it was me, my mom and dad, and my little brother Braden living in this 2-story house that always felt a little too quiet at night. Upstairs was basically just our bedrooms and a shared bathroom, with a short hallway connecting everything. Downstairs had the living room and kitchen. Normal stuff. But the weird part of the house was this second staircase. There were 2 ways to get upstairs. The main staircase was right off the living room, the one everybody used without thinking. The other one was tucked way in the back, inside this awkward little room that was mostly storage. Boxes, old blankets, random junk. That staircase always felt like it didn't belong, like it was attached as an afterthought. And honestly, I avoided it. Anyway, the thing that messed with me the most happened one night when I was up late, like really late, playing games in my room. The house was dark, the kind of dark where you can still see the faint glow from the TV downstairs, but everything else feels swallowed up. At some point, I had to get up. I don't even remember if it was to use the bathroom or grab water, just one of those basic half-asleep needs where you're not really thinking. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the hallway, and that's when I saw him. My dad. He was standing at the bottom of the main staircase, not moving, not calling for me, just standing there and looking up. Now, my dad keeping weird hours wasn't unusual. He worked night shifts a lot. Sometimes he'd leave in the evening and come home early morning. Sometimes his schedule would flip. So seeing him awake late at night wasn't automatically terrifying. But this wasn't normal dad grabbing a snack energy. Something about his face was off. Not angry, not blank exactly either. More like watching. Like he was waiting for me to do something. I remember freezing at the top of the stairs with my hand still on the railing, and the whole house felt like it was holding its breath with me. I don't remember him speaking. I don't remember him saying my name or asking what I was doing. And I don't even know what I said. If I whispered, "Good night," or if I just turned around without a word. All I know is I backed away, went straight back into my room, and shut the door like it could seal me inside reality again. And I stayed in there, lights on, heart racing, trying to convince myself it was nothing. The next morning, I asked him about it, casually, like I was testing the air. "Hey, were you up last night? I saw you downstairs." And my dad just looked at me like I'd asked him if he'd been on the moon. He said, "No, I was asleep. I wasn't downstairs." So I pushed a little. I told him exactly where he was standing, that he was looking right at me. And he swore he had no memory of it, no reason to be down there. And the thing is, my dad has never been a sleepwalker. Not once. He's not the kind of person who wanders around in the night, which is what scared me so badly, because I know what I saw. He wasn't stumbling. He wasn't confused. He was upright, steady, awake looking. And ever since then, the thought that haunts me is this: what if I had gone downstairs? What if I'd tried to talk to him? What if I'd walked right up to him and said, "Dad, what's going on?" Or grabbed a snack, or opened the fridge, or done anything other than retreat? There were other moments too, less intense but still wrong in a way that sticks to your ribs. Like the times I'd watch Braden go upstairs. Clear as day, I'd see his back, hear his footsteps, hear a door click. And then just a couple minutes later, I'd hear the back door open, and there he was, walking in like he'd been outside the whole time. And sure, he and my dad messed with cars a lot, so him being outside wasn't unusual. But the timing made no sense. It happened enough times that I started asking him, "Didn't you just go upstairs?" And he'd say, "No, I've been outside." So then I'd wonder if I just missed him coming down again. Except I was watching. I was paying attention. I was certain. It felt like the house was producing these little copies, these almost them versions, just long enough to make you doubt your own eyes. The last part of this, the part I hate admitting out loud, is that I wasn't sleeping normally in that house anyway. I had nightmares, constant ones, and I went through periods of sleep paralysis, waking up stuck, terrified, feeling like something was in the room with me. So part of me tries to be logical and say, maybe stress did it. Maybe being overtired did it. Maybe my brain was playing tricks. But then I remember how awake I felt, how clearly I saw my dad standing there, how real it all looked. And the strangest thing? Once I moved out, fully moved out, it stopped. I haven't had anything like that happen in years, and I'm grateful for that. But every once in a while, late at night, when the house is quiet and my brain decides to reopen old doors, I think about that figure at the bottom of the stairs, staring up at me. And I still get this cold, instinctive feeling in my chest, like whatever it was, noticed me noticing it. Hey, I'm new here, but I've been carrying this story around for years, and I think it's finally time I say it out loud. When I was a kid, the only person who ever fully believed me was my grandma Maribel. She's gone now, and even saying that still feels strange. But this memory, it stuck to me, like it never really left. So, this was the summer of 2017. I was almost 11, and back then I used to stay at my grandma's place in Chicago for a couple nights at a time during the week. Nothing fancy, just a small, cozy house. 2 bedrooms, a little bathroom, the kind of place that felt familiar the second you stepped inside. My grandma had this way of saying things casually that should have sounded scary, but somehow didn't, until later. She'd always tell me, "Mija, this house is haunted," like she was talking about the weather. And I mean, little things happened. Stuff shifting when no one touched it. A soft thump in another room. A cabinet that wasn't open before. Not big enough to prove anything, but not small enough to ignore either. That week, my sister didn't want to come with me. She said she didn't feel like it, but I remember the way she avoided eye contact when she said it. So it was just me and Grandma Maribel. When we got to the house that day, we walked in and something immediately felt off. My grandma always kept certain doors shut. Bathroom, coat closet, things like that. Her cat Miko had free roam of the living room, kitchen, and the bedrooms, so those doors might be open sometimes. But the bathroom, the coat closet, those were usually closed. Except when we came in, both were open. My grandma stopped in the doorway and just stared for a second. I remember her face tightening, like she was trying to convince herself it was nothing. She said, "I know I shut those." Then she did that thing adults do where they try to smooth it over with logic. Maybe she forgot. Maybe she was distracted. But I could tell she didn't believe her own explanation. Later, she told me she'd run me a bath before bed. I was sitting nearby, half watching TV, half listening to the water fill the tub. The sound was steady, normal. And then, it stopped. Not like the water pressure slowed down. Not like someone bumped a knob. It just cut off, like a hand turned it off on purpose. And the handle on that faucet wasn't loose or easy to move. It took effort. Even my grandma made a face when she checked it. She didn't panic. She wasn't that kind of person. But she got quiet. And when Grandma Maribel got quiet, that's when I knew she was actually scared. That night, I fell asleep in the guest room, and everything was fine for a while. Then I woke up because I heard something, like a door shifting or a cabinet tapping shut. At first, I thought it was my grandma getting up to get the cat some water or something. But when I looked over, Miko was already awake. He was sitting perfectly still, staring toward the kitchen like he was locked onto something. Not blinking, not moving, just watching. I whispered his name and patted the bed, trying to get him to come to me. He didn't. And that's when my stomach started doing that slow sinking thing, like my body already knew what my brain didn't want to admit. So I got up. I walked out into the hallway, and the house felt colder than it should have. Not freezing, just drained, like the air had been pulled thin. The kitchen had a window that let in a little light from outside, and that faint glow was enough to show me that something was wrong. Cabinet doors were open. Stuff was on the floor, plastic containers, little things from the counter like they'd been brushed down in a hurry. And my backpack, the one I'd left on a chair by the table, and then I saw it. In that dim window light, there was a figure in the kitchen. Not like a shadow from the streetlight, not like a trick of the dark. This was darker than the dark around it, like the absence of light, shaped into a person. It was tall, too tall. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat just locked up like my body refused to make noise. And then my grandma was there, right behind me. I felt her hand touch my shoulder, steady but tense, and I heard her inhale sharply. Like she'd seen it too, and she was trying not to make it worse. For a moment, we were both just frozen, staring. And then, this is the part that messes with me the most. It didn't run. It didn't lunge. It didn't do anything dramatic. It just faded. Not like it walked away. Not like it turned a corner. More like it stopped being there. Like someone lowered the brightness on it until it disappeared into nothing. But Grandma Maribel and I looked at each other right after, and we didn't even have to speak. We both knew. We both saw it. After that, I honestly don't remember every detail. My memory gets blurry like it's protecting me. I know my grandma brought me back into the bedroom. I know she kept the lights on. I know I didn't sleep much after that. Nothing else happened that night, but in the morning, the house felt different, like it was pretending to be normal again, like it had gotten what it wanted and didn't need to show itself anymore. We didn't talk about it much, but we didn't have to. My grandma would just give me this look sometimes, soft, serious, and I knew she was thinking about it too. And here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. A couple years later, after my grandma moved out, I heard that some kind of paranormal TV crew did an investigation at that house. I don't remember the show name, but I remember hearing they found a lot, enough that people were talking about it. And even stranger than that, the neighborhood had this story about the alley behind the house. The backyard wasn't really a backyard, just a strip of grass, and then the alley right there. Apparently, at some point, they found a body down in the sewer access nearby. A really tall guy. And I hate even saying this, because it sounds like I'm trying to tie things together like a movie. But the figure we saw? It was about that height. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means anything at all. I just know what I saw. And I know the one person who believed me, my Grandma Maribel, saw it too. So, we've had little things happen in our house for a while. Stuff that's easy to shrug off at first. Like a door will suddenly slam somewhere down the hall when no one's near it. Or my partner's phone will just slide off a table like someone flicked it. One time it fell off the same end table 3 times in one day, and we kept checking if the surface was uneven or if one of the cats bumped it. But we never saw anything happen. We'd just hear the smack and look at each other like, okay, what was that? Then I came back from a weekend away. Nothing dramatic, just a little trip. And that first night home, my partner and I had this really heavy conversation about our future. The kind of talk that leaves the air feeling thick afterward. even when you're trying to act normal. And I remember thinking, later on, that maybe all that stress cracked something open. Like we invited in something ugly without meaning to. A couple nights after that, we're on the couch around 10 p.m., watching some show, half paying attention. And both of our cats are sitting perfectly still, staring up at the ceiling. Not just staring, tracking something. Their heads moved slowly in the exact same direction, like their eyes were following a point drifting across the room overhead. My stomach dropped immediately because it didn't look like cats being weird. It looked like they were watching someone walk. My partner, his name is Darren, by the way, got up and tried to distract them. Snacks, toys, calling their names. Nothing. They wouldn't even blink. Just locked on the ceiling like they were under a spell. And I said it without even thinking. Babe, there's something in here with us. The second I said it, the whole vibe changed. Like the room got quieter, but heavier at the same time. After that, things got weird in a way I can't really explain without you feeling it in your bones. I started getting sleep paralysis. And I know what people say about sleep paralysis. Your brain half dreaming, body frozen, hallucinations, all that. I get it. But this felt personal. It would happen in the middle of the night and I'd be stuck, awake but not able to move. And I'd see this dark shape coming from behind the bathroom door. Not like a clear person, more like a shadow that had weight to it. It would drift toward me, and then it would sit on my chest like it was pinning me down. I would try to scream, but nothing came out. Not even a whisper. And I remember telling myself very clearly, don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes or you'll see what's sitting on you. So I kept my eyes shut and just repeated, in my head, over and over, Jesus, help me. 3 times. Like I was counting, clinging to it. And then, suddenly, like someone snapped their fingers, it was over. I could move. I opened my eyes. The room was normal. Darren was asleep in the other room. Silence. Like nothing had happened. A couple nights later, Darren told me he woke up in the guest room freezing cold. Like the air dropped 10 degrees in seconds. He thought a window was open, or someone was in the house. He actually got up ready to fight, like adrenaline pumping, checking corners. Nothing. All the windows locked. No one inside. No explanation. The next morning he told me, and I tried to stay calm. I was like, okay, and shrugged it off because what else do you do? But then, maybe 10 minutes later, he leaves to drop our daughter off at daycare, and I'm getting ready. I'm blow-drying my hair in the hallway and the smoke alarm above me goes, beep, 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 3 times. Clean, spaced out. Not a battery chirp, not a test. Just 3 beeps. It had never done that before. We couldn't. Not once. No matter what we did, it wouldn't do 3 consecutive beeps like that again. Then there was the piggy bank. My daughter has this little piggy bank on a bookshelf that plays music when you press a button. One morning, I'm waking her up, telling her to get dressed, and from across the room it starts playing. Cheerful little tune, totally out of nowhere. To play it, you have to press the button. It doesn't just go off by itself. And that wasn't the last time it happened. One day we came back from visiting family, bags in hand, routine stuff. And I said to Darren, I'm going upstairs to tidy the bedrooms. The second I hit the top of the stairs, it felt heavy. Like the air had turned into wet fabric. I felt it in our bedroom a little, but I ignored it because I was trying not to feed my own fear. But when I walked into my daughter's room across the hall, it was like walking into a weighted blanket. This pressure, not pain, just this thick presence that made my skin prickle. I knew something was in there. Still, I kept cleaning because I didn't want to freak myself out. I turned to make her bed, smoothing the sheets, and the piggy bank started playing again. Right then, my heart just sank. Like, oh, you're here. After that, it wasn't just noises. It was things you could see. Over the next several weeks, it was like the house started showing off. One afternoon, I caught someone in my peripheral vision near the front door, tall, wearing a tan work jacket and jeans. I couldn't see his face, just the shape and the clothes. I honestly thought it was Darren, and I was about to say, "How did you get upstairs so fast?" And then I heard Darren's voice, clearly, in the basement, laughing and playing with our daughter. I turned back to the doorway. No one was there. Another day I was hanging a shirt in my closet, and a stack of papers on a shelf just moved, not slid. They lifted and shifted like they were whisked off by a hand. I froze, staring, trying to logic it out. Like maybe the shirt brushed them? There was no way. The distance didn't make sense. And then, right after that, a stuffed animal sitting beside the papers was pushed, slowly, off the same shelf. Slow, like a deliberate shove. My daughter saw it too. She looked up and said, really quietly, "Mommy, that was weird." There was also this moment in the car where her window went down by itself. The child lock was on, and yes, electronics can glitch, I know. But it happened at such a perfectly timed moment that it felt like a response. And then the scariest physical feeling I've ever had. I was home alone in the powder room, brushing my teeth with the door open, and on my left arm it felt like someone touched me. Except it wasn't a gentle touch. It was sharp, electric, like a hard poke that shot shivers down my entire left arm and into my side, only on that side. It happened 3 times in a row. Zap, stop. Zap, stop. Zap. I remember spitting toothpaste, shaking and saying out loud, "You need to leave. You're not welcome here." And then I ran out of the house. Like actually ran, barefoot, heart pounding, not even thinking, just trying to get away from whatever was standing that close to me. The thing is, after a while I stopped being scared and started being angry. Because it felt like I could sense it before things happened. Like the air would change and I'd think, here we go. My anxiety was through the roof. I felt like I was being bullied in my own home. Eventually, we called a priest to bless the house. And I'll be honest, everyone has opinions about that. Some people swear it works. Some people say it makes things worse. But after the blessing, the house went quiet for about 2 months, and I actually started to breathe again. I slept better. I stopped jumping at every sound. But lately, little things have started again. A couple hangers shifted in the closet when no one touched them. A paper bag that was tucked securely on a shelf slid off and hit the floor, even though I had just been rearranging nearby things, and it still didn't make sense how it moved the way it did. And then there's this sound. Sometimes, late at night, I'll hear this faint growling. Quiet, like a dog warning you under its breath. Only problem is, we don't have a dog. So yeah, that's where we're at. And I know how it sounds. I do. I'm not someone who wants to believe in this stuff. But once you live inside it, once you feel the air change, once you watch your kid see something move with her own eyes, you stop arguing with yourself. You just get alert. Because the worst part isn't even the slamming doors or the objects moving. It's the feeling that whatever it is, it's listening. And sometimes, it answers back. So, let me tell you about this place we used to live in. We've moved out now, but I swear that house had a presence. The kind where everyone in the family had at least one weird, can't-explain-it moment. It sat on this remote piece of land, halfway up a mountain, surrounded by trees like the forest was trying to keep it to itself. Beautiful during the day. At night, different story. One evening I was home alone, and you know how your brain gets when you're by yourself in a place like that. Quiet, isolated, no neighbors close enough to hear you yell. I did what I always did when I wanted to feel safe. I locked up everything. I went to bed with the TV turned up louder than I normally would, like the noise could build a little wall around me. Our bedroom was at the end of the hallway, and there was another door on the opposite end, down past the living room. I remember thinking, okay, if anything opens that far door, I'll hear it, and if I need to, I can get out through the bedroom door that leads outside. Just precautions. Normal stuff when you're basically living on the edge of the woods. I'm right on the edge of sleep when I hear it. Bang! Not a tiny noise, not a house-settling noise. A hard, ugly bang, like someone slammed a fist into a wall, and then another, and then it starts to sound like it's moving, like the banging is traveling down the hallway toward me, bumping the walls as it comes. It wasn't steady like footsteps. It was chaotic, like something was crashing into things as it got closer. My first thought was actually kind of casual. Maybe my son Mason came by to grab something before heading out. He'd done that before. Quick stop, in and out, no big deal. So I didn't panic yet. There's a pause, just the TV noise filling the room. And then the banging starts again, closer this time. I reach over and mute the TV, and I call out, "Mason?" Nothing. I call again, louder. "Mason, is that you?" Still nothing. And then, silence. Total silence. The kind of silence that feels like the whole house is holding its breath. I'm lying there staring at the dark hallway, and I remember thinking, if I hear one more thump, I'm leaving. I don't care how ridiculous I look. And like it heard me think it, like it was waiting for that exact sentence. Boom, 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 boom. Right on my bedroom door. Not tapping, not rattling. Full-on pounding. Fast and violent. Like someone was furious and wanted in now. I swear my soul left my body. Flew out of my hand, like I tossed it. I ran straight out the bedroom door that leads outside without even thinking. And of course, because life loves timing, it was one of those brutal Canadian nights where the air hurts your face. Something like -20-ish. The kind of cold that bites through pajamas instantly. I sprint past the living room window and glance down the hallway as I'm moving, because part of me is still trying to prove there's a logical explanation. That far door I'd closed at the start of the hall? Still shut. Still closed. Still exactly how I left it. So now I'm outside in thin pajamas, barefoot or close to it, shaking so hard I can barely breathe. And I'm thinking, okay, what do I do now? The only thing that made sense in that moment was the car parked out front. My son's girlfriend's little two-door. I run to it, yank the handle, and thank everything it's unlocked. I climb in and shut the door as quietly as I can, like quiet matters when you're terrified. I start rummaging around and find a bag of clothes she'd been meaning to donate. Hoodies, a sweater, random stuff. I pull it all over myself like a blanket, layering anything I can just to stop shaking. And I realize, my phone isn't with me. It's back inside. Of course it is. So I'm just sitting there, cold, listening, adrenaline pounding in my ears. And then the car does something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. Both door locks, the little knobs on the driver and passenger side, start going crazy. They're locking and unlocking at the same time, rapidly. Like click, 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 click. So fast it didn't even seem possible. Both sides, together, over and over like something was playing with them. I just stared, looking back and forth between the two locks, waiting for it to stop, because surely it would stop. It didn't. It went on for maybe 15 seconds, but it felt longer. It felt like the car was alive and panicking with me, or something else was inside the moment with me, showing me it could reach me out there too. I couldn't take it. I threw the door open and got out, and I didn't even run back toward the house. I ran down the driveway and stood under a tree, half hidden, just shaking and trying to figure out what was real. I stayed there until my husband pulled in. Thank God it was within 20 minutes or so, because I don't know what I would have done if it was longer. When we checked afterward, Mason hadn't been there at all. He was nowhere near the house that night. And here's the detail that really messes with me. That car wasn't even supposed to be capable of doing that. Her remote door opener had never worked properly since she bought it. She always had to unlock the doors manually. No fancy fob tricks. No random electrical quirks like that, ever. So I can't tell you what it was. I can't give you a neat ending where I go, oh, it was just the wind, or turns out a raccoon got in the hallway, because, no, that wasn't a raccoon pounding on my bedroom door like it wanted to break it down. All I know is that I still think about it, more often than I want to admit, and I'm really, really glad we don't live on that mountain anymore. I'm still kind of 50-50 on ghosts and the whole paranormal thing. Like, I want to be the logical person. I want to roll my eyes and say, there's always an explanation. But I've had a couple moments I can't neatly file away, and there's one in particular that, honestly, still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. So I grew up in Utah, around Salt Lake. If you've ever been there, you know how it is. LDS churches everywhere. One on every other corner, it feels like. A lot of my friends were Mormon, even though my family wasn't. My best friend growing up, his name was Braden, lived right next door, and we did everything together. So when he'd go to this youth thing the church did, I'd tag along sometimes. It was basically like scouts. A couple nights a week, different adults teaching you random stuff, little activities, that kind of thing. I was around 10, maybe 11. One evening they had this bigger get-together at the church, like a whole family thing. Barbecue, people outside, kids running around, games, laughter, all of it. Most of the action was on one side of the building and outside, where it was bright and busy. But the other half of the church? Nobody was using it. The lights were off. It was just dark, quiet, like the building ended and turned into a shadow. At some point, I had to use the bathroom, and the bathroom line where everyone was hanging out was ridiculous. So I remember thinking, whatever, I'll just go to the other side. No big deal. It was starting to get dusky outside, and that made the dark side of the church feel even darker. Still, there was enough light coming in from the glass doors near the bathrooms that I could see where I was going. I go into the bathroom, and while I'm in there, I was sitting on the toilet, I get this weird, crawling, itchy feeling. Like my body was trying to warn me without using words. Just this heavy sense of something is not right in here. But I've always been an anxious kid. So I'm like, relax, you're being dramatic. I finish up, wash my hands, and step back out. Right outside the bathroom, there's a drinking fountain. I remember bending down to take a drink, and the second I did, it hit me like a wave. This sudden, overwhelming terror. Not spooked, not creepy, not uneasy. Terror. Like the air changed, like something behind me should not be there. I straighten up fast and turn around. And there's this hallway behind me, pitch black, stretching back into the building. And standing in that darkness is a kid. A little boy, younger than me. He's pale. Not like doesn't get sun pale, like paper pale. And he has these cuts on him. Little marks, like scratches across his face and arms. His clothes look dirty and worn, like he'd been outside for days. Tattered. Wrong for a church barbecue where everyone's dressed normal and clean. And the thing that messes with me the most is how clearly I remember his face, like it got stamped into my brain. He just starts walking toward me. And he's not crying. He's not scared. He's almost, this is going to sound insane, amused, like he's trying not to laugh. He gets closer and I hear this little giggle, soft, almost playful. My first instinct, because I was a kid and I didn't know what else to do, was to go, "Hey, are you okay?" He looks right at me and giggles again. The empty side, the quiet parking lot. And I remember just standing there, frozen, like my body forgot how to work. I couldn't move, couldn't think, just this buzzing fear in my ears. And then I snapped out of it and ran. I ran back toward the party like my life depended on it. When I got back, I didn't even tell anyone. I didn't want to make a scene, and I also didn't want people laughing at me. But I was scanning faces, looking around like crazy, trying to find that kid. I checked around the groups, the food tables, the games, everywhere. He wasn't there. I never saw him again. I was shaken the rest of the night. I tried to act normal, but I felt like something had reached inside me and flipped a switch. And when I went home, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him in that hallway. What makes it worse is, I still don't really talk about it. Because if someone told me that story, I'd probably think they were exaggerating, or making it up, or misremembering. And I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm not saying it was a ghost. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying, I don't know what that was. And even now, years later, when I picture that dark hallway and that pale kid smiling like he knew something I didn't, I get that same cold feeling in my chest. Like my body remembers before my brain can explain it. So, I don't tell this story much. Not because I'm trying to be mysterious about it, more because it's the kind of thing that makes people go quiet and look at you differently. But you asked for it like you actually wanted to hear it, so here we go. Back in the early 2000s, my parents got this idea that city life was slowly grinding them down. You know the feeling. Noise, traffic, neighbors you never talk to. So they did something bold and moved us out to this tiny village in rural Yorkshire. And the house they picked wasn't just old. It was the kind of old that holds on to you. It had been built sometime in the 1800s and, this is important, it used to be a vicarage, church-owned. The vicar lived there, and apparently there were servants on the property too. Later on, after it stopped being tied to the church, it became some sort of residential home for kids who weren't doing well. Troubled, unstable, whatever label people used at the time. Then, eventually, it ended up with us. I was about 9, maybe just turned 10 when we moved in. My older brother Callum was away most of the time, and my sister Amelie was abroad for work. So at first it was just me and Mom and Dad in this massive, echoing house. Because I was the youngest, and there were all these empty rooms, my parents told me I could choose any bedroom I wanted. I still remember walking up that long staircase, the kind where the steps creak even when you're trying not to breathe. I went from room to room, peeking in, thinking I'd get a "this is the one" moment. And then I opened a door in the top corner of the house. 2 windows, wooden floorboards, sunlight actually pouring in. It felt warm. Not just temperature warm, like the room had been waiting for someone to come back. There was even this faint, sweet smell in the air, like vanilla or old sponge cake. So I picked that room, because it felt safe. That first night, I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, and I hear crying. At first it's muffled, like it's coming through walls, and I tell myself it's the TV downstairs. My parents were still awake. Easy explanation. So I squeeze my eyes shut and try to ignore it. But it gets louder, and then it becomes clear. It isn't a TV. It's a girl's voice. Very close, but also not. She's saying, "Help me. Please, help me." And the way she said it, God, I can still hear it. She wasn't just upset. She sounded desperate, like she'd been trying for a long time and no one had listened. I sat up so fast I felt sick. I opened my bedroom door and stepped onto the landing, and it sounded like it was coming from further down the upstairs corridor, around the bend toward the back part of the house. And I didn't investigate. I didn't do the brave movie thing. I bolted. I flew down those stairs so fast I swear I barely touched them, burst into the living room, and I'm crying so hard I can't even get words out properly. Just panicked noise. My parents calmed me down, wrapped me in blankets, gave me that look parents give when they're trying not to show worry. And when I finally explained, they did what parents do. They tried to make it smaller. It's a new house. It's old. You're overtired. Your imagination's running wild. And I wanted to believe them. I did believe them. Because I never heard it again. Not for months. One night, we're all at the table talking about the house, just joking around. And Amelie looks at Mom and goes, "Can I tell him?" Mom hesitates, then nods once, like she'd been holding it in too. Amelie turns to me and says, "The first night I slept here, I heard a little girl screaming for help." I swear my stomach dropped so hard it felt like I was falling. She said it sounded like it was right outside her door, and when she opened it, the sound didn't stop. It shifted, like it was down the corridor, then behind her, then to the side, like it couldn't decide where to be. That was the moment it stopped being my imagination. Later, we found out that part of the house, where her room was, had burned in the 1800s and been rebuilt. We never found official records of anyone dying, but that section had apparently been servant quarters back in the vicarage days. And ever since then, I've always wondered if someone got trapped and never made it out. Or if they did. But whatever fear they felt got soaked into the walls. And that wasn't even the only thing. One morning, broad daylight, like 10ish, I'd gone upstairs after breakfast to play my old console. As I passed my parents' bedroom, I glanced in and saw a man standing at the end of their bed. Long black coat, tall, top hat. Just standing there, like he belonged. I froze, took one step back, blinked, and he was gone. No footsteps, no door moving, nothing. Right next to my room was this tiny toilet with a heavy wooden door, and there was this big old keyhole in it. We didn't have the key. Never did. It had probably been lost for decades. One night before bed, I went to use it, and the door wouldn't open. Handle wouldn't budge. I tried forcing it with my shoulder. And then I heard a sound from the other side. A deep, low growl. Not a person. Not the house settling. It sounded like a dog, close enough that it made the hair on my arms stand up. I ran downstairs again, absolutely shaking. Dad came back up with me, grabbed the handle, and the door swung open like it had never been stuck at all. Empty, quiet, normal. But after that, I started seeing things. Not full shapes, not details, more like a shadow. A four-legged shadow that would dart into my room like a dog running, cut across the floor, and then vanish into the wall. No sound, just a quick movement that made your eyes chase it without meaning to. Months later, Dad was doing work out front, digging a spot for a big stone ornament Mom had bought. And he found bones. A lot of small bones, and 2 skulls. Dogs. After that, the shadow stopped, completely, like it had been waiting for someone to find them. Above my room was the attic, 2 spaces, and these narrow little storage tunnels along the edges of the roof. One of the attic rooms still had an old writing desk in it, the kind with worn corners like someone had leaned on it for years. There was even a little safe built into it that we never managed to open. At night, I'd hear something being dragged across the attic floorboards above me. Heavy, scraping. Sometimes it sounded like chain or metal, or like someone pulling something awkward over and over. It happened multiple times a week. And you know what's weird? You don't get used to that. Not really. You just learn how to lie still and pretend you're asleep, like that will keep the sound from noticing you. Then, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle. The year before we moved out, my stereo started turning itself on. 7 days in a row, and not music, not a station, just loud, full-volume white noise, like static that fills your whole chest. The first night, I thought my brother was messing with me, but then it happened while we were all downstairs eating dinner together. No one was upstairs. No one could have touched it. On the 7th day, Sunday, it turned on like normal, blared static. And then it never happened again. Not once. And remember that sweet smell in my room? The one I noticed the first day? We eventually found out that when the place was a care home, there'd been a young lad staying in what became my bedroom. Someone who used to work there told a family friend that he'd walk to the bakery and buy sweet cakes, then hide them in his wardrobe or even under loose boards. I went looking, obviously, lifted what I could, checked everywhere I was brave enough to check. Never found a thing. But that room always smelled like something warm and sugary, like a treat you weren't supposed to have. Now, other parts of the house had their own habits. The formal dining room, for example, we only used it for special occasions. Christmas, birthdays, New Year. One year, my aunt and uncle came to stay. Late at night, my aunt woke up and heard music downstairs. She assumed Mom had had too much wine, honestly, fair assumption, and left something on. So she went down, followed the sound into the dining room, and saw the stereo sitting at the far end of the table. Music was playing loudly, but the display wasn't lit. She walked closer to unplug it, and realized it wasn't plugged in at all. She said the second she turned away, the dining room door slammed behind her so hard the glass rattled. She didn't investigate. She didn't shout. She just walked upstairs, got into bed, and pretended nothing happened. The creepiest part? Amelie admitted later the same thing happened to her about a month earlier. She and Mom just never told anyone. Outside, the driveway had this long archway of trees running down one side. In the old days, horse and cart would have come through there toward the stables out back. During the day, it looked pretty. At night, it felt like a tunnel you shouldn't enter alone. We used to joke about it, tell visitors to walk down the drive by themselves just to see their face when they came back. Every single person said the same thing. It felt like someone was watching me from the right side of the house. Then one night, Mom and Amelie came back from shopping and parked by the kitchen entrance along the side of the house. They opened the boot and something sprinted across the front of the car into the trees. Fast, low, wrong. They screamed so loud I heard it upstairs through my headphones. Dad ran out, and they couldn't even explain what they saw properly. Just that it wasn't human. Or at least, it didn't move like one. After that, we started going to the shops together. Not because anyone said it out loud, just because everyone understood. The kitchen, though, that was where we lived. Tea, chats, family dinners, late-night talking. It should have felt normal. One night, it was just me and Amelie at the table after dinner. Parents were in the living room. House quiet. and we watched a kitchen drawer slide open by itself, slowly, like it was being pulled. Then things started hopping out. A pen flipped onto the counter, then another, a couple of batteries, a little ball of rubber bands. It was so absurd it almost felt polite, like the house was showing off. Right. Okay then. Stuff like that became normal. Glasses sliding slightly, salt and pepper knocked over when no one was near them. Little movements at the edge of ordinary life. And then there was the basement door off the kitchen corridor. Just a thin little basement section, because the real cellar, this huge space that used to run under the whole house, had been sealed up with concrete years before. We always wondered why. Structural reasons? Safety? Something else? But the biggest clue was the dogs. We had big dogs, proper confident ones, and they refused to go near that basement door. Dad would call them up, laughing, trying to coax them closer. The moment he touched the handle and opened the door, every single one of them would scatter like they'd been threatened. And it wasn't just one dog spooking the others. They all reacted at once, like instinct, like survival. Dad used to show it to guests like a party trick. Open the door, watch the dogs bolt, then dare someone to go down there and sit in the dark with the door closed. Most people lasted 2 minutes. Some didn't make it halfway down the steps. And yeah, there's more. There's always more with that house. But that's the thing. It wasn't like one big dramatic moment. It was years of small, strange things, just enough to make you feel like the house remembered lives that weren't yours. And sometimes, it wanted you to remember them too. So, I've always had this soft spot for the paranormal. Not in a I believe everything I hear way, more like I'm open to it, but I'm also the kind of person who needs to feel it in my bones before I'll call it real. And this was one of those moments. Real for me, and real for my sister. My sister Raina. It was a totally normal evening. We'd just finished making dinner, nothing fancy, just our go-to vegetarian comfort food. This time it was loaded veggie nachos, roasted peppers, black beans, a little salsa situation happening. You know, the kind of meal that makes you feel like you actually did something with your day. I got my plate together first and wandered into the next room to eat. Raina was still in the kitchen, clattering around, probably adding just one more topping, like she always does. And here's the part that still makes me pause whenever I think about it. While I was chewing, not talking, not even looking at anything in particular, I had this random song stuck in my head. Not the whole song, just one tiny line, like a little musical hiccup. I wasn't humming, I wasn't mouthing it. It was only in my thoughts, like background noise in my own brain while I ate. A minute later, maybe less, I hear Raina, from a completely different room, suddenly sing out loud the exact same line. Same little fragment, same wording, same rhythm. Like she'd picked it up mid-thought. There was no TV on, no music, no phone playing in the background. We weren't even talking to each other at that moment. Just two people in two rooms doing two different things. When she came in, I just stared at her for a second and went, "Okay, why did you just sing that?" And she looked at me like I was the weird one, like I'd asked her why the sky is blue. She goes, "Because you were singing it a minute ago when you started eating." And I said, "No, I wasn't." She squinted at me. "Yes, you were." And I had to tell her, slowly because I could see her getting uneasy, "Raina, I was singing it, but only in my head. I didn't say a single word out loud." The way her face changed was immediate. She didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She just went quiet, like her brain was trying to grab onto the nearest logical explanation and coming up empty. And what made it even stranger is, this wasn't the first time something like that had happened between us. Little moments where one of us thinks something and the other answers, without being told. Or one of us gets a sudden urge to say a specific phrase, and the other one swears they were just thinking it. I've tried to explain it away 100 ways. Like maybe we just know each other so well that we're bound to overlap sometimes. Same upbringing, same humor, same patterns. So maybe our brains just predict each other. But then there's the part I can't ignore. Our mom has noticed it too. She once said that when we were younger, she watched us have what looked like a full-on conversation without speaking. Like we were communicating in glances and pauses and somehow understanding each other anyway. At the time, I figured she was exaggerating. But now, I'm not so sure. Because it still happens. Not constantly, but enough that it's hard to call it coincidence every time. And the weirdest detail is this. It never happens when I try. If I sit there and focus and think, okay, Raina, I'm sending you a word. Table. Table. Hear me say table. Nothing. She'll look at me like I'm zoning out. So I don't know what the right explanation is. I just know what it felt like in that moment. Like my thought didn't stay entirely inside me. And ever since then, I've been left with this quiet question I can't shake. How many times have we been hearing each other without realizing it? So, I need to tell you about something that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. A while back, I was sleeping out in this little outbuilding. Technically, it's a shed, but my dad fixed it up into a cozy guest space. It sits right beside our house, close enough that it should feel safe. But that night, it didn't. I had this dream that felt way too real. In it, I was taking care of someone who was really sick, like end-of-life sick. I was trying to help them, trying to be gentle, trying to do everything right. Like you do when you're terrified of losing someone and you can't stop it. And then they died. And right after that, something came out of their mouth. Not like a normal thing. Not like blood or breath or anything that makes sense. It was like a presence with weight. Like it had been waiting behind their teeth the whole time. I can't even explain it without sounding ridiculous, but the moment it appeared, I knew it wasn't just part of the dream. It looked almost human, but wrong in a way that made my brain reject it. And I remember locking my eyes on where its eyes should have been. Like there were sockets, but the darkness inside them didn't behave like darkness. It felt like looking into a deep well and realizing the well is looking back. And I started to panic, but it wasn't just fear. It was like it grabbed something inside me. All these old memories, every shame, every hard moment, every trauma I've tried to bury, came rushing up at once. Like my whole past snapped open and poured through me. I felt myself falling. Not falling like you fall off something. Falling like sinking into endless pits, one after another, deeper and deeper, and the dark was alive. I had this horrible, personal feeling that it wanted me specifically. Like it could sense the soft spots in me. Like it knew exactly where I've been weak before. And I'm not saying that lightly. I've had my own history with mental health, with those thoughts you don't always tell people about. In the dream, it felt like it recognized that part of me the way a predator recognizes a limp. Then, snap, I wake up, and I'm choking. Like actually choking. My eyes are rolling back, my throat is tight, my body is fighting for air. It's not like waking up from a nightmare sweating. It was physical, violent, terrifying. That has never happened to me before. I finally get control again, and I'm sitting up in that little guest shed, and the first thought I have is, it's not over. That's the part that messes with me the most. Because even though I was awake, the atmosphere didn't change. The fear didn't fade. It felt like I'd just opened my eyes inside the same danger. I had this overwhelming sense of being watched, like the air had attention, like I was exposed, And the woods behind our house, I couldn't stop staring at them. It felt like if I looked away, something would cross the distance between the tree line and me. I don't even know what I thought I'd see, but the terror was so complete it made my hands shake. So I bolted. I just got out of there and ran straight to the main house. And the second I stepped inside, it was like crossing an invisible line. The pressure dropped. My body unclenched. The feeling of danger stopped. Not completely, because I still kept checking the windows, but the house felt like shelter. Like whatever was out there didn't have the same reach in here. And my cat, sweet little guardian that he is, he could tell. He came right to me, pressed up against me, stayed close like he was trying to anchor me to something normal. It sounds small, but in that moment, it mattered. It was like he was saying, "You're here. You're not alone." Instead, they got quiet. And then they told me. They'd seen it too. Not the exact same scene, but the same thing. Over the years, every few months off and on, they'd had dreams where something showed up at the foot of the bed. My mom even admitted there was a time she woke up begging it to go away. My dad said he'd seen it standing there too, just watching. And then my dad tells me, like it's a fact you mention when you're talking about home repairs, that he had someone come in and do some kind of cleansing or banishing for the bottom floor of the house years ago, because he'd felt something was wrong ever since we moved in. And suddenly, all these little feelings I dismissed snapped into place. Because ever since I went away to school, every time I came home, I'd feel this heavy dread around the pond near our property. Like a radius. Like crossing into a zone where my chest would tighten for no reason. I used to tell myself I was just stressed or annoyed or, honestly, I used to think maybe I was just unhappy to be home. But after that night, I couldn't pretend it was just mood anymore. What's eerie is how consistent the details are across all of us. We all describe it as human-shaped, but not quite. Sometimes unnaturally tall. Sometimes too small. Always gaunt, sickly looking, like a face stretched thin over something starving. And the one thing we all agree on? Its face is wrong in a way you don't want to remember. My mom insists it was veiled in her dreams. My dad swears it has some connection to the Chariot tarot card. He's not even sure why, but he feels it like a symbol that keeps showing up in the same mental place. And then there are the other weird things that might be related, or might just be this area being what it is. Like the shed itself. When we renovated it, a light literally exploded over my sister. And inside those walls, there were nails. So many nails. Like someone had hammered thousands of them into the wood for no reason at all. We joked it was some previous owner pretending to be busy, hiding out, making noise. But still, it's strange. And I've heard footsteps up in the loft before. Heavy, slow, like boots. That one doesn't feel the same as the dream thing, though. It feels separate, like a different kind of presence. There's also my friend who lives across the same pond. When she was a kid, she used to see what looked like a child standing at the foot of her bed, staring at her. She even found dolls up in the attic. Her story doesn't match mine perfectly, but it's close enough geographically to make you wonder. And one time, out in the woods with a metal detector, I found old nails, 1800s old, the kind that make you think of coffins. The way they were laid out near this big tree gave me a weird thought, but honestly, that spot didn't feel sinister. If anything, it felt neutral, like history, not threat. But the broader pattern is hard to ignore. Houses on my street sit abandoned for years for no obvious reason. Our house apparently sat empty for about a decade at one point. One across the street sat empty for over 20 years. Now another nearby is sitting vacant again, in a desirable area. It's odd. Even inside our house now, my cats will sometimes fixate on corners like they're guarding invisible edges, like they're tracking boundaries I can't see. And the history around here, it's heavy. Parts of King Philip's War happened in this region of Massachusetts. My town had Civil War cannonball manufacturing. In the 1800s, it was a corridor between bigger cities where criminals passed through. There are documented indigenous sites nearby too. Wampanoag presence on the hills, artifacts and arrowheads found around the pond. So yeah, this place has layers. It felt predatory. It felt like something large, like something with reach, like something that can trail you from far away and wait until you're alone and tired and vulnerable. And the scariest part is this. Sometimes, even now, I'll be miles from home and get that same sense, like a distant pressure in the back of my mind, like something is out there, like it's hunting. And I wish I could tell you that sounds dramatic. I really do. But that night in the shed, when I woke up choking and the fear didn't leave with the dream, something in me shifted. Because for the first time, I wasn't just imagining a story. I was inside it. So, this happened a long time ago, around 13 years back, when I was about 6. I was spending the day at my aunt's place, the kind of house where you could just run outside and disappear for hours, and nobody panicked, because that's what kids did back then. It was me, my cousin Marin, she was around 12, my older brother, and my twin brother. And like we'd done 100 times, we decided to go mess around in the woods. Those woods were basically our playground. We knew the paths, the little dips in the ground, the spots where the trees leaned like they were making doorways. It didn't feel spooky, just familiar. At one point, Marin and I wandered a little farther than the boys. We'd found this narrow rocky cut in the hillside before, almost like the beginning of a tiny cave, and we wanted to see it again. Nothing dramatic, just kids being curious. The only thing that matters is that Marin and I were up higher on the hill than the boys. When we finally started heading back down, we heard giggling, then thunk, thunk, acorns pelting the leaves around us. The boys. They were tossing acorns at us like it was the funniest thing in the world. And they ducked into this half-falling apart shed they'd found. Old boards, leaning roof, the whole thing. So we couldn't even get them back. It was annoying, but in that normal, playful way. Then we heard my aunt calling for us, her voice carrying through the trees, sharp in that, "Don't make me come get you," tone. Marin and I started down the hill toward the shed, and the boys came shuffling out, still laughing like they were innocent. And that's when I saw him. Right behind my twin brother, like close enough that it felt like they were together, was another kid. A little boy, about our age. He was blonde, pale, and dressed different. Not like costume different, but like his clothes didn't belong in our time. I remember it so clearly because it stood out so much. A light blue shirt, kind of faded, and dark pants. Not jeans like we wore, just darker, plain. My brain froze for a second because my first thought was, who brought a friend? But we hadn't seen anyone else out there. No parents, no other kids, just us. So I tugged Marin's attention and said, "Who's that boy?" And she didn't even look in the right direction. She just glanced at me like I'd asked something stupid and went, "What boy? Your brother?" And I was like, "No, that boy, the blonde one behind him." Marin stopped walking. She looked at me harder, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. Then she said, really slowly, "There's no one there." I remember this cold feeling crawling up my arms because I knew what I was seeing. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was a kid, standing there, quiet, close. And then, this is the part that messes with me the most. When I looked again, it was like he just wasn't part of the scene anymore. Like my eyes slid right over the space where he'd been. I didn't see him again after that day. Not in the woods, not around the house, nowhere. So years pass, life happens, I grow up. And honestly, that memory becomes one of those weird childhood moments you file away because you don't know what to do with it. Then, this past year, I moved back into my old house, living there with my brother and my sister-in-law for a while. One night, it was just me and my sister-in-law at home. My brother was out of town for work. The house was quiet, normal, until she woke up in the middle of the night, completely shaken. She told me she'd had a nightmare. She opened the door, and there was a little boy standing there. Blonde, about the size of a first grader. She said she asked him where his parents were and let him inside, because in the dream, it felt like the right thing to do, like he was lost. And the second he crossed the threshold, he lunged at me. In her nightmare, he didn't hesitate. He just launched himself at me like he'd been waiting for the chance. She said she tried to pull him off, tried to get between us, tried to yell. Then she woke up. And while she was still catching her breath, still wide-eyed, still half in that dream state, I felt something in my chest drop. Because I didn't need to think about it. I just knew. So I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm, like I wasn't suddenly 1,000% sure of what she was going to say. Was he wearing a light blue shirt and dark pants? And she stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Then she said, "Yes." And I swear to you, I felt the same cold, prickly sensation I'd felt in the woods as a kid. That same sense of, this isn't random. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means anything at all. But it's hard to shake the feeling that whatever I saw back then didn't just stay back then. And the part that keeps looping in my head, the question I can't stop asking myself is, why show up again now? And why like that? Because none of it makes sense. And somehow, that's what makes it feel the most real. I didn't grow up religious, not in the going to church every Sunday kind of way, but I always respected people who did. I was raised in this tiny, cornfield-surrounded town in rural Nebraska, the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do. We had, I swear, more churches than stoplights, like 5 churches for maybe 600 people. And the biggest one in town was the old Lutheran church, beautiful, creaky, and way too quiet when it wanted to be. My best friend, let's call her Riley, has been in my life so long she's basically my sister. We met when we were kids, survived middle school together, and by the time we were juniors in high school, we'd somehow landed this job cleaning the church once a week. It was decent money, and honestly, it gave us this weird little pocket of time together outside of school. The first day we started was in late March. Still patches of snow on the ground, wind that cut through your hoodie. But that day was strangely warm, like the weather forgot what season it was supposed to be. Now, that church wasn't just a building, it was a maze. Technically 3 levels, a basement, the main floor, and this split level upstairs that always made you feel like you were going in circles. Long hallways, doors that all looked the same, little staircases that led to other staircases. You could walk 10 feet and suddenly forget what direction you came from. The worst, or maybe the most important, room was what we called the big room. It was like a cafeteria or fellowship hall, this massive open space with a kitchen attached and doors leading everywhere. Hallway, stairs up, stairs down, even doors to the outside. One whole wall was lined with windows, and during the day the light came in kind of soft and dusty. But at night it felt like those windows were just dark mirrors. Here's the thing. I've had strange experiences my whole life. Shadows where they shouldn't be, footsteps when nobody's there, that kind of stuff. I never went looking for it, but it always seemed to find me anyway. Riley, though, she wasn't like that. She was the practical one, the "it's just your imagination" friend. So that first day, she's wiping down the windows in the big room, inside and outside, and I walk into the kitchen to grab supplies. I glance through the doorway that connects the kitchen to the big room, and I see her standing there. And above her, like it's leaning over her shoulder, there's this dark shape. Not like a person you can clearly describe, more like a heaviness, a shadow that didn't match the light in the room. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like I missed a step. I didn't yell. I didn't want to scare her. I just walked out as casually as I could and asked if she was doing okay, like I hadn't just seen something that made my skin go tight. She looked at me, smiled like everything was fine, and kept cleaning. But that image stayed with me. Later that same night, we ended up in the basement. And the basement, I don't know how to explain it except to say it felt like the air down there didn't belong to the same building. It was a long hallway with doors on both sides, a couple bathrooms, storage rooms, and stairs at each end. The lights buzzed like they were annoyed to be on. Everything smelled damp and old, like mop water and paper that's been sitting too long. Riley went upstairs to refill the mop bucket, and I was alone down there for maybe 2 minutes. That's all it took. I heard someone say my name. Clear as day, not muffled, not imagined, just my name. Spoken like someone was right behind me, but the hallway was empty. And then I saw it. At the far end, near the stairs, there was a figure. Tall, thin, darker than the dim light should have allowed. It was barely more than a shape, except for the eyes. They weren't bright like headlights or anything dramatic like that. They were this sickly yellow like old glass. It leaned slightly, like it was peeking around the corner of the stairwell, watching me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe right. And then, almost like the moment got yanked away, Riley came down the stairs with the bucket, chatting like nothing was wrong. The figure was gone. And the craziest part? We didn't talk about it. Not then. Not for weeks. We kept going back every week, pretending everything was normal while the weirdness slowly stacked up like dirty dishes nobody wanted to deal with. It was little things at first. A door we swore we'd left open suddenly shut. Sounds in rooms we'd already cleaned. That feeling of being watched so intensely it made you want to turn around even if you didn't want to. Then, after a few weeks, we finally said it out loud to each other. We were standing in the big room, and Riley, voice low, like she didn't want the walls to hear, told me that on the first day, cleaning those windows, she had felt someone right behind her. Not just watching like they were angry we were there. The second she said that, I got goosebumps so strong it felt like my body knew before my brain did. And once we admitted it, it's like something in that church realized we could finally hear it. That same night, walking home, because I only lived a few blocks away, I passed the side of the church and saw a dead cat near the edge of the lot. And meanwhile, Riley later texted me that on her drive out of town, she'd passed a deer that had been hit. Now, out in the country, that stuff happens. It's not unheard of. But the timing, the weird, heavy coincidence of it, made my stomach twist. I couldn't let it go anymore, so I started digging into the church's history. Because part of me refused to believe a church could feel like that, like something rotten was tucked inside it. And one day, while dusting in a storage area, I found an old framed photo, black and white, worn at the corners, of what looked like the original congregation outside the church years ago. Most of the faces were blurry and normal, but there was one man who didn't fit. He was noticeably taller than everyone else, standing like he wanted to be seen. His expression was flat, but his eyes were wrong, dark, cold, almost hungry. And I knew that was the figure. The same presence, the same shape I'd seen in the kitchen doorway, the same kind of staring energy I'd felt in the basement. I showed Riley, and the second she looked at it, her face changed, like something inside her dropped into place. We both talked about quitting. Honestly, we almost did. But the money was good, and it was one of the only times we had that felt like ours, so we stayed. And that's when it got worse. Riley was involved in dance and cheer, so some nights she'd leave early for games and I'd finish up alone. During the day, the church felt unsettling but manageable. But once it got dark, it was like a switch flipped. That place would go from creepy to alive. We started finding strange things, too, like dark, gritty lines along doorways, almost like someone had sprinkled something and pressed it into the cracks. And once, this still freaks me out, we found a person in the building who absolutely should not have been there, ducking behind a doorway like they'd been hiding. And then Riley started seeing figures too. That's when the denial ended. Because if she was seeing it, then it wasn't just me. And eventually, it didn't stay in the church. That's what people don't tell you about places like that. How sometimes it doesn't feel like you're leaving when you walk out the door. It started following me home. I'd wake up at night feeling like someone was standing in my room. My mom mentioned hearing movement when nobody was awake. My little sibling asked, completely unprompted, "Who's that man?" while staring down our hallway. And I remember sitting on my bed, staring at my bedroom door, feeling this cold certainty settle in my chest. Whatever was in that church had noticed me, and now it knew where I lived. So, let me take you back to when I was about 10, maybe 11. My grandparents lived way out in the countryside, one of those places where there isn't really a town, just a few homes spread out along quiet roads, and everybody knows everybody else's car before it even turns the corner. At the time, my older brother, Evan, had been staying with them for a while. He had a computer set up in this little upstairs room, and whenever I visited, that was basically my whole world. I'd sit up there for hours playing Warcraft 3, totally absorbed, headphones on, forgetting the rest of the planet existed. One Sunday morning, late morning, like around 9:30 or 10, my grandparents were getting dressed to go to church, and I didn't want to go. Not even a little. I wanted the house to myself so I could play uninterrupted, so I did what kids do when they're determined. I faked being sick. Nothing dramatic, just the whole, my stomach routine. They hovered, they worried, they tried to persuade me anyway. But eventually they sighed, told me to rest, and left. And the second I heard their car crunching down the gravel drive and fading away, I felt that little rush of victory. Like, yes, perfect, quiet house, computer all to myself. Maybe 10 or 15 minutes passed, and then I heard something that didn't belong. The front door downstairs opened. Not a creak like the wind, not a little rattle. An actual, clear, open and swing sound. I remember how fast my whole body went cold. Like my brain just hit a wall and said, "Nope, stop." I didn't even move at first. I sat there, frozen, listening so hard it felt like my ears were straining. Then, as quietly as I could, I slipped out of the room and crept to the top of the staircase. Footsteps. Downstairs. Slow. Measured. Like whoever it was wasn't in any hurry. They walked a few steps, and then stopped. And that's when I heard the worst part. The sound I still remember too clearly. This dragging, scraping sound along the wall. Not banging, not tapping. More like someone slowly pulling their fingers across that rough, textured paint. Shh, shh, shh. Deliberate, unhurried, like they were taking their time. I swear, I didn't even feel like I was breathing. My chest was tight, my hands were clammy, and I just stood there like if I stayed perfectly still, I might become invisible. Then, silence. A beat. And the footsteps started again. Heavy, slow, crossing the downstairs space. And then, the front door closed. But it didn't end there, because right after the door shut, I heard a sound that made my stomach drop. A key turning in the lock. From the outside. Like someone had just locked the house. With me still inside. That was the moment fear turned into action. I snapped out of the freeze and moved as quietly as I could to the upstairs balcony, thinking, please let it be them. Please let it be them. Maybe my grandparents forgot something. Maybe they came back early. Maybe... No. Their car wasn't there. The driveway was empty. The road was empty. Just that still countryside quiet that suddenly felt huge and exposed. And I remember standing there thinking, okay, so if that wasn't them, who just came into the house and locked it? That place had always given me a weird vibe, like the air sat heavier in certain rooms, like the house held onto things. But that was the first time I felt it in my bones. Something was wrong there. Years later, I brought it up to my brother, Evan, who'd lived there longer than I had. And the second I mentioned it, he didn't laugh. He didn't brush it off. He just kind of nodded, like he'd been waiting for someone else to say it. And here's the thing. It wasn't just us. People who've spent time there, neighbors, relatives, friends, almost everyone ends up saying some version of the same sentence, that the place has a dark, heavy energy, like it's soaked into the walls, like it doesn't want you to relax. I don't know what it was that morning. I don't know if it was a person, something else, or just the creepiest coincidence imaginable. But I do know this. When I think back on it, I can still hear that slow scraping on the wall, and I still get that same feeling, like the house wasn't empty, like it never really was. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How was your day? I'm always happy to be here sharing paranormal experiences from all around the world, hopefully helping you unwind and sleep a little better. Thank you so much for sending in your stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll be the first to catch the newest videos. Now, let's get into today's paranormal experience. Good night. So, I was on YouTube a few nights ago, half paying attention to one of those late-night rabbit holes. Cursed paintings, haunted portraits, all that. People telling stories about artwork that holds something. At first it was just spooky background noise while I scrolled, and then something in me shifted. It's hard to explain, but it felt like a door in my head cracked open. A memory I haven't touched in years, one I thought I'd buried for good, came crawling back like it had been waiting for the right moment. And now, I've been dreaming about her again. I was around 10, maybe 11, the first time I saw her. It was a hot summer in the early 90s. We lived in this little house in the city, but our backyard ran right up against this stretch of woods that felt wrong. Not, oh, it's just dark in there wrong. More like the kind of quiet that makes your skin itch. The kind of quiet where you feel watched even with the sun out. I remember I was outside by myself, sitting on a big old stump, having this ridiculous little tea party with stuffed animals and a plastic cup set. The air was thick, not even a breeze moving the leaves. And then she was just there. A little black girl, about my age, white dress, bare feet, hair in 3 neat plaits that hung down like ropes. And I didn't hear her approach, didn't see her come through the yard. One second I was alone, and the next second she was standing in front of me like she'd always been part of the scene. She smiled at me, like she knew me already, and asked, real politely, if she could play. And here's what still bothers me. I should have been scared, but I wasn't. I was just thrilled. Like, finally, someone real, someone my age. She told me her name was Gladdy. Yeah, Gladdy, not Gladys. I remember because I asked if it was short for something, and she just laughed like it was a silly question. We played. We poured pretend tea. We giggled over nothing. The sun started sinking, and I heard my mom calling from the back door, telling me to come inside. I stood up, and that's when Gladdy grabbed my wrist. Her hand was freezing. like she'd been holding ice. She leaned in and whispered that she didn't want me to go, told me she was always alone, said she didn't have anybody else. So I promised, like a kid does. I promised I'd come back out the next day. And I even told her, if you see any grown-ups, you should hide, okay? Like it was totally normal. She nodded, hugged me tight, too tight, and then she turned and walked into the woods. That night, I woke up thirsty. I padded to the kitchen in the dark, opened the fridge, poured myself a glass of milk, real quiet, trying not to wake anyone. And before I even made it back down the hallway, I felt it. That pull, like something invisible had a finger hooked under my chin, gently forcing my face toward the back door. I walked over and looked outside. The porch light lit up a patch of grass, and then beyond that, it was just a wall of black trees. I almost turned away, and then I saw her. Gladys stood right at the tree line, perfectly still, staring at the house. Her white dress caught the porch light like a flag in the dark. She didn't wave, didn't move, just watched. I jerked away from the door and hurried back to bed like if I moved fast enough, none of it would follow me. But that was the night things started. At first it was the little stuff you could almost explain away. My toys not where I left them. The bathroom light flickering even after Dad said the wiring was fine. The sound of footsteps down the hall when everybody was asleep. Then it got worse. And then came the shadows. Not like, oh, it's just the car headlights shadows. I mean shapes moving where they shouldn't. A figure in the hallway when I blinked awake. Something crouched up near the corner of my ceiling one night, like a spider made of darkness. And when I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them again, it was gone. And the laughter. God, the laughter. A low, scratchy cackle that seemed to drift in from everywhere, like it started in the woods, then ended up on the roof, then somehow whispered through the walls. Gladdy came back the next day, and the next. Always the same white dress, always barefoot, always those 3 plaits. I asked her once if she had parents. She stared at me so long I felt my throat tighten, and then she said, real calm, "My people are everywhere. They don't sleep. They watch." I remember this wave of nausea hitting me, like my body knew before my brain did. After that, I started noticing things I hadn't wanted to notice. Marks on her arms, bruises on her shins, a dark ring around her neck like someone had pressed dirty fingers there. Her dress wasn't clean anymore. It got stained, then frayed, then torn at the hem like she'd been dragging it through mud and thorns. And then one day she showed up different. One of her eyes was missing. Not swollen shut, not bandaged, just gone. A smooth, dark hollow, like somebody had scooped it out and left nothing behind. And she still smiled, still wanted to play. And I tried so hard to act normal, because what else does a kid do when the impossible is sitting next to them, asking to pour pretend tea? But then my mom stepped out onto the porch. She watched me for a second, frowning, and she called, "Who are you talking to out there?" I told her, "My friend Gladdy." My mom's expression changed, like she got uncomfortable, and she said, "You're out there talking to yourself again? Come inside, that's creepy." Gladdy was standing right beside me. My mother didn't look at her once, not even a flicker, not even a pause. When my mom went back inside, I whispered, "Why can't she see you?" Gladdy smiled like she'd been waiting for me to ask, and she said, "Only the ones I pick get to." And then she opened her mouth. Not like normal talking. I mean, she opened it too wide, wider than a child's jaw should ever go. Like it didn't have joints, like it was a doll being pulled apart. And her teeth weren't teeth. They were small and pale and smooth, like little bits of bone. That's when I stopped going outside. I stayed inside no matter how sunny it was, no matter how bored I got. I'd sit by the window and just stare at the woods, trying not to blink. But she still came. I'd feel her, hear that soft scrape outside, like bare feet on dry ground. Sometimes I'd see her at the edge of the yard, just standing there, waiting. The last time I saw her, it was later in the afternoon, and the woods looked darker than they should have. She leaned in close and whispered, "I'm going home now. Everybody's gonna know I went home." Then she turned and walked into the trees, and that's when I saw it. A huge black dog was waiting for her in the shadows, bigger than any dog I'd ever seen, shoulders high like a small horse. It didn't pant, didn't wag, just stared with this heavy, patient stillness. As soon as Gladys stepped into the woods, the dog followed. That night I dreamed of her. I was standing in this pitch-black room, and the only light came from a tall window, white curtains snapping and thrashing like something was trying to claw its way in. Rain hammered the glass so hard it looked like it was bending. Gladys stood there in front of the window, the black dog beside her. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. They just stared at me like they were waiting for me to do something. I woke up choking, like I hadn't been breathing, and honestly, I almost believed that. Until the day my dad took me to visit his friend, an older woman named Miss Maddie Ray. Her house was full of odd little antiques and dusty knickknacks that made everything feel older than it should have been. While the adults talked, I wandered the living room, and then I saw it. A painting on the wall. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like the room tilted. It was her, Gladys. Same white dress, bare feet, 3 plates, and right next to her was that massive black dog. Behind them, the tall window with the white curtains whipping in the wind, and rain streaking across the glass. It wasn't similar. It was exact. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there staring like my body forgot how to work. I asked Miss Maddie Ray who the girl was, and she said she'd bought it at a flea market from a coastal woman. Said the seller told her it was painted way back, early 1900s or so. Miss Maddie Ray said the story was that the girl was the child of a root worker, a healer, a conjure woman, something like that. And the girl went missing. Nobody ever found her. The painting was made so people wouldn't forget her face, like keeping her seen would keep her close. I remember thinking, even as a kid, why would you want that in your house? Years went by. Then Miss Maddie Ray died. My dad took me with him when we went to pay respects and help sort through a few things. And the painting was still there, hanging in the same spot. But this time, the girl was gone. Just gone. The window was still there, the curtains, the rain, and the black dog. Only the dog remained, staring out from the canvas like it had been waiting for me to notice. So yeah, that's why those YouTube videos got under my skin. Because now I'm dreaming about her again, and I can't stop thinking about that painting, about what it means that she disappeared from it, but the dog didn't. And I don't know what's worse, the idea that I imagined everything, or the idea that I didn't. So, let me take you back a few years. In 2018, I was living with my mom again. I'd been there a couple years after getting out of a marriage that really broke me down. Being with her felt like breathing again. Safe, familiar, steady. But eventually, you know how it is, I started craving my own space. Somewhere I could rebuild and hear my own thoughts. I applied for a few apartments, not expecting much, and then one afternoon I got a call. A small one-bedroom had opened up. I said yes almost immediately, like my mouth answered before my fear could catch up. And I was scared. I hadn't lived alone in a long time. Plus, I've always had this weird fear of the dark. Not just the lights-off kind, more like the feeling that darkness can hide things. Still, I moved in, and I was genuinely excited. That first night I stayed busy on purpose, hung curtains, shifted furniture around 100 times, unpacked boxes until my arms felt like jelly. By around 11:30, I was exhausted. I showered, got into bed, and turned the TV on because I can't sleep in total silence. My internet wasn't set up yet, so it was just the glow of the screen and whatever random channel came through. And I drifted off. But sometime in the night, I heard something in my closet. It sounded like something sliding. Then a soft thump, like it fell. Even half asleep, it scared me so badly my whole body locked up. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right. I just laid there, whispering prayers in my head like, "Please, God, don't let me see anything I'm not supposed to see. Please protect me." I stayed frozen until morning. When I finally got up for work, I forced myself to open the closet, bracing for, I don't even know what. It was just a curtain rod that had slid and dropped. And I laughed, like one of those shaky, relieved laughs where you're almost mad at yourself for panicking. But then the thought hit me. How did it move from one side of the closet to the other like that? Curtains don't do that on their own. I tried to brush it off. I really did. A few months later, I met this sweet, handsome guy, my now husband. Back then, he was just this charming man who kept showing up every weekend like he was slowly turning my apartment into our place. And honestly, I loved it. I was getting used to being alone, but having him there made everything feel lighter. One day, I went to work and left him there by himself. When I got home, he goes, "So, there was the biggest spider I've ever seen in your living room. I killed it, but I swear it came out of nowhere." And I just stared at him. Because my apartment was always clean. No bugs, no roaches, nothing. The complex even sprayed regularly. Plus, I barely had any furniture then. There was nowhere for something huge to hide. But again, I told myself, okay, weird, whatever. Then one night I was on the phone with him, making weekend plans, laughing, relaxed, and suddenly I heard water start running in my bathroom. The bathroom was across the hall from my bedroom, so it wasn't like I was hearing things up close. It was clear as day. I went quiet on the phone, and he was like, "You all right?" And I said, "Yeah, but my shower just turned on by itself." He laughed. "Stop playing." "I'm not playing." I walked into the bathroom, and sure enough, the shower was on, full on running. He tried to explain it away. Water pressure, old pipes, something like that. And I wanted to accept that. I really did. But by then, it started to feel like my apartment had moods, like it was watching to see what I'd ignore. Now, this is the part where people either lean in closer or they back away. So about 6 or 7 months after I moved in, my boyfriend, Malik, officially moved in with me. That first week, one night, we went to bed like normal, and I remember opening my eyes and seeing a little girl standing in the doorway. A little black girl, maybe 8 or 9. Her hair was in neat braids, and she was wearing this pale yellow dress that looked like it belonged in an old photograph, like something from the 1950s or 60s. She wasn't moving. She wasn't smiling, just standing there. I blinked hard, and she was gone. I didn't tell Malik right away. I didn't want to scare him. I didn't want to make it real. But things kept happening. At night, in the bathroom, I'd hear a woman humming, soft and steady, like she was doing it absent-mindedly. The sound seemed to come through the vents, like the walls themselves were carrying it. I'd ask Malik if he heard it, and he'd just look at me like, "Babe, I don't hear anything." Sometimes I'd be watching TV in the living room and catch, out of the corner of my eye, this tall shadow standing in the kitchen doorway. It would feel like it was facing me, like it knew I noticed it. And I'll be honest, after a while, I got used to it. That's what scares me the most when I think back, how quickly your mind can adjust to things it shouldn't have to. Then a year passed, and the activity got louder. Knocking, missing items, things showing up in places we knew we didn't put them. I was also pregnant with my first baby, and Malik kept saying I was just anxious, just hormonal, just extra sensitive. Until one night, we were both wide awake in bed and we heard knocking, clear, rhythmic knocking on the bedroom wall. He sat straight up. I remember his face in the TV glow. That look that said, "Oh, okay, so it's not just you." After that, he started changing little things, like sleeping with the ceiling light on. At first, I thought it was funny. Mr. Tough Guy needs a nightlight? But then he admitted, real quiet, that he'd been seeing something. He called it an imp. He said he saw it standing at the foot of the bed, that sometimes he'd feel it brush against him, like something rubbing past his body when nothing was there. And then there was the mirror. My mom had gifted me this rotating hallway mirror when I first moved in, one of those swivel ones. Malik hated it. He said walking past it made his stomach turn. Eventually, he started covering it at night like it was a doorway. By the time I had my first son and got pregnant with my second, it felt like the apartment was fully awake. Malik started working a shift where he had to leave around 3 a.m., and every time he left, my heart would drop like I was being abandoned in a house that didn't want me there. So I'd gather everything I needed, diapers, wipes, bottles, my phone, and bring it all into the bedroom. I'd lock the door and wait until sunrise, like I was surviving something instead of living. And then one night, something happened that I still don't like to say out loud. I was in the bedroom, half asleep, and it felt like I slipped into this dream, but not a dream state, like a vision. In it, I saw feet moving under the bedroom door. Slow steps, like someone was walking in my hallway. Then the door didn't open, but something came in anyway. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. It was like I was being held down by invisible weight. And in that vision, it moved toward my son's bed. My baby started screaming, this terrified, panicked scream that snapped something inside me. I jolted out of it, grabbed him, and held him so tight he was shaking. I felt my whole body go cold. I called Malik, crying so hard I could barely speak, and I told him, I can't do this anymore. That morning, I packed what I could and went to my mom's. I stayed there off and on for months, and during that time, it was like we couldn't catch a break. Every time we tried to move, something would fall apart. Applications stalled. Money disappeared into emergencies. Plans collapsed at the last minute. And Malik? He changed. He was still living in that place, still dealing with whatever was in there, and it was like it wore him down. His mood, his behavior. It wasn't him anymore. It was like the house was draining him. We had this neighbor, a young woman, friendly, always sitting with us sometimes when things felt heavy. She had a little boy, too. The last time I saw her was right before Christmas. We talked like normal, like everything was fine. A week later, she was gone. She was murdered. And her mother was killed, too. Her mom died outside near our place. After that, something in me just shut down. Like my spirit said, enough. Not long after, we finally moved. And I'm telling you, even now, years later, if I drive past that building, I can feel it. That heaviness, that watching feeling. Like whatever lived there didn't leave. It just waited. And I always pray for whoever lives there now, because I wouldn't wish what we went through on anyone. So, growing up, I always felt a little out of place in my own family. Not in the usual, I'm quirky way either. I mean, I'd notice things I shouldn't be able to notice. I could look at someone and know pieces of their story, like grief they never spoke out loud, or something they'd survived that didn't show on their face. And sometimes, this is the part I almost never said out loud, I'd hear people or catch a glimpse of someone when nobody was physically there. Whenever I tried to tell my parents, they brushed it off. You've been watching scary movies, or your imagination is getting away from you. And I'm telling you, nobody took me seriously, not one person. But one night, when I was a teenager, sophomore year, I got my first real, unmistakable encounter. This was mid-2000s. I want to say 2006, maybe early 2007. It was around 3 in the morning, and I'd fallen asleep on the living room couch with the TV low. Then, boom! A loud crash that sounded like it came from right up the street. I shot up, heart pounding, and peeked through the blinds. And sure enough, there was a car smashed into this heavy metal gate across the way, like it had hit it full speed. I could see movement, lights, the kind of chaos where your body wakes up before your brain catches up. It looked like a police chase had just ended right there. I saw a figure jump out of the driver's side and take off running, gone in seconds. And the whole thing happened right in front of my aunt's place. So I grabbed the phone and called her immediately. Like, I didn't even think, I just dialed. She answered groggy, and I'm like, Auntie Felicia, are you okay? Something just crashed out there. She's trying to wake up while I'm talking fast, and then, while I'm still on the phone with her, I hear a knock at the front door. Not a little tap, a real knock. I remember pulling the phone away from my ear and saying, Auntie, hold on, somebody's knocking. And she goes, At this time of night? I said, Yeah, I hear it. So I get up, still half asleep, and I go to the door. I didn't open it. I asked first. I said, Who is it? And in this very low, soft voice, like a little girl trying not to wake the house, the person says, Caroline. Just like that. Simple. Calm. I froze for a second and said, Caroline who? No answer. Nothing. And I'm standing there staring at the door like, maybe it's someone messing with me. Maybe I misheard. Maybe... So I snatched the door open, and there was nobody there. Nobody. And I don't mean maybe they ran off. I mean, there was no way anyone could have left that porch that fast without me hearing the steps. The porch boards creaked when you breathed on them, okay? You could hear someone coming up before they even reached the top. I just stood there with the door open, staring into the night, feeling my skin tighten like something had walked through me. So I shut the door and went back to the phone, and I told my aunt what happened. I said, Auntie, somebody just knocked and said, Caroline. And I tried to laugh it off because that's what people do when they're scared. I told her, the only Caroline I know is the one my cousin Jay used to date. And this is going to sound crazy, but it sounded like her voice. There was silence on the line. Long silence. I kept saying, Hello? Auntie? You there? And when she finally answered, her voice was different. Like she didn't want to say what she was about to say. She goes, Baby, I'm here. And I said, Why you so quiet? And she said, slow, heavy. I swear to you, I didn't even respond. I just hung up. Not because I was being disrespectful. I hung up because my brain couldn't hold it. Like my body panicked before my manners could kick in. I sat there staring at the wall, feeling sick. I didn't even know she had passed. I didn't know anything, so why would she knock on my door? Why would she say her name? Why me? And that's when things started getting worse. A couple weeks went by, and I tried to pretend it didn't happen. I tried to be normal. but the air around my house started feeling heavy, like something was always right on the edge of being seen. Across the street from where we lived, there was this fenced-off lot with thick bushes, one of those places where, if somebody wanted to hide, you'd never know. One evening, around 8-ish, not even late, I was on the porch waiting to see if my boyfriend at the time would walk past. Just sitting there, bored, watching the street. And all of a sudden, I heard wind. But not like normal wind. It was like the air was moving in one single spot, one patch, like somebody was standing there, breathing hard, stirring the air around them. Then I heard footsteps, fast footsteps, running up the porch steps toward me. And I didn't see a person, nothing visible, but I heard it so clear that my body reacted like it was real. I screamed and bolted inside, slammed the door, locked it so hard my hands hurt. I ran past my mom without explaining, straight to my room, and shut the door behind me. I was shaking, sweating, crying, all at once. I stayed in there for a while, maybe half an hour, trying to calm down, but that uneasy feeling never left. It felt like something had followed me, like the air itself was pressing against my skin. And I don't know why I did this. I still don't know why, but something in me said, "Turn the lights off." So I turned off every light until my room was pitch black. Then I went to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to look outside. And I almost fell, because across the street, right by those bushes, I saw her, Caroline, or something that looked like her. She was standing there, half in the shadows, staring straight at my house like she knew exactly where I was. And the thing that scared me wasn't just that I saw her. It was how wrong she looked. Her hair looked wild, like it was floating even though there was no wind. Her eyes had this reddish shine, like an animal caught in headlights. Her face looked stretched in a way that made my stomach drop. It didn't feel like a sad spirit. It felt angry. It felt mean. I remember whispering, "What is happening?" to nobody. And when I blinked, just a normal blink, she was gone. I backed away from the window so slow, like any sudden move would bring her back. I thought, okay, it's over. Just go to sleep. Just breathe. You're safe. I got into bed, still trembling, and I was trying to settle my heart down when, tap, 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 a knock at my window. My whole body went cold, and even though every part of me was screaming not to move, I got up and went to look. At first, nothing, just darkness outside. I started to close the curtain, hands shaking, and right as the fabric slid across, I saw her face, right there at the window. So close it didn't make sense. And she smiled, this awful, wrong kind of smile, and said, real low, "Hey." But it wasn't friendly. It sounded like a voice trying to pretend. And that's all I remember, because my knees buckled and everything went out. I don't remember hitting the floor. I don't remember anything after that. I just know I never, ever want to see her face again. Hey, okay. I'm just going to tell you this the way I'd tell a friend late at night, because I don't know how else to hold it. My name is Mara, and as long as I can remember, I've been sensitive. Like, too sensitive. I notice things other people don't. I'll catch movement where there shouldn't be any. Hear a whisper that doesn't belong to anyone in the room. Feel a shift in the air like someone just walked through me. I've had experiences that weren't just spooky. They were hostile. I've been shoved awake, cornered by shadows, left shaking in a way I can't explain away. So I've learned to do the usual things. Protect myself. Keep my boundaries. Don't invite anything in. Don't talk to it. Don't react. And it still finds me anyway. This started maybe 10 days ago, give or take. My life is actually pretty good. My marriage is steady, safe, loving, the kind of comfortable that feels like home. We've also been trying to bring a little spark back into things, you know? Not because anything is wrong, just because life gets busy and you want to stay connected. We've talked about it more openly lately. Little conversations in passing, teasing, laughing, that kind of thing. And I hate even saying this out loud because it makes my skin crawl now, but it's like something heard us, like something was listening. The first moment happened in the kitchen. My husband was upstairs with our kid, building some ridiculous block tower and making the kind of chaos that somehow sounds adorable when it's not happening right next to your head. I was cooking, stirring something on the stove, wiping counters, that whole multitasking dance. And I felt it. That sensation like someone steps behind you and you don't need to look to know you're not alone. I heard this whispering, soft, close, like it was right at my ear, but I couldn't make out a single word. I turned, expecting to see my husband coming down to check on dinner. No one was there. But the feeling didn't leave. It lingered like a bruise you haven't touched yet. After that, the days were tense. I'm home most of the time with my kid, so I'd stay busy, keep the lights on, keep music playing, keep my mind moving. But at night, especially on the evenings my husband worked late, the air in our bedroom felt wrong. Not loud, not dramatic, just heavy, like the darkness had weight. I'd see quick movement in the corner of my eye. I'd feel the mattress shift when no one sat down. And I kept doing what I always do. Pretend it's nothing. Ignore it. Don't feed it. Then this weekend happened, and I don't even know how to say it without feeling sick. I was in the shower. Normal routine. Shampoo, rinse, trying to enjoy 5 minutes of peace like it's a luxury vacation. And suddenly I felt a touch. Not a bump, not a cold draft, not that usual presence sensation. This was deliberate, intimate, like a hand right against me, as if someone was right there with me. I froze so hard I couldn't even breathe for a second. Because listen, out of everything I've ever experienced, I've never been touched like that. Not like that. It wasn't just scary. It felt wrong, violating, like someone reached into a place that should belong only to me. And then I did the dumbest thing, the thing I always tell myself I'd never do. I challenged it. Out loud, I said something like, "Do it again." I know. I hate myself a little for that. I think a part of me was trying to take control back. Like if I dared it, maybe it would back off. Maybe it would prove I was imagining it. Maybe it would stop hovering at the edge of my life like some coward. But it didn't stop. I was in bed, half asleep, and I felt that same touch again. On the same side, like it had a preference, like it remembered. And then, I couldn't move. It's like something pinned me down. Not gently, not playfully. Like I was being held in place. Like my body was no longer mine to command. And then something happened that I can't twist into a maybe it was nothing. I can't dress it up. I can't laugh it off. I woke up afterward feeling drained, like someone had taken a part of me and left the rest behind. I felt shaken and exposed and violated. That's the word, violated. And what's making it worse is that in the middle of all that fear, there was this awful, humiliating sense that it was doing it because I invited it, because I dared it, because I opened my mouth, because I thought I was stronger than whatever this is. Like it was saying, "Oh, you want to challenge me? Fine. I'm telling you this because I'm scared. I'm scared to be alone in my own house. I'm scared to go to sleep. I'm scared to shower. I'm scared I made something aware of me in a way I can't undo. And I keep going back and forth between this is real and something is attached to me, and I'm losing my mind and I'm going to ruin my life with paranoia. But my body remembers. My chest tightens even talking about it. I feel on edge in a way that doesn't match a normal nightmare. So I don't know what I provoked. I don't know what rules I broke. I don't know what to do next. I just know I don't want it to happen again. So, there's this little routine I used to have, and honestly, I miss it sometimes. I'd load my yellow Labrador, her name was Lacey, into the car, and we'd drive just a bit outside our village. Not far, maybe a couple kilometers, just enough to get into that quiet countryside where the roads turn to dirt and the fields open up. Lacey was the kind of dog who didn't wander off like she had something to prove. She stayed near me, circled back often, always checking in, devoted in that calm, steady way dogs can be, like, I'm here, I've got you. I'd park at the end of this little farm road, step out, light a cigarette, and let her stretch her legs and run. And the thing is, this wasn't some creepy place. It was the opposite. Wide open, flat land, marshy in spots, low brush, a few scattered trees, but mostly you could see everything in every direction. If someone was out there, you'd know. Sometimes you'd spot a distant tractor or maybe a jogger way off, but usually it was just us and the daylight. Still, I'm American, so you know how it is. Even in a safe place, I'm aware. I carried pepper spray, mostly out of habit, and I had a big dog, so I felt fine. But two things happened out there. Two separate trips, same spot, and neither one was scary exactly. That's what's weird. I wasn't panicked. I wasn't even shaking. I was just bothered, like something in me never quite filed it away. The first time, Lacey and I were standing there, just looking out over the brush, and I noticed this small brown leaf. Just a regular dead leaf, dry, curled, nothing special. Except it wasn't falling. It was hanging, suspended in the air in front of us, at about eye level. And before you ask, no, there wasn't wind. The air was dead still, and there wasn't a branch above it, no bush holding it, no spiderweb strand that I could see, no filament catching the light, nothing. It just hovered there, moving the tiniest bit, like an inch back and forth, as if it was deciding whether to drift away, but never committing. And Lacey saw it too. That's part of what makes it stick in my head. She stopped running and came over and stared up at it, ears forward, that intense dog focus like she was watching a squirrel, except it was a leaf floating in midair. I stood there for, honestly, close to a full minute, just watching it like I was waiting for reality to correct itself. And then I reached out and plucked it. Just took it out of the air. It felt like a leaf. It looked like a leaf. It wasn't sticky. It wasn't caught on anything. I held it up for Lacey to sniff like, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" And she leaned in like she was just as confused as I was. And then I did the only thing that felt sensible, which was, I got back in the car and we went home. Not terrified, just quietly unsettled, like I'd watched a magic trick performed by nobody. Then, maybe a week or two later, another sunny day, broad daylight again, we went back to the same place. Same dirt road, same open fields. Lacey hopped out, started trotting around, and I was standing near the car like usual. And then I heard a voice, clear as anything, from off to my left, somewhere out in the field. Not close, but not far either, like someone calling from maybe 100 meters away. And the voice said, plain as day, "Jules, I can see you. And I need you to understand what makes that so unsettling." Second, the voice was in perfect neutral English. No accent, no German lilt, nothing local about it at all. It sounded like it was meant for me, like it belonged to my world, not that field. And third, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle a little when I remember it. Lacey didn't react. Not even a head turn. If someone had spoken out there, I would have expected her to snap to attention, bark, run toward it, something. But she just kept sniffing around like she hadn't heard a thing. Meanwhile, I'm standing there frozen, staring at empty space, thinking, that's not possible. That's not possible. That's not possible. I didn't respond. I didn't call back. I didn't shout hello like a person in a movie. I just calmly, quickly got us back in the car and drove home. And that's it. That's the whole story. No dramatic ending, no reveal, no explanation. I'm a spiritual person. I believe there are things we don't understand, but I'm not someone who chases spooky experiences. I wasn't out there looking for anything, and I wasn't traumatized by it. It's just that both moments had the same feeling, not threatening, but wrong. Like the world glitched for a second and then kept going, and I was the only one who noticed. And even now, when I picture that open, quiet field in Germany, I still hear it sometimes in my head, the way it sounded so casual and certain. Jules, I can see you. So, a few months after my breakup, I started dating my girlfriend. Her name's Lena, and pretty quickly, she began coming over to my place all the time. From the beginning, she didn't like my apartment. She said the vibe felt off, like weirdly heavy. But honestly, I brushed it off. I figured it was just because she knew I'd lived there with my ex, and that alone can make a place feel strange, you know? But then, after a few weeks, maybe a couple months, 3 things happened that I still can't fully explain. The first one was sleep paralysis. I was 23, and it had never happened to me before. Not once. Suddenly, I'm waking up and I can't move, like my body is glued to the bed. No shadows in the corner, no figure standing over me, none of that. Just locked in place. At first, I tried to stay calm and tell myself it was just stress or something. And I found this trick where I could kind of shake myself out of it, like rocking my shoulders side to side until my body snapped awake again. Still, it was unsettling. It didn't feel normal. Then came the second thing, and this is the one that still gives me chills when I replay it. One night, I had a few friends over, like 3, maybe 4 of us. We were just hanging out, drinking a bit, smoking, laughing, playing music on Spotify through the TV. Normal night, nothing dramatic. Then one of my friends puts on this French rap track, someone he knew, like a friend of a friend. And I remember the timing so clearly because it was so stupidly perfect, it almost felt staged. Right after the intro, the first line comes in, something like, "This new vibe is really dark." And right as that line lands, everything shuts off. The TV dies. The music cuts mid-word. The apartment drops into darkness, and it's not just quiet. It's that thick, sudden silence that feels way too big for the room. Like someone pressed mute on the whole world. My friends were hyped, laughing like, "No way, that timing was insane." They thought it was the coolest coincidence ever, like a cinematic moment. But me? I swear my stomach dropped. I got that cold rush up my spine, like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. And after that, I finally told them what Lena had been saying, how she felt like the place was weird, that it didn't feel right. Of course, that made them more excited. They immediately started joking about doing a Ouija board, calling spirits, all that. And I was like, absolutely not. Not in my house. I don't care how funny it is. No. About an hour later, the power comes back, and the rest of the night is normal, like nothing happened. Then, nothing for a while. Until another night, a few weeks later, maybe longer, I throw a small party again. This time there are like 5 or 6 people over, and the electricity goes out again. No dramatic timing this time, just annoying like, seriously? Not again. So we do the obvious thing. We put my phone on the table, throw on a playlist, and keep the night going until the power comes back. Music's playing, people are talking, it's fine. Then suddenly the music stops. At first I think the playlist ended, but it didn't. And then I realize my phone is buzzing. Someone's calling me. My phone is on silent, so the only sound is that low vibration rattling against the tabletop. And my phone is near the edge. The vibrations keep nudging it, millimeter by millimeter, until it finally slides off. It drops. Bang! Loud as hell. And I'm not exaggerating. The exact moment it hits the floor, the lights come back on. Electricity returns instantly, like the apartment waited for that impact as some kind of cue. And I'm standing there, with my heart pounding, just thinking, what are the odds of that? After that, nothing major happened again. No big dramatic power cuts with perfect timing. I eventually moved out a couple months later, mostly to be closer to work, but I'd be lying if I said those nights weren't in the back of my mind. Here's the thing. I'm not even religious. I'd call myself agnostic. I don't want to believe in ghosts. I'm usually the type to look for the boring explanation first. But those moments, they mess with you. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe the building had bad wiring. Maybe my phone falling and the power returning was just random timing. Or maybe, just maybe, something was there, and it really didn't like the music. I don't know. All I know is, since leaving that place, I haven't experienced anything like that again. That was around 2 years ago now. Although, I still get sleep paralysis sometimes. So, yeah, make of that what you want. So, this started a little over 2 weeks ago, and at first, I genuinely thought my doorbell camera was just acting up. I've got one of those smart doorbells, nothing fancy, but it usually does its job. The weird part was, during the day, it recorded perfectly. Clear video, normal motion alerts, everything. But at night, whenever it detected movement right in front of my door, the video would either glitch into a mess of static or just snap into a black screen like someone had shut its eyes. And I'm not helpless with tech, you know? I'm the kind of person who actually tries things before panicking. I rebooted the system, reconnected it to Wi-Fi, updated the app, even changed the settings like 3 different times. I unplugged it for a while and plugged it back in, thinking maybe it just needed a clean restart. Nothing changed. At first, I shrugged it off. I live on an older street, and sometimes the signal gets spotty, especially late at night when the weather's humid or the router decides to be dramatic. But then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. It wasn't random. It happened at the exact same time, every night. 2:37, not 2:36, not 2:38, always 2:37, like it was scheduled. So yeah, curiosity got me. The next night, I decided I was going to watch the live feed. Not the recording after, live. I sat there with my phone in my hand, waiting, trying to convince myself I was being silly. I started watching at 2:36, and for a few seconds it was totally normal. In the weak orange light from the street lamp, I could see the empty sidewalk, a parked car down the street, tree branches moving a little in the breeze. Quiet, ordinary. Then, motion detected. The screen trembled, like the camera was struggling to focus. For a split second, I thought someone was walking up, but there was no body, no face, nothing. Just this crawling static, like interference crawling across the image. And then, black. Not dark because it's nighttime. I mean black, like the feed had been erased, like someone had pressed their palm over the lens. I remember standing up so fast my chair scraped the floor. I went straight to the window and pulled the curtain back, and I'm telling you, there was no one outside my door. The streetlights were still on. The road looked exactly the same as it always does. Everything looked normal. But I didn't feel normal. I waited, maybe a minute, maybe two, long enough for my nerves to start buzzing in my arms. And then my phone feed suddenly returned like nothing had happened. Only, something had changed. Right in the center of the camera's view, near my doormat, there was a mark on the ground. And it didn't look like dirt. It looked like the pavement had briefly softened, like it had warped and then hardened again, like something heavy and wrong had pressed into it. The shape was what really got me. It wasn't a shoe print. It wasn't even a normal footprint. It was long and narrow, almost like a stretched handprint, but with 3 distinct, separated toes. Thin, pointed, too evenly spaced, like something that didn't bend the way it was supposed to bend. I didn't sleep after that. I tried, but every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that shape. The next morning I checked the footage. The 237 clip was missing, completely gone, like it had never existed. But what made my skin go cold wasn't the missing recording. It was something else the camera captured later. A single-frame snapshot at 4:09. Just one image saved by the system like a glitchy afterthought. 2 round eyes, bright, still, reflective, like an animal caught in headlights. Except they weren't angled like an animal's. They were level, centered, staring straight into the lens, like whatever it was knew exactly where to look. And since then, it keeps happening. Every night at the same time, 2:37, the feed breaks down, the footage disappears, like the camera is being punished for trying to see. But do you know the worst part? Last night, I was watching again. I told myself I wouldn't, but I did. I was staring at the screen, holding my breath, waiting for the moment it always happens. And right before the feed collapsed into black, I saw something in the reflection. Not on the sidewalk, not under the streetlight, in the shadow near my door, where the camera barely reaches. A shape. Tall, leaning, like it was bending forward, like it was trying to stay hidden but couldn't resist looking. And I swear to you, this is the part I can't stop thinking about. It wasn't looking at my door. It was looking at me, like it knew I was watching, like it had been waiting for me to notice. So, my boyfriend Evan and I moved into this house about 5 weeks ago, and I swear it's one of those places that feels normal until you're actually living in it. It's a simple layout, 1 main floor and then a fully finished basement. Nothing about the basement looks creepy. Clean walls, decent lighting, normal hallway. But the second you walk down there, your body just knows. Every single person who's visited has said some version of the same thing. I don't like it down here. And they always point to the same spot. The back bedroom, last door on the left. People joke about bad vibes, but nobody laughs while they're saying it. It's more like they're trying to convince themselves it's fine. And I hate that I agree. Every time I'm down there alone, I get this steady, crawling feeling, like someone is watching me from a place I can't see. Not a quick scare either. It's patient. Like it's been there longer than I have, and it's not in a hurry. Our first real experience happened about 3 weeks ago. The first night we actually stayed there after closing. We were upstairs, sitting on the couch, trying to relax, and we heard someone coughing from the basement. At first we did the whole, "it's just the house settling" thing. But it happened again. Not constantly, just enough to make us keep looking at each other like, "Did you hear that?" Along with that, there were these creaks, like careful footsteps, not random pops. And then it got worse, because when we finally went downstairs to check, the door to that back bedroom was open. Which doesn't sound dramatic, I know, except we keep every basement door shut. Always. It's become this weird habit already, like we're trying to keep the basement contained. We stared at that open door for a few seconds, and neither of us wanted to be the one to step closer. So we closed it, told ourselves it was a draft or something stupid, and went upstairs. That night, Evan woke up screaming, like full panic, pointing at the corner of our bedroom and yelling that someone was standing there. I turned on every light so fast I'm surprised I didn't break the switch. There was no one. Nothing. No movement, no shadow, no explanation. Just Evan shaking and sweating and staring at the corner like it had teeth. After that, we didn't really sleep. We did that half-sleep thing where your eyes close but your brain stays wide awake, listening. After that, things stayed mostly quiet. If you ignore the occasional groan from the basement or the weird little noises that make you pause mid-sentence. But then there's our cat. We brought her with us. She's usually sweet, a little clingy, normal cat stuff. But since we moved in, she's been different. Like someone swapped her out. She'll sit at the top of the basement stairs and just stare down for long stretches, ears forward, totally still. And when I'm alone, I keep catching her peeking around corners and watching me like she's tracking something I can't see. It's not cute. It's unsettling. Because it feels like she's looking past me. A few nights ago, Evan's parents temporarily moved in with us. They took the upstairs room, so Evan and I moved into the basement, but not the bad bedroom. We stayed in the room next to it, the one that shares a wall. The first night down there, we tried to pretend it was fine. We put on a movie, pulled up the blankets, forced normalcy. But while we were watching, we kept hearing little sounds from down the hall, like something sliding, something tipping over. Soft thuds. We didn't talk about it at first. We just kept watching the screen harder, like ignoring it could erase it. And then the lights started flickering. Not a gentle little dim, like angry strobing. And then, gone. Total blackout. A minute later, the power snapped back on and stayed on, like nothing happened. But when the lights came back, the air felt different. I don't know how else to say that. Before, it felt like being watched. After the power came back, it felt like I wasn't welcome. Like something had finally noticed I could feel it, and it didn't like that. That night I barely slept, and when I did, the dreams were so real they made me nauseous. Violent, graphic dreams of me dying, over and over, different ways, like scenes someone was forcing me to watch. In one, something grabbed me in the shower and I couldn't scream. In another, there was a woman, up on the ceiling, staring straight down at us, like gravity didn't apply to her. And then there was a man in the corner again, always the corner, just standing there like he'd been waiting. When I woke up, my nails were bloody, like I'd been clawing at something, and I had scratches across my back and chest. I just sat there holding my breath, trying to figure out how that could even happen. I've never been someone who sleepwalks or thrashes. I've always been a calm sleeper. This wasn't normal. Last night was worse. I couldn't settle at all. I kept my music on because the silence down there feels heavy. But even with the music, I kept catching whispers underneath it, like soft voices woven into the air. Every time I paused the song to listen, everything went dead quiet. So quiet my ears rang. It felt like the house was holding its breath until I stopped paying attention again. And the dreams came back, violent again, and it was always the same two figures, the woman and the man. Like they were repeating themselves, like they wanted me to remember them. This morning I woke up with my nails bloody again, and a single letter scratched into my chest. T. Not a random scratch, a clear shape. And then I heard knocking from the wall, the one we share with that back bedroom. A slow knock, like knuckles, then rustling, like something shifting on the other side, right up against the drywall. I just laid there staring, completely still, because I didn't want to give it anything. I didn't want it to know I was listening. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't feel safe in that house. Everyone feels something down there, but it only seems to focus on me, like I'm the easiest one to reach, or the one it wants. So tonight I'm staying with friends. I need to get out of that house, even if it's just for a night, because I can feel myself unraveling. I'm exhausted, I'm scared, and it feels like the basement is getting bolder. And the part that keeps looping in my head is this: what if it's not trying to scare me? What if it's trying to drive me out? So, growing up, my siblings and I had this weird normal in our house. Things we didn't even question after a while because it happened so often. We used to see these shadowy figures, not like a full person you could stare at, more like an outline, a pitch black shape you'd catch in the corner of your eye. One felt like a kid, and the other felt like an adult man, just from the height and the shape of them. And the second you'd turn your head to look straight at it, gone, like it was never there. They showed up in the same places too, mostly the upstairs bathroom and the basement bathroom, like those rooms were their spots. And on top of that, we'd hear heavy footsteps pacing around the house, even when we were home alone, or when all of us were piled into one room together. We always blamed the bigger shadow for that. In our heads, we literally had categories: the old man and the kid. And the kid, was a little menace. Sometimes you'd hear your name whispered from somewhere it absolutely shouldn't be coming from. Then this soft little laugh right after, like it thought it was hilarious. Toys would end up moved, turned around, shoved into weird places, just enough to make you doubt yourself for a second, and then feel your stomach drop. And the older one, the man, I swear I'd hear him do this deep, tired sigh, the kind adults make when they've had a long day and their bones feel heavy. That part weirdly creeped me out the most because it sounded so human. Okay, let me tell you the main thing, the story that still makes me feel cold when I think about it. One day, my brother and I decided we were going to decorate our room. And by decorate, I mean we raided the basement like we were little gremlins. Our mom had this habit of buying odd stuff from yard sales: old paintings, dusty frames, random antique-looking things, and most of it ended up shoved downstairs. So we grabbed a bunch of old candles, a couple of those creepy paintings, and this one potted baby tree we found down there too. Like a little sapling in a pot, sitting in the dim basement like it had been waiting. We dragged it all upstairs, set everything up, and felt extremely proud of ourselves, like we'd made our room into some kind of haunted museum. That night, we go to sleep. The next morning, my brother, let's call him Brady, comes rushing over to me with this look on his face like he just discovered a secret door in the house. He goes, "I saw him." And I'm like, "Saw who?" And Brady tells me, dead serious, that he saw a ghost last night, an older man, floating in our room. And not just floating randomly, he said it was attached to the tree. He described it so clearly it made my skin prickle. He said the ghost was kind of bluish gray, like moonlight on fog. More visible up top, like the face and shoulders were the clearest part, and the lower you looked, the more it faded. No feet at all, just thinning into nothing. He said it would drift away from the tree, only a few feet, and then blink out. And then, instantly, it would reappear right beside the tree again, like the tree was an anchor and the ghost was on a leash. And then Brady says, like it's no big deal, "I reached out to touch it." My stomach dropped when he said that. Now here's the thing. I half believed him, and half didn't want to. But I was also the younger brother, and I wanted to seem brave, so I did what younger brothers do. I lied. I told him with a straight face that I see ghosts all the time, that once I even saw something like a 3-headed dragon ghost when I went downstairs for water at night, which is extra funny because I was terrified of going downstairs alone at night. I wouldn't do that for $1 million. But Brady's eyes got huge, like I was suddenly the coolest person alive. And he believed me, because after what he'd just experienced, why wouldn't he? Then comes the next night, and that's when it was my turn. I'd been watching TV downstairs and fell asleep on the couch, something I apparently did a lot. At some point, my dad carried me upstairs, tossed me onto my bed, and, bless him, didn't bother with a blanket. Just, "Good night, kid. Survive." So later I wake up freezing. Half asleep, shivering, I reach out to grab my blanket, and I see a man floating in my room. Not a shadow this time, not a corner of the eye thing, a full-on see-through man. Everything Brady described was right. The pale glow, the clearer face, the body fading as it went down, the way it hovered like gravity didn't apply, and the tree still in the corner, like it was the center of the whole thing. And I just lost it. I screamed like something was trying to kill me, and the moment I screamed, the ghost drifted toward me. Not fast, not charging, just gliding closer, like it was curious, or maybe like my fear pulled it in. Then it disappeared, and reappeared at the tree, then floated toward me again. And I'm crying now, full panic, the kind where your chest hurts and you can't get enough air, and I'm backing into my pillow like that's going to save me. My dad comes running in, because obviously, and he's scanning the room like there's an intruder. And then he sees it. I'll never forget that part, because my dad didn't freeze. He didn't scream. He just reached for the switch and flipped the light on. And the second the light hit the room, the ghost was gone, like it never existed. I looked at my dad and I was like, "Did you see it?" And he hesitated, just long enough. Then he goes, "It's probably just a reflection." And I wanted to believe him so badly. I needed it to be a reflection. But even at that age, I was like, a reflection doesn't float. So I asked him how a reflection can drift around the room, disappear, reappear by the tree, and move toward me. And my dad, trying to be gentle, finally admits it. He tells me he didn't want to scare me, but yeah, it wasn't a reflection. It was a ghost. He tells me to sleep in my mom's room, and that night I curled up with them, shaking and exhausted, and I still had nightmares. And the wildest part? Brady and my dad later slept in our room again, with the lights off, like it was no big deal. Like having a pale, tired-looking man casually floating near a baby tree in the corner was just another Tuesday. Meanwhile, I'm in the other room, clinging to my mom, wondering how anyone on earth could fall asleep with that hanging over their heads. So, this is mostly a summary, but I'll try to tell it the way it actually felt. A while back, I got into a really ugly fight with my parents, right in the middle of moving out. I was packing up my life, trying to get to my sister's place, and the whole thing just exploded. And when it was over, I didn't feel relief. I felt hollow, like something in me cracked and didn't bounce back. I've dealt with depression for as long as I can remember, but that argument pushed me into a deeper place than usual. I started coping in ways I'm not proud of, sleeping way too much, shutting everyone out, and, yeah, hurting myself. Not in a dramatic way, just in that quiet, private way that feels like you're trying to turn your brain off for a second. For days, I barely ate, I barely left the room. I'd wake up, stare at the ceiling, and then crawl right back into sleep like it was the only place I didn't have to pretend I was okay. And then I had this dream. Quick thing about me, I almost never have nightmares and I hardly ever remember my dreams. The only time I have intense ones is if I fall asleep flat on my back, which I normally avoid. But this time, I did, and I remembered it. Not clearly though. It's weird. Every time I try to replay it in my head, it's like my mind smears it on purpose. Like it's trying to protect me by making it slippery. In the dream, I'm lying in my bed. Everything looks normal. Same room, same blankets, same dim light. But I can't move. And I know what you're thinking. Sleep paralysis. But it wasn't that. I wasn't awake. I knew I was dreaming. It was like being trapped inside a dream version of my body. And at the foot of my bed, there was something standing there. I knew, without even questioning it, that it was a demon. I can't tell you what it looked like. I can't tell you its face or the sound of its voice. Every time I try, my brain goes foggy, like the details are behind frosted glass. Honestly, I stopped forcing it. It feels like something I'm not meant to pull back into focus. But here's the part that still messes with me. I wasn't scared. I should have been terrified, right? But I wasn't. I felt calm. Almost like I understood it couldn't actually hurt me unless I gave it permission. And then it spoke. Not loudly. More like it slid the words into the room. I don't remember the exact sentence, but it was something like, "I know you're exhausted. I can carry this for you. Just let me in and I'll end the pain." It kept going. It was persuasive, almost gentle, like it was offering a solution, not a threat. Like it wanted me to hand my life over and stop fighting, and it would take care of everything for me. And I remember thinking, even in the dream, that's not help. That's a trap. The ridiculous part is, I couldn't even respond. I was frozen. Like, "Sorry, buddy, I literally can't answer you right now." Then I woke up. At first, the dream felt like any other weird nightmare that fades by lunchtime. I remember sitting there thinking, okay, that was unsettling. Anyway. But later that night, I got in the shower, and when the water hit my chest, I looked down and just stopped. There were scratches, fresh looking, like they'd happened recently. Not deep enough to be bleeding badly or anything, but clearly there. And it wasn't random. There was a pattern, like someone had tried to write something with nails. Except now it's all I can think about. The marks looked like symbols, or maybe Roman numerals. The closest I can describe it is something like IIVII, or maybe IIXII. My memory keeps flipping it around, like it can't settle on the exact order. I remember staring at it in the mirror, trying to translate it into a number, thinking maybe it meant 27. But then I caught myself because Roman numerals don't really work like that. So I just stood there, water running, staring at those scratches, feeling this cold, heavy question settle in my stomach. If that dream was just a dream, why did I wake up with something carved into my skin? Hey, so I want to tell you something that still gives me chills when I think about it. This isn't a made-up story, and I'm not trying to dramatize anything. These were things my family and I genuinely lived through over a couple of years, around 2019 to 2021, when life moved us from our hometown into the city. It was just the three of us then, my mom, my younger sister, her name's Rhea, and me. I'd been living in my college hostel before that, But once Mom and Ria relocated to the city for the last stretch of my degree, we rented a small apartment so we could finally be together. The place was simple. A tight little living room, a kitchen, and at the far end of the living room, there was this short corridor leading to the bathroom. 2 bedrooms faced each other across that corridor. Nothing fancy, nothing unusual at first glance. But the very first night, we slept in the living room, all 3 of us. And before dawn, around 5:20 in the morning, Ria suddenly shook me and my mom awake. Her voice was trembling. She kept saying, "Someone's there. Someone's standing near the bathroom." Me and Mom, half asleep and trying not to scare her, brushed it off as a nightmare. You know how younger siblings can wake up and you just want to calm them down. But later that same day, she wouldn't let it go. She said she didn't just feel something, she saw something. A shadow-like figure. And the detail that made my stomach drop even then. She said it looked impossibly tall, like 6.5 feet, maybe taller, just standing there in the corridor. Mom told her to pray before sleeping. We tried to move on. And for a while, nothing happened. But something shifted in the house anyway. A few months went by and we started fighting, constantly. Not normal disagreements. I mean the kind of arguments that erupt out of nowhere, over the smallest things, and somehow become huge. The air in that apartment felt heavy, like we were all on edge without knowing why. Sometimes it would take days, weeks, for things to calm down. Then one evening, Ria was in one of the bedrooms, standing in front of the mirror, combing her hair. And suddenly, she sprinted out like she was being chased. She was pale. Her hands were shaking so badly she dropped the comb on the floor and didn't even think to pick it up. She said, "I saw an old woman. Not in the room, in the mirror." She swore she saw the face of an elderly woman hovering just above her head in the reflection, like someone had leaned in behind her. That was the first time my mom and I looked at each other and didn't immediately say, "It's nothing." That night, we called my dad. He was working abroad at the time, and when we told him everything, especially the part about the figure and the mirror, he didn't argue with us. He just said, very calmly, "Start looking for another place." We tried. Honestly, we did. But it was one problem after another: budget, distance, availability. And since we were both nearing the end of our studies, we kept telling ourselves, just get through this, just one more year. Then came the incident I can still picture like a photograph. One afternoon, I went with my mom to a nearby supermarket to grab groceries. We were gone for what we thought would be no more than 10 minutes. It was bright daylight, and Ria agreed to stay home because, daytime felt safer. When we left, she was sitting on the sofa watching TV. And then, while she was alone, the power suddenly cut out. The screen went black. Not standing this time. Sitting. Close. She told me later she couldn't even breathe properly. She didn't dare turn her head. She just froze, staring straight ahead, praying we'd come back fast. And when my mom and I opened the door, it was like the air changed. She said the figure vanished the moment we walked in, like it had never been there. After that, everything got worse because the world shut down. COVID hit, lockdown started, and we were trapped inside that apartment for months with online classes. No escape, no normal routines, no easy way to hunt for a new place. The walls felt closer every day. Then one night, this is the moment that finally broke something inside me. Ria and I were watching TV in the living room. Mom went to the bathroom. My phone started ringing and it was in the bedroom. So I got up and walked from the living room into the bedroom to grab it. And the second I stepped in, Ria screamed. Not just called out, She screamed, "Mom! Mom!" Mom rushed out of the bathroom, and I ran back into the living room, phone forgotten. Rhea was shaking so hard, her whole body looked like it was shivering from cold. But the room wasn't cold. She could barely speak, but she forced the words out. She said she saw the tall shadow figure move, fast, across the doorway of the room I'd just entered, and disappear into the other bedroom. Like it was watching us, tracking us, and it didn't care that we were all awake. After that, we started praying every day. Not casually, seriously. Morning, evening, whenever the air felt wrong. And slowly, the strange things started happening less. Not completely gone, but quieter. Like whatever it was didn't like being noticed. Eventually, I finished college. Rhea finished high school. We never found another apartment in time, so we packed up and went back to our hometown the moment we could. And I remember my mom saying, almost like a promise to herself, "We're never coming back here again." Because some places don't just feel uncomfortable. Some places feel wrong. And I know it sounds cinematic. I know it sounds like the kind of thing you'd see in a movie and roll your eyes at. But this happened to us. All of it. Now Rhea and I have moved on with our lives. We actually left the country and we live in Dubai now. But even here, even in a bright, busy city full of people, sometimes, when I wake up too early, when it's still dark and quiet, I still think of that corridor, and the way my sister's voice sounded the first time she whispered, "Someone's there." So, this is one of those things I don't tell people right away, because it sounds like something you'd brush off as a weird childhood phase. But I remember it too clearly for that. When I was little, around 5 or 6, I started having these dreams about a black panther. At first, it was almost ordinary, in that strange way kid dreams can be. He'd show up, watch me, then disappear. Nothing dramatic, nothing that screamed nightmare. And then, the second or third time I dreamed about him, the whole thing turned. He wasn't just there anymore. He became hostile, like he'd decided I belonged to him, like my fear was the point. In the dreams, he'd creep into my room and perch on my chest, heavy as a boulder, like he was pinning my spirit down as much as my body. And he'd taunt me in this low, rasping hiss from somewhere across the room. "I see you." I can still hear it. I'm not exaggerating. I can still hear the way it stretched out, like he enjoyed making the words crawl under my skin. That's actually how he got his name, at least the name I gave him. I didn't call him I see. Not exactly. In my head it came out as something like I zai, a kid's version of the sound that haunted me. And what makes it creepier is that it didn't start in every house. It started in that house. My family had just moved. Before that, we were living in an older place that belonged to a relative, and the whole situation ended badly. We had to leave fast, and it wasn't exactly gentle or mutual. My parents found a new townhouse in a quieter neighborhood, the kind of place where kids ride bikes outside, and you can hear dinner being cooked through open windows. On paper, it was a fresh start. But inside that townhouse, there was this constant undercurrent, like the air was heavier than it should have been. My brothers were tiny then, 3 and 4 maybe, and their room was right next to mine. They didn't talk about nightmares the way I did. They mostly just hated one part of the house with this stubborn, immediate panic that only little kids seem capable of: the basement. The basement itself wasn't even gross. It was finished. Couch space, a TV stand, enough room to play. But there was a corner down there that nobody lingered near. A small bathroom, and beside it a storage room, almost like a little cellar. Nothing dramatic about it, just two plain doors. Except every single person in my family avoided those doors like they were hot. We didn't store anything in that bathroom. No hand soap, no extra towels, nothing. And the storage room stayed mostly empty except for a couple random boxes, like the previous owners had fled mid-unpacking, and we'd silently agreed not to touch whatever feeling lived in there. That was the part everyone felt. But Isai, he felt like he was mine. It started happening whenever I did anything wrong. And I mean kid wrong, not criminal, not evil, just human mistakes. If I spilled juice and my mom sighed, if I forgot homework, if I got a mark on a quiz that wasn't perfect, if I snapped at one of my brothers and felt guilty afterward. That's when the dreams would come. I'd fall asleep fine, and then I'd wake up, at least I thought I was waking up, with that instant stomach-dropping dread, like my body knew before my brain did. And then I'd hear it. I see you. Sometimes it was from the corner of my room. Sometimes it felt like it came from the doorway. Sometimes it sounded like it was right next to my ear, even when I couldn't move my head. The pressure on my chest would follow. Not like a blanket, not like being hugged, like something with intention had decided to sit down on me and keep me there. It didn't just scare me at night. It made me afraid of living during the day. I became this tiny little perfectionist, terrified of making mistakes, terrified of being noticed by whatever it was. I second-guessed everything, even normal kid stuff, laughing too loud, stepping wrong, saying the wrong thing, felt like it might summon him again. After a while, I stopped telling my parents every time it happened. Not because I didn't want help, but because how do you explain that something is punishing you for being imperfect? How do you describe a panther that isn't really a panther? More like a dark shape with ears and a tail, a presence with weight. It went on for months, maybe longer. Time gets fuzzy when you're that small. But I remember the night it peaked, because it was the first time I tried to fight it. I woke up with that dread already pouring through me like cold water. I knew he was coming, before the voice, before the weight. So I sprang out of bed and ran for my parents' room. I tried to scream. I tried so hard. Nothing came out. Not even a whisper. And then, like someone had rewound a tape, I was suddenly back in my bed again, flat on my back, with that crushing weight on my chest like I'd never moved at all. That was the moment I realized I couldn't escape him inside those dreams. It didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter how fast I ran. I was caught the second he decided I was caught. And then, it stopped. But not the way you'd expect. One night, I didn't wake up into terror. I just arrived somewhere. In the dream, I was walking beside him, and it wasn't my street. It was the playground from the older townhouse complex, the one we'd lived in before everything fell apart. The sun was going down, and the whole sky was painted this soft mix of peach and pink, like someone had rubbed warmth into the clouds. Everything felt muffled, like the world was holding its breath. And Isaiah was calm. Not looming, not threatening, just walking with me, like we were two people sharing a quiet moment. Then he did something that still messes with me when I think about it. He apologized. He told me he was sorry for everything. He said he had to do it, that it was his job, like he'd been assigned to me, like he was a role that had to be played until the lesson was done. He said this would be the last time I'd see him. And then he said something that made my whole chest ache, even in the dream. He told me he was going to move on to another child, that he would miss me. I remember staring at him, still afraid, still confused, because how do you feel relief and grief at the same time for something that terrified you? At the end of that dream, he hugged me. Not crushing, not trapping. A real hug, brief, almost careful. And I woke up sweating, heart racing, but with this strange, clean feeling, like the air in my room had finally cleared. I went back to sleep, and for the first time in months, I slept like a normal kid. That was the last time. I'm older now, grown, living far away from that place, with a whole different life. And still, even now, I can remember his voice, that rasp, that hiss, the weight on my chest, the silhouette, dark, faceless, unmistakable. I know people will want to label it sleep paralysis, stress, trauma, a child's brain trying to process a scary move and an unstable home situation. Maybe. And I don't think I'll ever fully understand why. But I'll also never forget the way he said it. I see you. Hey, so this is a short one, but it's stuck with me for years. I still find myself replaying it in my head, like my brain never filed it away properly. Back in 2013, my family and I were living in this older apartment that had been carved out of what used to be a full-sized house. You could feel that history in it. 2 floors, an attic space, even a basement below us. It was the kind of place where the floors creaked in a way that made you think you heard footsteps, even when you knew you were alone. That day was totally normal. My son was at school, my wife was at work, and I was home by myself, just sitting in my chair in the living room, half watching TV, half zoning out. I remember feeling comfortable, safe, like the world was on pause. And then, this bang. Not like a knock, not like something falling. A bang that sounded like the air itself got punched. Before I could even stand up, 3 people came rushing in, all masked, all moving fast, like they'd done it before. My mind couldn't catch up. I was just staring at them like I'd suddenly been dropped into the wrong movie. One of them raised a gun and pointed it straight at my head. I didn't even have time to speak. There was a flash, a crack, this sharp, violent sound, and I felt something slam into my head. It wasn't like getting punched. It was heavier than that, like a hard impact that stole the strength from my whole body in one instant. I remember going limp, and I distinctly remember the back of my head hitting the chair as I folded. And then the strangest part happened. I couldn't move, couldn't lift a finger, couldn't even flinch, but I felt like I was sinking, like my body was dropping through the chair. It was like the chair stopped being solid, and I just slid through it into this dark space beneath everything. But here's the thing. Even though it felt like I was falling into darkness, I could still see my living room. I could see the TV glow. I could see my body slumped there. I could see the 3 masked people. It's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it felt like I was somewhere else and still in the room at the same time. Like my perspective had detached from me, but didn't leave. I don't think it lasted long. In that weird, dark under place, time didn't feel normal. But I remember 2 of them staying near the doorway, watching, while the one with the gun started messing with stuff on the entertainment center, moving things around like he was searching for something specific. And then, just like that, I snapped awake. I came back in my body like someone shoved me into it. I was drenched in sweat. Not a little sweat, like I'd run a race in my clothes. The back of my chair was wet. My head felt unbearable, like the front half of my skull had been crushed inward. It was this deep, splitting migraine that made the room tilt and blur. I stood up, and my balance was messed up right away. My legs felt weak, like they weren't fully mine yet. I stumbled to the kitchen, grabbed a cold bottle of water, and then went to the bathroom and dug around for something, anything. So I took some Excedrin and tried to breathe through it. And the part that makes me question myself to this day, There was no sign of anything. No forced door, no mess, no evidence anything had happened at all. It was like it had been wiped out, like I'd dreamed it, except my body was reacting like I'd survived something real. So I did the only thing I could afford. I stayed home, tried to keep my head still, and spent the rest of the day feeling shaken and miserable, like my nervous system had been grabbed and rattled. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before or since, not even close. But I think about it all the time, because I can't decide what's scarier, that it really happened, or that my mind and body could make something feel that real and leave me with pain like a warning. Hello everyone watching the Paranormal M channel. Where are you tuning in from? Let me know in the comments. Thanks so much for sharing your paranormal experiences with me. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss more spooky stories. Now, let's get into my favorite part, telling you about my own paranormal experiences. Alright, it's bedtime. Put on your headphones, grab your blanket, and get cozy. So, my mom had gone off on a little holiday, which meant I was staying with my dad for a few days. And we were in full survival mode, ordering food for lunch, ordering food for dinner, just living that lazy life. That night, Dad looks at me and goes, "Hey, can you grab chicken rice from that place nearby? The one a few streets down?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, easy." So I bike over, pick it up, and on the way back I park my bike and start walking the last bit to our apartment. But here's the thing, there was construction happening right at the main gate, so residents couldn't use the normal entrance. We had to take this alternate route that was, honestly, kind of gross. Narrow path, uneven ground, overgrown plants everywhere, thick trees leaning in like they're listening to you. And of course, because I'm me, I'm walking with the chicken rice in one hand and scrolling reels on my phone with the other, not even looking up properly. Then I hear it. This rustling, right in the bushes beside the path. I freeze for like half a second, but then I tell myself, "Relax, Rylan, it's probably a lizard, or a rat, or just the wind. Something small, something normal." So I keep going. I reach the apartment gate, just a basic metal gate, nothing fancy, and I unlatch it, step inside, and hook it back behind me like usual. Then I start climbing the stairs. I pass the first floor, heading up toward the second, and bang! The gate behind me starts shaking like it's about to rip off its hinges. Not a gentle rattle, not a wind pushed it kind of shake. Violent, like somebody was throwing their whole body into it, like they were desperate, like they needed to get in. My heart went straight up into my throat, and here's the part where I admit something embarrassing. Instead of doing the smart thing, like running upstairs and locking the door, I turned around. Yeah, I went back down. I'm creeping down the steps, chicken rice still in my hand like that's going to protect me. And I get to the gate and nothing. Just stillness. The gate isn't moving. No footsteps, no shadow, no voice, no anything. I stare through the bars, empty. I even unlatched it and looked out onto the path, expecting maybe a stray dog or someone messing around. Nothing. To convince myself I wasn't imagining it, I grabbed the gate and shook it a little, like, could it have just done that? But it didn't feel loose. It didn't feel like it would bang like that on its own. Still, I forced myself to laugh it off. Okay, whatever. Probably some weird coincidence. So I go upstairs, eat dinner with my dad, watch a bit of TV, act normal. Eventually, I climb into bed. Later that night, I'm texting a friend about it like, "Bro, the gate went crazy. I thought it was a dog or something." And while I'm typing, it just hits me, like a cold drop in my stomach. The construction people had cleared out all the stray dogs in the area earlier that week. They'd been complaining about them hanging around the site. there weren't any dogs left. I just stared at my phone, rereading what I wrote, and I swear my hands started trembling. My skin went prickly. My chest felt tight like I couldn't get a full breath. Because if it wasn't a dog, then what the hell was it? That banging felt real, like something was right there on the other side of that gate, and it wanted in. So I've kind of grown up with the feeling that my house isn't just our house, you know? Like, there's always been something else around. Not constantly in your face, but enough that you learn what it feels like when the air shifts a little. My mom's the main magnet, honestly. She's had weird paranormal stuff happen to her whole life, so if anything in our house is going to reach out to someone, it's her. Me? I try really hard to pretend I don't notice anything. I'm fine with spooky stories anywhere else, but in my own home? No thanks. If I'm heading down to the basement at night to switch the laundry or grab something from storage, I'm suddenly the biggest believer in speed walking and not looking over my shoulder. I think I've trained myself to block a lot of it out, which is why it really gets to me when something breaks through anyway. Like this one night, more recent, my parents and I were all home. I was in the kitchen rinsing a plate, and my mom was in the living room, just around the corner. My dad walks out of the kitchen toward her, and he calls out her name like, "Hey, Mom," trying to get her attention. And I swear to you, I hear my mom's voice answer from the hallway, right between the kitchen and the living room. This drawn-out, playful, kind of teasing, "Yeah?" Like the silly little tone she uses when she's being dramatic. Except, she wasn't being dramatic. Because immediately after, my actual mom responds from the living room, and she's irritated, like, "What?" in this sharp, annoyed tone, like my dad's bothering her. And I just froze. My stomach dropped. I turned and went, "Dad, did you hear that?" And he just looked at me like I had grown a second head. Nothing. Only me. That exact spot in the hallway, same place, was involved again a few days later. My mom told me she heard my voice call out for her, really urgent. Like, "Mom!" Drawn out and stressed, like I needed help right that second. And here's the thing, I wasn't even home. I was at the gym across town. She said she genuinely thought I'd come home early and rushed upstairs, like I'd maybe gotten hurt or something. She called me immediately, actually panicked, just to make sure I was okay. Because with her, it's not just, "Oh, that's creepy." She's the kind of person who believes she can sense things before they happen, or feel when someone's in trouble. So for her to hear that kind of urgent call, it wasn't just unsettling. It felt like a warning. And it made the whole thing even worse, because it didn't feel random. It felt intentional. This isn't even new either. Years ago, again right near that hallway, I was in my room alone. No TV on, no music, nothing. Just quiet. And I hear my great aunt's voice clear as day, right behind my bedroom door, like she was standing there. She had passed away not long before that, and she had this really distinct, warm little twang, like nobody else in my family. And she goes, "Hi, Rena." Not my exact name, just close enough that it still hit me like ice water. I got full-body chills, like that cold rush up your spine. I didn't even think. I just bolted out of my room and practically sprinted into my parents' bedroom like, okay, no, absolutely not. I just heard her. I just heard her voice. And it's not only voices. Sometimes it's the sounds, like someone doing something very physical. One time, we were all in the kitchen, me, my mom, my dad, just talking. and we hear this loud dragging sound from the dining room. Not one chair, not a little scrape. It sounded like every single heavy dining chair was being pulled out across the hardwood floor, one after another. This long, solid, unmistakable screech of wood moving. We all stopped mid-sentence and just stared at each other, wide-eyed, like, "Are you hearing this too?" And when it finally stopped, we walked into the dining room together, like a little scared parade, and every chair was pulled out. All of them. Like someone had just gotten up from a very chaotic family dinner. But nobody had been in there. No pets, no draft strong enough to do that. And we'd heard the whole thing. We also hear the front door a lot, like the sound of it opening and shutting when nobody's coming in. Sometimes it's faint. Sometimes it's loud enough that you automatically look up like, "Oh, someone's home." And then, nothing. There's honestly so much more. My mom has seen things that I'm grateful I haven't. But we've kind of fallen into this weird routine where we either ignore it or we'll say out loud, "Stop. Seriously, stop." Like you're scolding a misbehaving cat you can't see. And lately, the activity feels a little more frequent, a little louder, like it's testing how much we'll react. I'm just really hoping this little spike doesn't keep going, because I can handle a lot, but I don't want to live in a house where the hallway answers you back in your mom's voice when your mom didn't say a word. So, when I was little, I lived at my grandparents' place for a while. It was one of those older houses that looks totally normal in the daylight. Family photos, creaky stairs, the smell of tea and laundry. And then the second the sun went down, the whole place felt like it had a pulse of its own. And it wasn't just me being a kid with an imagination. Anyone who stayed over said the same thing. The air felt off, like you were sharing the space with something you couldn't see, and it didn't want you getting too comfortable. My mom and her siblings grew up there, and every single one of them had at least one, "Nope, absolutely not," kind of experience. But there's one night I still can't make sense of, no matter how many times I've tried to replay it. I was around 10, give or take. My cousins and I were all upstairs, doing that late evening kid thing where you're supposed to be winding down, but really you're chasing each other around and whisper screaming and trying not to get caught. There were 3 of us in the mix at that moment: me, my youngest cousin Ellie, and my middle cousin Mara. We were tearing up and down the hallway, dodging into bedrooms, laughing, daring each other to go further. Mara chased me and Ellie into the spare room at the end of the hall, the one with 2 sets of bunk beds. It had that particular kind of darkness, even with the lights on, like the corners held onto shadows longer than they should. Me and Ellie scrambled onto the top bunk of the bed furthest from the door, both of us giggling and breathless. And then Mara, still laughing, ran back out of the room, flicked the light off, and shut the door behind her. At first, it was just the usual panic, like, "Oh my God, she's going to get in trouble. We're going to get in trouble," that kind of thing. But then, it changed. The second the door clicked, it was like something in the room shifted. Ellie and I didn't just feel scared because it was dark. We felt terror. Instant. Total. Like our bodies knew something our brains hadn't caught up with yet. We grabbed each other and started screaming. These horrible, raw animal sounds. Not even kid being dramatic screams. Like the kind you make when you're genuinely convinced something is about to happen to you. And the weirdest part was, even while I was screaming, a part of my mind kept thinking, "We're going to get told off. Someone will be up here in 2 seconds. Mom will shout. Grandpa will stomp up the stairs. Someone will come." Because our parents were downstairs, and they were strict about noise. You didn't get away with much in that house. But nobody came. We screamed for what felt like forever. If I had to put a number on it now, I'd say at least 15 minutes, maybe more. We didn't stop, not once. We were clinging to each other, shaking, our throats burning, and it was just nothing. No footsteps. No, "Oi, quiet!" No one even calling up the stairs asking what the hell we were doing. Eventually, Ellie, still sobbing, said she was going to try to get to the light. The switch was near the door, and there was another bunk bed closer to it. She said if she could jump from our bed to the nearer one, she might be able to reach the wall and feel her way to the switch. I remember her whispering it like she was planning an escape, like the floor was lava and the dark was alive. She counted herself in, just this tiny, shaky breath, and then she jumped. Not like someone turned the lamp on, not like a car passed outside, not like the glow of a hallway light. It was a flash, white-blue, sharp, huge, like lightning went off inside the bedroom. It filled the whole space. I could see the outlines of the bunk bed frames, the dresser, the curtains, like someone took a photo with a blinding flash right in our faces. Ellie shrieked and launched herself back onto the bunk with me, like she'd been burned. She was crying so hard she couldn't breathe properly, and I was right there with her, screaming again, both of us in complete meltdown. And here's the part that still messes with me. It was pitch black outside. No rain, no storm, no thunder, no distant lightning. Nothing. And it wasn't someone flicking the room light on, because it was way too bright, way too sudden, and we were alone in there. We kept trying to be heard. It felt like the house had swallowed our sound. Eventually, after what had to be close to half an hour, something in us just snapped into survival mode. Still shaking, we forced ourselves off the bunk, held hands so tight it hurt, and stumbled through the dark to the door. We yanked it open and sprinted downstairs like we were being chased. And when we got to the living room, it was almost peaceful. My parents, my grandparents, and my oldest cousin were all sitting there, watching TV. Not loud, not chaotic, just the television on low volume, everyone relaxed, like nothing at all had happened. Ellie and I burst in, crying and babbling and trying to speak over each other. "Didn't you hear us? We were screaming, why didn't you come up? Didn't you hear anything?" And this is the moment that still turns my stomach. They looked at us like they didn't recognize us. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like their brains genuinely lagged, like they were staring at two strangers who'd run into their house. It only lasted a couple of seconds, but it was long enough to make my skin go cold. Then it was like the recognition clicked into place. My mom blinked, sort of frowned, and just said, completely honestly, "No, we didn't hear anything." And she wasn't brushing it off. She wasn't being mean. She looked confused, like she truly didn't understand why we were so worked up. Then she turned back to the TV. Everyone did. Like our panic was a weird interruption, but not something that needed solving. For years, I didn't talk about it. I think part of me was afraid that if I tried to explain it out loud, it would sound ridiculous, even though I can still feel that fear in my body when I remember it. But last summer, I finally brought it up to Ellie, kind of cautiously, like, "Do you remember that one night at Nan and Granddad's? The spare room?" And she went quiet and said, "Yes, I remember." She remembered the screaming, the flash, the silence downstairs, all of it. So I don't really know what it was. I don't have a neat explanation that makes everything sit comfortably. All I know is this. For a stretch of time in that room, it felt like we were trapped in a pocket where our voices didn't travel, where the usual rules of the house didn't apply, and something else, something we couldn't see, had stepped in close enough to touch the edges of our world. And even now, if I picture that spare room, I can still feel it. That moment the door clicked shut, and the way the dark suddenly didn't feel empty anymore. So, I want to tell you about something that still catches in my throat when I think about it. About 8 years ago, a girl I went to high school with, her name was Kara, and her brother were killed. It was over something ridiculously small, like a pointless argument that should have ended in an eye roll, not that. It made the news. It was everywhere for a while. And I'll be honest with you, I was shocked. But I didn't fall apart the way some people did. Kara and I had been close once, but we hadn't really spoken since graduation. You know how it goes. Life happens, friendships fade. You blink and suddenly years are gone. I followed the case. They arrested someone pretty quickly, and I watched from a distance. I remember seeing her mom on the TV, this raw, unbearable kind of grief, and I saw the posts from friends who were still in her orbit. It was sad, absolutely, but I kept living. I didn't feel wrecked by it in the way I thought I should. After that, Kara would show up in my dreams sometimes, but honestly, so did other people from school. Random faces from the past, like my brain was flipping through an old yearbook for no reason. Then about a year ago, I had this dream that started out totally ordinary. Messy, nonsensical, dream logic stuff. In the dream, I was back at this job I'd been laid off from the year before. I was walking around the building, talking to random coworkers, like nothing had ever changed. It felt routine, almost boring. And the whole time, there was someone with me. I didn't even question it. That's the weird thing about dreams. You just accept the impossible like it's normal. I can't even remember who I thought it was at first, but I knew I wasn't alone. At some point, the someone sort of became clear. Like the dream finally decided to render the character properly. And it was Kara. She wasn't talking. She was just there, walking beside me like she belonged there, like she'd always been there. And the feeling in the dream, this is hard to explain, was good. Not happy exactly, but warm, safe, like the air itself was softer. We headed toward the exit together. At that old job, the place was fenced in, and you needed a badge to get through the gate. So we're walking toward the gate, side by side, and it feels like we're just leaving at the end of a normal day. And then, right as we reached it, something shifted. The dream snapped into focus. Suddenly, I knew I was dreaming. It became lucid in this clean, startling way, like somebody turned on a light in a dark room. I stopped at the gate and turned to her, and I remember speaking so clearly, like I meant every word with my whole chest. I said, "I really hope you're real, because a lot of people miss you." And Kara, she did this small thing, like she got shy. She looked down and a little to the side, like she didn't want to make a big deal out of it. And she gave this tiny chuckle, almost like she was trying to keep it gentle for me. Then she said, "I am real." And the second she said it, I woke up. Instantly, like the dream cut off mid-sentence, and suddenly I was in my bed with my eyes open and my chest caving in. And I started sobbing. Not like a quiet tear situation. I mean sobbing. That kind where your face hurts and your breathing gets messy, and you can't stop it even if you want to. Even telling my family about it, I couldn't get through the story without breaking. It felt profound and confusing and too big for what it should have been. I couldn't even label the emotion. Was I sad? Was I relieved? Was I comforted? Was I grieving something I never properly let myself grieve? I didn't know. I just knew it overwhelmed me. And the strangest part is, I've had lucid dreams before. Not often, but a few. Usually in nightmares, where I suddenly realize, okay, this isn't real. How do I wake up before the bad thing happens? So it's not like lucidity itself was new to me. But this was different. This didn't feel like escaping a nightmare. It felt like being given something. Like a brief, impossible moment of connection that left a bruise behind. Not in a bad way, just tender. Like someone pressed a thumb into an old spot in my heart and reminded me it was still there. And I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was just my brain doing what brains do. Maybe it was grief finally catching up to me years late. Maybe it was nothing at all. But it stuck with me. The way she looked down, the soft laugh, the calm certainty in her voice. I am real. And every time I remember it, a part of me still goes quiet and thinks, what was that? So, when I was about 6, my family moved into my mom's childhood house, the one she always talked about like it had its own personality. My grandparents didn't live there anymore, and for a while, it had just been rented out, kind of waiting for someone to come home to it again. It was a tiny place, 1 floor. The original part of the house was basically one long room. Like, if you took 3 big steps across, you were already at the other wall. And if you walked straight through it, it was maybe 10 long steps end to end. Later, because we were a family of 5, they added 2 small bedrooms onto the right side. So that long original room became our living room and kitchen all together, all in one stretch. One of the bedrooms, the first one, had this window that was maybe waist to chest high. And because the house was so small, you could see that window even from the living room. From there, you could look right into the backyard. And right in front of that window, there was a bed. Now, my grandma, Lola Mira, she always said she could see things. Like, she didn't call it spooky. She talked about it like it was just another sense, like hearing or taste. When she babysat us, she'd tell stories in this calm, matter-of-fact way that made it feel less like a ghost story and more like a warning you should respect. We had 2 big mango trees in the backyard, and one of them stood really close to that bedroom window. Lola Mira would point out toward it and tell us, "Someone lives there. He's kind. That's his home. He watches the yard. And in exchange for staying there, he also protects this house. So don't bother him." And look, our parents would roll their eyes and tell us not to listen, that it was just Grandma being dramatic or imagining things. But me and my sister, we believed her. Not even because we wanted to, more like it felt true. My sister and I shared a room, and sometimes when we were alone, we'd hear this faint little psst, like someone trying to get our attention without wanting to be seen. Once, my sister was messing with me, knocking on our door over and over to scare me into opening it. She stopped suddenly, and when I asked why, she just stared at me and went, "I knocked," and something knocked back. The way she said it wasn't playful anymore. It was flat, like she'd gone cold. About a year after we moved in, I was around 7, and there was a blackout one night. No lights, no fan, that sticky kind of dark where even the air feels heavier. So the whole family decided to sleep in the living room together. We pushed the table and chairs to one side, laid couch cushions on the floor, and tried to make it feel like a fun little campout. It was cramped, and because I was the smallest, they put me on the floor closest to the door of that first bedroom, the one with the window and the bed. All our pillows were on that bed, and my mom said, "Go grab them." So I did. First trip, I picked up 2 pillows at a time and carried them out. No big deal. But when I walked back in for the second trip, I don't know how else to explain it. My stomach just dropped. Like the room had turned its attention toward me. Like I'd stepped into someone else's space without permission. And because that window was right there, I couldn't help looking at it. Outside was pitch black. No backyard lights, no street glow, nothing. Just a flat wall of night. Then I felt it again. That pressure, like someone was staring so hard it had weight. I looked up, and the window was high enough that if someone's head was up there, they'd have to be, I don't know, at least 7 feet tall, maybe taller. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just stared, wide-eyed, like it had been there a long time and had no reason to hide. And then I noticed the hands. Fingers curled over the edge of the window frame, like it was holding itself there, steady, patient. My whole body locked up. I couldn't even breathe right. I whispered, "There's someone there." And I grabbed my sister's arm and pointed so hard my finger hurt. She looked at the window, then looked back at me like I was being weird. "Where?" she said. "There's nobody. Hurry up, just get the pillows." And I swear to you, I blinked like a person waking up from a nightmare, and it was still there. So I didn't argue. I just grabbed the pillows as fast as I could without dropping them and walked back out like my legs were made of rubber. Even later, when I was lying down in the living room, facing toward that bedroom door, I could still see it through the window's shape in my memory, like the image had burned into my brain. But the strangest part is, deep down, I didn't feel like it was evil. Scary, yes, terrifying, but not cruel. Because years later, a huge storm came through and knocked down those mango trees. One of them was old and massive, and it leaned toward our house so much that everyone was sure it was going to smash the roof if it fell. But that night, when it finally toppled, there was no crash that woke us. No cracking wood, no shaking walls, nothing. We slept. And in the morning, we found the tree down, resting against the stone fence away from the house, like it had been guided, placed there gently instead of thrown by the wind. And I remember standing there thinking, maybe Lola Mira was right the whole time. Maybe something really did live in that tree. And maybe it wasn't there to hurt us. Maybe it was there to keep the house safe, quietly, faithfully, like a watcher that didn't ask for thanks, only respect. So, let me tell you about this night on Cape Cod that still sticks to me like salt on skin. I was a kid, early teens maybe, and I stayed over at my buddy Eli's family place. I lived on the Cape back then too, but this house was in a different town, tucked right on the water near Buzzards Bay. It was one of those genuinely old coastal mansions, weathered shingles, long history, the kind of place that feels like it remembers every person who ever walked through it. I think it dated back to the 1700s, or at least it felt that old. And the vibe was strong. Like, imagine a house that makes you want to whisper automatically, even when nobody's asleep. Everything had that heavy, antique presence. Old fixtures, thick wooden floors, furniture that looked too serious to sit on, and paintings everywhere. Mostly portraits. People in old-fashioned clothes with these strange proportions, faces tilted the wrong way, shoulders sitting just a little too high, like the artist had been trying to paint humans from memory after hearing them described secondhand. That night, Eli and I were being reckless in that dumb, teenage way where you feel invincible but also curious about anything forbidden. We got into some pills, nothing dramatic in the moment, just enough to make everything feel syrupy and distant. And we'd also snagged a bottle of wine we absolutely did not deserve. So by the time we were stumbling upstairs, I was foggy, tired, and kind of floating. The top floor had this long hallway, like long. 10 bedrooms, maybe more, door after door after door. And here's the weird part. The farther you went down the hall, the stranger it felt. Could have been the haze, Could have been my imagination, but I remember the air changing, like it got cooler, heavier, quieter. I was wiped out and ready to crash anywhere, but Eli insisted that I take the room at the very end. He actually walked me down there like it mattered, like he was delivering me to a destination. "You're in this one," he said, all casual, with that little smirk kids get when they know something you don't. The room had this green satin wallpaper with a dark red pattern, almost like little ornaments or curling vines. Old, glossy, kind of fancy in a way that made my skin prickle. There was an ancient-looking queen bed in the center, but the sheets were clean, like the house got rented out sometimes, or at least they kept it guest-ready. And at the head of the bed were two massive portraits, floor-length, bigger than a real person. One showed an older woman sewing, head slightly bowed. The other was a woman brushing her hair, back turned. The colors were bold, almost cubist, almost storybook. Pretty, technically, but unsettling. Mostly because from the bed, it looked like you were lying beneath them while they hovered above you, doing their quiet little tasks forever. I crashed almost immediately, fully clothed on top of the covers, just out. And then I woke up just as fast. Pitch dark inside, but outside it was a bright night, moonlight and stars. One big window cast this pale rectangle on the floor. Everything else was shadow. For a second I had that awful feeling of waking up somewhere unfamiliar and not remembering why you're there. That disoriented, hollow drop in the stomach. I sat up, trying to get my bearings, thinking, where's the bathroom? Which door even leads out? And that's when I saw something move in the corner of my eye. I turned my head, and I swear to you, I saw fabric. Not like a curtain shifting, not like a trick of light. It looked like a ribbon, gold and green, unfurling slowly from the wall. Alive in a way that didn't feel metaphorical. The women in the paintings were moving. Not a blur, not my eyes playing games. Moving like animation. Like their arms and shoulders and hair had motion to them. Like the brush strokes had become muscles. Their ornate clothing, these rich, old-world robes, was flowing, and the fabric was extending beyond the frames like it had weight and air in it, like it was spilling into the room. Their eyes looked wild, locked onto something. Maybe me, maybe the room itself. Their mouths were moving too, fast and excited, like they were talking over each other. But there was no sound. None. Just the sight of it. And the strangest part? I couldn't look away. I felt like if I broke eye contact, if I turned my head even a little, something bad would happen. Not like a jump scare, more like I would miss the moment I was supposed to understand. Like they wanted me to witness it, and it would be a mistake to refuse. So I stayed there, sitting up in bed, frozen, staring at these two enormous, moving women, while the moonlight made a rectangle on the floor. I remember the hair on my arms standing straight up. I remember my throat feeling tight, like I couldn't swallow. Eventually, somehow, I drifted back to sleep. Not because I felt safe, but because my body just shut down, like it couldn't hold that kind of fear any longer. In the morning, I told Eli everything. I tried to play it cool, but I'm sure I looked pale as paper. And Eli didn't freak out. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just gave me this small, knowing smile and said, like it was the most normal thing in the world, "Yeah, there are spirits in this house. And listen, I'm not even here to claim I know what it was. I was tired. I was messed up. I was in a strange room in an old mansion full of unsettling portraits. I fully understand how a brain can stitch together something vivid when it's in a bad state. But I also also know what I saw. And I know how it felt. Like that house had been waiting a long time for someone to wake up in that room and look up at those paintings in the dark. So let me set this up the way it really felt. Back then, my best friend Jace and I, sometimes my sister too, had this spot we treated like our own little lookout. It was up on a hill in this trailer park, where you could see a basketball court down below, and the whole place was quiet in that late-night way where even the air feels thin. Right by us was the entrance to a water treatment facility. Nothing fancy, just this heavy concrete hatch, like a big square slab, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet. 2 metal exhaust pipes stuck up out of it, about waist high, and they were weirdly perfect for sitting on. We'd perch there for hours and talk about everything and nothing, night after night, like that spot was the only place in the world that made sense. Anyway, this one night, more like early morning, it's around 2 or 3. The kind of time where you're tired but also wired, you know? We'd been messing around with stuff we definitely shouldn't have been doing. Nothing I'm proud of, but that's where we were in life. And there was this thing on the radio about an escaped convict somewhere nearby. I remember that part so clearly, because the whole night already had this uneasy charge to it. Then we start seeing helicopters sweeping over the fields in the distance, those big, slow loops, like they were combing the dark. The lights would skim across patches of ground and disappear again. So we're sitting there watching all that, kind of talking in half sentences, and I just happened to look over, down toward this small playground wedged between 2 trailers. Just a little set of swings and one of those plastic slides. Barely anything. And that's when I see it. At first, my brain tries to make it normal. It looks like, I don't know, like a pale animal. For a split second, I think, a cat? Something small and white moving around. But then it changes. Not shape exactly. More like it closes the distance so fast that my brain can't keep up with how wrong it is. It's coming toward me, straight toward me, and it's big. Bigger than it should be if it was what I first thought. And the way it moved. God, the way it moved wasn't like a blurry trick of light. It wasn't like, oh, I must have imagined that. It was too clear, too intentional. I watched it launch. I watched this white thing leap at me. And I swear to you, I have been through real pain in my life. Burns, cuts, fights, heartbreak, all of it. But I have never screamed like I screamed in that moment. It was like my whole body gave up. Like something deep inside me just folded and said, "This is it, you're done." 1 second it's flying at me, and the next, it's gone. Just gone. Like it evaporated. Like it had never been there at all. And I'm sitting on that pipe, shaking so hard my teeth are rattling. I'm trying to breathe, but I'm doing that ugly gasping thing, like I can't get enough air. My hands feel numb. Everything in me is trembling. Jace is staring at me like he's never seen me before. His eyes are huge. He doesn't even know what to ask first. And all I can manage to say is, "You need to go home, right now. I need to get inside." And then, because it felt important, because I needed at least one thing to be solid, I told him, "I'm not guessing. I'm not exaggerating. I saw it. Whatever that was, I saw it." But here's the problem. It doesn't feel like a dream. It doesn't feel like a fuzzy memory. It feels like a clean, sharp moment that got stamped into me. Long and lucid. Too real to shrug off. So I started looking into it. Paranormal stuff, weird encounters, anything that could match what I experienced. And honestly, I don't have an answer. I'm still stuck with this thing where part of me wants to explain it away, and the other part of me, the part that remembers the exact way my body reacted, knows I didn't just make it up. And I hate that I can't name it. I hate that I can't file it under anything familiar. All I know is, that night on the hill, with the helicopters circling and the playground sitting quiet between the trailers, something white ran at me like it meant it. And then it disappeared like it never existed at all. All right, let me tell you about the one room in our hotel that I genuinely wish I'd never numbered. It's room 208. Second floor, nothing special on paper. Same layout as the others, same bed, same TV, same everything. But if you've ever had a place in your life that just felt off the second you stepped near it, that's 208. So, quick background. My name's Darren. My wife, Mara, and I buy struggling businesses, clean them up, get them running right, and usually sell them after a few years. We've flipped restaurants, little shops, the usual chaos. Mara's the kind of person who gets bored if she isn't fixing something. So one day she goes, "Let's buy a hotel." And I'm thinking, sure, how bad could it be? We bought this hotel in a smaller town, maybe 50-something thousand people, on the rougher end of town. We kept some staff, let some go, and we decided we'd run shifts ourselves at first. Mara took mornings, I took nights. We installed cameras, updated rooms, patched drywall, repainted. I even went out and bought a ridiculous pile of flat screens, like I was stocking an electronics store. We also allow pets, which, let me tell you, prints money. Most hotels around us don't, so we stay busy. And that's where room 208 first showed its teeth. One night, this guy checks in with 3 dogs. We usually cap it at 2, but he seemed fine, so I took a big deposit and let it slide. I watched him on camera. Normal enough. He goes into 208, shuts the door. Everything quiet. Then around 2 a.m., those dogs start barking like the room is on fire. Not normal barking. Not someone walked by barking. I mean full-blown, panic, desperate we need out barking. I get 3, 4 calls from other guests complaining. I go upstairs and knock. "Front desk. Sir, you need to quiet the dogs." Nothing. I call the room. Over and over. No answer. So I grab my master key card and go back up, and the dogs are losing it even harder. Scratching, whining, barking, throwing themselves at the door like something in there is trying to kill them. I knock again, crack the door open a little, and I'm yelling into the room like, "Sir, if you don't answer, I'm calling the police." Still nothing. Just the TV blaring and those dogs in full terror mode. Police show up, we crack the door, and the dogs instantly rush it. The officers won't fully open it because they don't want 3 terrified dogs launching at them, which, fair. So they tell me, we'll wait for animal control in the morning. Apparently animal control in this town clocks in at 8 a.m. sharp, like the dogs scheduled their emergency. So at 8, animal control arrives. Police come back. They open the door and, listen, those dogs explode out of that room like a damn cartoon. They sprint down the hall, slam through the stairwell, blast across the lobby, and bolt right out the front doors. I have never seen animals behave like that in my life. It was pure survival instinct, like they were getting away from a predator. We go into 208. No person, no guy, no owner, nobody. Animal control takes the dogs. The guy never comes back. We call him, charge his card for the damage, and later it turns into a whole court mess because the room was, I'll just say it was horrific. Bodily fluids, destruction, the kind of mess that takes days and makes grown adults gag. Here's the part that started the pattern. When we were still cleaning the room, fans running, window cracked, no bedding, mattress half moved, one of our newer desk staff accidentally rented out 208 to a guest. And I'm like, why would you give them that room? She goes, the computer said it was clean. I'm talking, no matter what I do, the software insists 208 is clean and ready, like it's arguing with me. I call the software company. They can't figure it out either. And then we notice something even creepier. The system will not let us successfully mark 208 as occupied unless someone is actually in there. It's like the room only accepts certain people. We finally finish repairs, put a guest in there. 3 hours later, he calls down and asks to switch rooms. I say, what's wrong? He pauses and goes, nothing's wrong. It just feels weird. That's it. That's all he'll say. And then it keeps happening. Over the next month, we get complaint after complaint from 208. People don't always say haunted or ghost. It's always the same vague language. It feels wrong. It feels heavy. It feels like someone's there. And pets? Pets are the worst. Anytime we tried to place animals in 208, they'd freak out, whining, refusing to enter, yanking on leashes, some barking at the closet door like they saw something move. Now, here's where it gets truly bizarre. A woman checks in one night. This was a few days before I finally gave up on the room for good. The system, of course, offers up 208 like it's proud of itself. She takes it, signs the paperwork, goes upstairs. When I come in for my night shift, she's not in her room. She's sitting in the lobby, on our couch, just staring. From about 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., she doesn't move much. So I go over and I'm polite, because that's my job. Ma'am, is everything okay? Is the room not comfortable? Too cold? Too hot? I even crack a joke about the mattress being expensive, like, please, enjoy it. I paid enough for it. She looks at me and says, real calm, it's too loud in there. And I'm like, too loud? Is someone else in the room? She says, no. So I ask her name. She gives me one. I check the reservation and it's under a different name. Now I'm confused, so I ask if she knows the name on the room. She goes, yes, and says it, correctly. And then she admits she used a friend's ID to check in, which is a huge no-no, like major. So I call 208. No answer. I go up, open the door with my master key. No one inside. I come back and tell her, ma'am, you can't just sit in the lobby all night. Do you even have a key? She says no. Then she pulls out a cigarette and starts walking toward the front doors, and I follow her like, ma'am, I'm trying to help you. What is going on? And she suddenly whips around, throws the room card at me and screams, I'm not the one! Just like that. I'm standing there holding a room key thinking, not the one? What? She storms off. Cameras show her leaving the lot. 20 minutes later, she comes back, walks in like nothing happened, sits in the exact same spot on the couch. I tell her she can't stay here. She looks up and screams again, I'm not the one! I'm not proud of it, but in my head I'm like, okay, something is seriously wrong with this woman. Then she yells, leave me alone or I'm calling the police. I'm not the one. So I call the police myself. They show up, ask her basic questions. She doesn't know what day it is, doesn't know where she is. They say she lives nearby and they drive her home. But then I do the camera review because now I'm fully locked in. And sure enough, a man did check in under that room. I see her go up with him. They're in there about 10 minutes. She comes back out alone. And the man? He never comes out. Ever. I watch footage for days. No hallway exit, no stairwell, no lobby, nothing. It makes no sense. So I charge the card on file because I have the ID, I have the footage, I have the paperwork. That guy shows up furious, yelling at my front desk. "I'm not the one! I'm not the one!" We dispute it with the credit card company. We win. Then he takes us to small claims court. And I swear to you, hand on my life, he stands in front of the judge and starts yelling again. "I'm not the one! I'm not the one!" And the judge is looking at him like, "Sir, what are you talking about?" And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, this can't be coincidence anymore. Because at that point, we've had, no exaggeration, 10, maybe 20 issues tied to that room. People in 208 either panic, get irrational, or start acting like someone's accusing them of something they didn't do. Always the same words. So we finally shut it down, turned it into storage, told staff, no one goes in there alone. I'm not even kidding. People refused to clean it. Funny thing is, even after we closed it, the system still tried to offer it up sometimes as clean and ready, like it was waiting. And because I'm a business owner, and yes, I'm greedy, I eventually reopened it. Just temporarily. Big group came in. Girls' softball team wanted basically the whole second floor. We cleared out storage, cleaned 208 twice, sprayed it, aired it out, everything perfect. 4 high school girls stayed in 208. I waited an hour after check-in. Everything seemed fine. I went to lie down. Then the police station calls us and says, "Someone from your hotel dialed 911, whispered, and hung up." I check our phone system logs. Room 208. I call the girls. "Hey, you cannot call 911 from the room phones." They swear they didn't. An hour later, it happens again. Police call. Same story. I go up. Knock. The girls are clearly asleep. Like, dead asleep. Their coach comes out furious, thinking they're prank calling. So we remove the phone from the room. Problem solved, right? At 3 a.m., every phone in our office lights up. Red alert, 911. All of them. Front desk phones, office phone, main switch, everything screaming that 208 dialed emergency. But there is no phone in 208 anymore. I hard reset the system until it finally shuts up. Then at 5 a.m., we're starting breakfast early because it's a packed house and teens eat like wolves. Fire alarm goes off. Level 1, the mild kind. Usually smoke from cooking. We check. No smoke. 10 minutes later, another level 1. I check the panel. Room 208. Again, no smoke. No smell. Our smoke detection device shows negative. Nothing. They check out. Room gets cleaned. No issues. Next night, the room is empty. Then we get an alarm. Low water pressure. I'm like, what does that even mean? I go to 208, open the door, and the sprinkler system is blasting water through the room, soaking the carpet, spraying the TV, soaking the coffee maker, everything. Like it picked the one moment nobody was inside and decided to flood itself. We shut it down, vacuum water, close the room again. And I'm telling you all this because even after everything, after rewiring, after ripping up parts of the floor, after fumigating, after turning it into storage, after swearing it off, it doesn't stop. Over the last year, guests started reporting shadows. Not just, I thought I saw something. Specific stuff. Someone standing over them. Movement in the mirror behind them. A tall, dark figure in the reflection. Staff started saying it too. Our housekeeper, she's been doing this forever. Nothing scares her. She props the door open to 208, refuses to close it behind her, and rushes like she's trying to outrun something. And the closet. I hate that closet. People report missing clothes, missing bags. One woman swore her suitcase was in the closet and it vanished. We searched everywhere. Nothing. A week later, her suitcase is suddenly sitting in our lost and found by the lobby. But there's no light, no wiring, nothing installed. It's just a plain, empty closet with a sliding door. Even the travel nurses, people who don't mess around, logical, practical, refuse to stay in 208. One of them came down in the middle of the night looking like she'd seen death and said, "I don't care if you put me in a supply room, I am not sleeping in that room." She wouldn't even go back upstairs for her bags. We had to send staff to get them. And lately, it's spreading. People have started reporting shadows not just inside 208, but in the hallway outside it. Guests say they see someone standing there late at night, and when they look again, it's gone. Then last night, this is the part that finally made me sit down and talk about it. I was locking up my office, and I hear 3 loud knocks on my door. I check the cameras. No one. I open the door anyway. Hallway's empty, but out of the corner of my eye, I see something move. A dark shape, just a smear of something, slipping down the corridor toward 208 like it belonged there. And I just stood there, holding the door open, feeling my stomach sink. Because at this point, I don't know what it is. Haunted, electrical, mental health coincidences, a cursed room, a gas leak, a pattern my brain wants to connect. I've tried everything. All I know is room 208 doesn't act like a room. It acts like it's waiting, and every time we let someone stay there, sooner or later, somebody ends up staring at me like they don't recognize where they are and screaming, "I'm not the one." Hey, I wanted to tell you something that's been sitting on my heart since it happened. My cat, his name was Milo, passed away not too long ago. It's been a little over 2 weeks now. I got his ashes back about a week ago, and even though we knew he was getting worse, the way everything unfolded still hit like a surprise. We ended up having to let him go with euthanasia, and I'm not going to lie, that part was brutal. But I keep coming back to one thing that gives me peace. I got to hold him for a long time through the whole process. I got to stay close, whisper to him, and really say goodbye. I'd had Milo for most of my life. We were actually joking that we were about to celebrate him hitting his legal age in human years, like it was going to be this silly little milestone moment. And then, he didn't make it there. That still stings. If you've ever had one of those animals who's basically a whole person in a fur coat, you'll get what I mean when I say he had a huge personality. He was loud, chatty, dramatic. The kind of cat who didn't just exist in a room, he announced himself. Honestly, if you stuffed the soul of a big, goofy dog into a cat's body, that was him. Anyway, this happened just this past weekend, and it was so intense that I still get chills thinking about it. I had family over, and my mom spent the night. And my mom, she's important in this story because besides me, she was the only other person who really took care of Milo. When I went away for college, she was the one feeding him, talking to him, rolling her eyes at his attitude. She knew him almost as well as I did. Like, she knew his moods, his routines, his exact voice. So early in the morning, still dark, I woke up to this long, loud meow coming from the hallway. And when I say loud, I mean it wasn't like a faint little, maybe I imagined it sound. It was one of those meows that has presence. It kept going, too. It didn't stop just because I woke up. And instantly, my whole body just went, "That's him." It wasn't just a cat sound. It was his tone, his specific way of calling out, like he was making sure you heard him. And at the same time, I had this strong feeling my mom wasn't in the bedroom anymore. I couldn't see well. My eyesight is awful and I didn't have my glasses on, but I could just sense she'd gotten up. And what's weird is, I wasn't scared. I didn't even feel confused, really. I felt this warm, calm contentment, like my heart recognized him before my brain could start arguing. I remember thinking very clearly, that's Milo. He's here. And then I just let myself relax and go back to sleep. Later that morning, my mom comes up to me and pulls me aside, and she looks nervous, like she's trying to figure out how to say something without upsetting me. And she goes, I don't know how to tell you this, but I heard him. She said she woke up thirsty and got up to go to the kitchen, the one by the living room. Everyone else was asleep. The apartment was quiet, still dark. No TV, no talking, nothing. And the second she stepped into the kitchen, she heard a long meow, so loud she literally froze, like her body stopped before her mind even caught up, because it sounded like he was right there in the room with her. And she said, I knew it was him. I knew that meow. The second she said that, I got this rush through my chest and I told her, Mom, I heard him too, from the back bedroom, same time. And the strangest part? No one else heard it, just me and her. We kept saying maybe it made sense because we were the ones who mothered him. We were the ones trained by years of hearing that voice every day. Like maybe love tunes your ears in a certain way. And then it clicked even more. Because the kitchen, that's where his bowls were. And honestly, they still are. After he passed, I made a little space for him, like an ofrenda. Just something gentle and loving. I leave fresh water there, and a bit of kibble, and I change it out. Not because I think he needs it in a literal way, but because it's my way of still caring for him. My way of saying, you still belong here. And it hit me. Of course it was the kitchen. And of course it was that time. Because before he got sick, this was his thing. If you woke up around 4 or 5 in the morning to get water, or you went anywhere near the fridge, he'd start up immediately. This long, dramatic, I'm starving, I'm dying, no one has ever fed me in my entire life, meow. Every single time. Like clockwork. So when we realized the meow happened right there, right then, it was almost funny. In this soft, aching way. Like he was still himself. And for me, that's what made it comforting. Not scary, not spooky, just familiar. Like he was saying, hey, I'm okay. And also, where's breakfast? So yeah, apparently my boy is still a little foodie on the other side, still meowing like he's ready to eat the entire kitchen. And honestly, that's perfectly okay with me. I'll keep his bowls filled here, just in case he still likes to check in. Okay, so I need to tell you something that's been sitting heavy in my chest, because I genuinely don't know if I'm being dramatic or if I should actually be worried. My husband and I, well, Miles and I, moved into this house a little over a year ago. It felt normal at first. Cute even. The kind of place where you start imagining holidays and kids running down the hallway, you know? And then, about a week after we moved in, I heard this sharp bang right by the front door. Not a little pop, like a real solid knock. I turned my head and my keys, hanging on this little hook rack we keep by the entry, were swinging in a full circle. Not just swaying, like someone had spun them. And the weirdest part? Nothing else on the rack moved. Not the leash, not the spare lanyard, nothing. There wasn't a draft, The air felt totally still. After that, the house started doing this thing where it couldn't just be quiet. A few weeks later, I heard a crash in the kitchen, loud enough that I thought something major fell. I walked in, and one of the vent covers had popped loose and dropped straight out of the wall onto the floor, just sitting there like it had been pushed. And here's the detail that still bugs me. That vent is right above our pantry door, because the pantry door has its own personality, apparently. There are days where I shut it, and it clicks, and I walk away. Then 5 minutes later, it's cracked open again. Sometimes I'll shut it over and over, 6, 7 times, before it finally stays. And I'd blame the latch or the hinge, except it doesn't do it consistently. It comes and goes like it's choosing when to behave. And when I'm home alone, Miles travels for work a lot. I hear things. Footsteps where there shouldn't be footsteps. Little thumps. The kind of noises that make you pause mid-breath and just listen. And I know houses make normal noises. I get that. But this doesn't feel like settling. It feels like I'm not the only one walking around. We have 2 big guard dogs, sweet, but definitely the type who don't miss much. And they'll randomly start barking or whining at absolutely nothing I can see. It's usually at night, usually when the whole house is still, and it's never playful barking. It's that tense, low, something's wrong energy. Sometimes they'll stare at one spot like they're tracking something moving across the room. For the longest time, Miles didn't buy any of it. He'd do the whole, "Babe, it's an old house" thing, or tell me I was freaked out because he was gone so much. But then about a month ago, it happened to him. He was home, I wasn't, and he heard that same bang by the front door. He looked over. His keys were swinging in a full circle, exactly like mine had that first week. And when he told me, the way he sounded, it wasn't joking. It wasn't skeptical. It was quiet, like he didn't want to make it bigger by saying it out loud. And that night, this is the part that made my stomach flip. He woke up and swore he saw a figure in the corner of our bedroom, just standing there. He said it was only for a moment, but it was long enough for his brain to register, that's not a shadow. And he told me the dogs reacted around the same time, like they sensed something before he even sat up. We've also had this other thing with their crates. We're careful about locking them, like really careful, because somehow, every so often, we'll come home and the crates are open or partially unlatched, even though we know we secured them. We even added extra locking clips because it kept happening. And still, it happens. Which brings me to this morning. I know I closed it. I remember it so clearly because I stood there with my hand on the handle, debating if I should go back inside to grab something I forgot, and I didn't want to risk waking the dogs. I literally stood there for like half a minute doing that mental math of, is it worth it? Do I need it? Can it wait? And I decided no. I closed the door and I left. But apparently at some point after that, the front door was just open. When I got home, both crates were partially unlocked again, and one of the locking pieces, the little metal clasp we use, was missing, completely gone. We tore through the usual spots: the floor, under the couch, the crate tray, by the entryway, everything. It's like it evaporated. So now I'm sitting here with this pile of weird that keeps growing, and I don't know what to do with it. Because part of me wants someone to look me in the eye and say, here, this is the normal explanation. This is why vents fall and doors won't latch and keys spin in circles and dogs bark at nothing. But another part of me is, honestly, spooked. The front door being wide open really got to me. That feels different than a noise or a creepy moment in the night. That feels like safety, like boundaries. And I keep thinking, What if we raise a family here someday? What if this isn't just a quirky house? And I hate even saying this because it sounds ridiculous, but do you think I should be worried? Like, actually worried? Not just unsettled. Because I don't even know what I'm asking for. Validation, logic, reassurance, a reality check, anything. I just know I don't like the feeling that something in this house can touch things, and open things, and leave us guessing. Hey, so this happened a few summers back, and I swear it still clings to me. I was about 13 then, still in middle school, and my house sat right across from the school playground. The school had this huge soccer field too, wide open, no real fence around it, just lights and empty space. It was one of those warm summer nights where the sky doesn't fully feel like night yet. Around 9:30 p.m., my best friend, let's call her Mira, was hanging out with me in the backyard. We were bored in that restless way kids get, and she goes, "Let's go over to the field and run around for a bit." And I know, it sounds harmless. It was harmless. At first. We crossed over like we'd done a million times before. No gates to sneak through, no fence to climb, just grass and that big open field, with a few lampposts glowing in the distance. We started running, laughing, doing stupid sprints like we were training for something important. Mira was having the time of her life. But almost immediately, I got that feeling. You know the one, like your skin knows something your brain hasn't caught up with yet, like you're being watched. I told Mira quietly, "Do you feel that? Like, someone's here?" She rolled her eyes, smiling, and said something like, "You're just spooking yourself. Relax, it's fine." So I tried. I really did. We were out there maybe 10 minutes when I suddenly stopped right in the middle of the field. Mira kept walking, drifting a little farther away, like she was about to loop back around. And that's when I saw it. This shadow, low to the ground at first, moved fast to the left. My friend was walking to the right, nowhere near it. The shape reminded me of a dog, but not in a normal way. It looked wrong. Too big. Its legs seemed too long, like the joints were in places they shouldn't be, like it was trying to be an animal and failing. I stood there, frozen, staring at the spot where it disappeared, waiting for a real explanation to show up, like a stray dog, a person, anything. Nothing did. And that watching feeling got stronger, like the air itself was tightening. A few seconds later, I looked back toward the far edge of the field, and I saw a second shape. This one was taller, a solid black figure sprinting behind one of the lampposts in the distance. It moved fast, but the movement was wrong again. Too smooth, too unnatural, like it wasn't running the way a person runs. The moment I saw it, my voice came out sharper than I meant it to. "Mira, now, we're going home." She turned, confused. "Why? What happened?" "I'll tell you later," I said, and I didn't even wait for her to agree. I just started walking fast, like if I acted calm, maybe whatever it was wouldn't notice we'd noticed. Near the playground there was this little shed, almost like a storage hut, and I stopped there, pretending I needed to tie my shoe, just so I could look back without making it obvious. And I wish I hadn't looked, because it was there. The exact same tall figure stood in the distance, right around the spot where we'd been standing. And it wasn't standing like a normal person. It looked lifted, like it was balancing in a way that made my stomach drop. Then it shifted, almost like it rose higher, and I realized it was upright, staring straight at us. It was tall, like close to 2 meters. Thin, too thin. But it had this presence that made my body scream danger. Then it started running toward us. Not walking, not hesitating, just charging. The distance to my house felt impossible, like the street stretched longer than it ever had. We reached the fence by my yard and I risked one glance back. It was across the street, under the dim light, stopped now, just watching us. And I swear to you, it looked like it was smiling. We bolted inside. I slammed the front door shut, locked it, then locked it again like that would make it more real, more safe. Mira and I just stood there, gasping, staring at each other like we were trying to confirm we hadn't both lost our minds. Finally, I asked, "You saw it too, right?" And she nodded. No joke, no hesitation, just, yes. I didn't tell my family. I couldn't. I already knew what they'd say, that I was tired, that it was dark, that I imagined it. But I know what I felt, and I know what I saw. After that, I went down this rabbit hole online, trying to find anything that matched it. And I ended up reading about these things people describe in whispers, like you're not supposed to say the name out loud. Skinwalkers, mimics, whatever you want to call them. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know it wasn't normal. And even now, years later, I still think about that night way more often than I want to. Sometimes I'll look out toward the field and feel my stomach twist, like my body remembers before my mind does. So yeah, that's what happened. And if you've ever had something like that happen to you, if you've ever seen something that didn't make sense but felt real, I'd honestly like to hear it. Because part of me still wonders if it's out there, or if it was ever really gone. So, my friend Maddie stayed over the other night, mostly because it had been forever since we'd really hung out, and she'd just gotten back from this weekend trip to the Stanley Hotel. She was buzzing about it, in that wide-eyed, you wouldn't believe what I felt in that place kind of way. Maddie's always been the intuitive one. Like, she's the type who can walk into a room and immediately clock the energy, the mood, the presence of something. Me? I'm aware, but not like that. I've always felt things in the background, like a subtle shift or that weird sensation of being watched, but I've never actually seen anything, not clearly. Still, lately I'd been thinking about trying to get more in tune with it all, even though honestly I haven't done much besides one thing. I've always felt like I have this gentle, protective spirit around me. I started calling her Eliza a while back, just because the name felt right. It sounds silly when I say it out loud, but she's always felt kind, grounding, like a presence that doesn't want anything from me except to keep me safe. Anyway, after dinner, we got settled in my room, talking for a bit, and eventually the conversation faded out like it always does when you're tired. Lights off, quiet. That soft, half-asleep feeling creeping in. And then, it happened. I was drifting, right on the edge of sleep, when suddenly this image snapped into my mind so sharply it didn't feel like a normal dream. It was a man, but wrong. He was upside down against this deep crimson-red background, with this sickly grayish skin and these bright, almost glowing white eyes. No expression, just staring. I swear my whole body jolted. I sat straight up, heart pounding like I'd been startled awake from a nightmare. Except it didn't feel like a nightmare. It felt like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. Maddie immediately sat up too. "What?" she asked, already worried, like she could tell something had shifted. And I tried to play it off. I told her, "It's probably nothing. I've had weird, almost dream things before." But even as I said it, I could feel how thin that sounded. My skin was buzzing. The air felt heavy. So we turned on the TV, not even to watch it, just for noise and light. We scooted a little closer together, that instinctive don't leave space between us feeling. And then I started scanning my room, just looking. Not because I wanted to find something, but because my body was acting like it already knew something was there. That's when I saw it. In the corner near my door, there was this tall, fuzzy, human-shaped figure, pale, almost whitish, like it wasn't fully solid. Not a person, but shaped like one. And it was just standing there. I froze so hard I swear I forgot how to breathe for a second. And I turned slowly to Maddie and I said, as calmly as I could, trying to sound like I wasn't about to fall apart, "Okay, I might be paranoid. I might be imagining it. But is there something standing in that corner?" The way her face changed, like instant terror, told me everything before she even spoke. She whispered, "Yes." And that was the moment where I think my stomach dropped through the floor, because it wasn't just me. We weren't feeding off each other's fear. We were seeing the same thing. Maddie admitted she'd noticed it earlier, but she was trying to ignore it, like sometimes you do when you don't want to invite attention. But once I said it out loud, it was like the room acknowledged that we acknowledged it. We both knew we couldn't just pretend anymore. I grabbed my Bible from my bookshelf because I didn't know what else to grab. It felt like protection, like an anchor, like something that couldn't be twisted. We started asking questions, carefully, slowly. Maddie was trying to feel it out, and I was holding the Bible like it was the only solid thing in the room. And the answers were wrong. Dark. Not like a clear voice, not like a movie demon speaking English, but more like impressions, messages, a pressure that pushed meaning into your mind. It kept circling the same ideas: evil, danger, she shouldn't be here. Like it wanted Maddie out, like it was targeting her. And then, everything shifted again, because I felt Eliza. It's hard to explain, but it was like warmth moving through static, like a familiar presence stepping between us and whatever that thing was. Maddie's eyes got wide, and she swallowed hard, like she was hearing something she didn't want to hear. And she started saying phrases out loud, like they were being handed to her in pieces. "The man. He's here. Corner. Get him away." I swear to you, it was the most terrified I've ever been while still being fully awake. So I started reading scripture, not because I knew the right verses, but because I needed my voice to do something besides shake. I needed to fill the space with something stronger than fear. Maddie stayed focused, like she was trying to push Eliza forward, asking for protection, asking for it to leave. And then, this part still gives me chills. Even the air changed. We both got this wave of cold, like goosebumps sweeping over our arms at the same time. And then it was like the room exhaled, like pressure lifting, like the corner wasn't crowded anymore. We looked, and it was gone. No fuzzy figure, no standing shape, nothing. We both just sat there for a second, kind of stunned, like we didn't know what to do next because our bodies were still in survival mode, but the threat wasn't visible anymore. I whispered "thank you" out loud to Eliza. Maddie did too. And I moved the Bible from the bookshelf and set it right next to the bed, like I didn't want it far away for even a second. We did eventually fall asleep, but it wasn't restful. We both woke up multiple times throughout the night, like that lingering adrenaline wouldn't let us fully drop. But the thing never came back. At least, we never felt it again. Never saw it again. And I'm still spooked. I really am. Because it's not the first weird thing that's happened around me, but it's the first time I've ever actually seen anything. Even if I couldn't see the details like Maddie can, I saw enough. And now I keep wondering, did something open up in me? Is that going to happen again? Was it a one-time thing because Maddie brought that energy back with her from the hotel? Or because I've been thinking more about being receptive? I don't know. All I know is that it scared me, and I don't feel like I have a clear next step besides trying to stay grounded and not spiral. But yeah, that's what happened. And honestly, even saying it out loud still makes my skin prickle. Okay, so we've kind of made peace with the fact that we have a roommate who contributes absolutely nothing to rent. Like, zero. And honestly, most days it's just little audio or visual things. Nothing that makes us feel unsafe. More like, really? Again? Energy? The woman who lived here before us, her name was Marilyn, I think. She passed away in the hospital from cancer. And I know how this sounds, but I swear she never fully left. Every now and then, I'll be in the kitchen and I'll feel someone brush my back. Or, how do I say this without making it weird? Sometimes it's a very clear, very unmistakable touch on my backside. So I told my partner, Evan, and of course he laughed. He's not the type who goes looking for paranormal stuff, but let's just say, he's seen enough here that he doesn't roll his eyes the way he used to. One night, garbage night, we're clearing out the fridge, tossing old leftovers, the whole glamorous routine. Evan suddenly stops and goes, totally serious, "Did you just touch my butt?" And I froze, because both of my hands were wrapped around this huge mixing bowl. I just stared at him and went, "I'm holding a bowl with both hands." Then I added, because I couldn't help myself, "Also, your butt is literally out of my reach right now." And I started laughing. He didn't laugh. He just stood there looking genuinely confused, like something in his brain had finally clicked into place. I honestly think that was the moment he fully accepted. Okay, fine. We live with a ghost. But then the squash thing happened. Evan usually gets home from work before I do. One afternoon, he was feeding our cat, and when he finished, he put these 2 squash we'd bought back where we always kept them, on top of the fridge. He turns to walk away, and then he hears this loud thunk from the dining room. Now, our dining room is connected to the kitchen, like open layout. And the weird part is where the squash landed, because if a squash falls off the fridge, you'd expect it to drop, right by the fridge. This one didn't. It landed several feet away, like it had been tossed. Not rolled, not bounced, not slid, just lobbed. Evan said he stood there for a second doing that silent math people do when they're trying to prove to themselves they're not losing it. When he told me later, I laughed and said, "Maybe our ghost just hates squash." We joked about it for like a week. Then, maybe a couple weeks later, we had squash again, because apparently we don't learn. I was planning dinner and I couldn't find one of them. I checked the counters, the pantry, the fridge, the little rolling cart, even places that made no sense because I was starting to feel mildly insane. Eventually, I gave up and just cooked something else. The next morning, I opened the freezer door to grab meat, and there it was. The missing squash was wedged into the freezer door. And not just sitting there, wedged, like shoved in with purpose. I had to yank at it to get it out. I just stood there holding this icy squash, staring like, what am I even looking at right now? So I called out to my son like, "Okay, be honest, did you do this as a joke?" And he was so sincerely confused he almost looked offended. He swore he hadn't touched it. And because I needed to know I wasn't losing my mind, I tried to recreate it. I took the other squash, the one that hadn't been frozen and was a little smaller, and I tried every angle, every height, every "maybe it bounced just right" scenario. I could not get it to lodge behind that bar in the freezer door. It kept bouncing out and dropping down. Even forcing it in took effort. Here's the funniest part. A friend of mine who's, let's call her sensitive, had been over months earlier to play Catan with us. And way before any of this squash nonsense, she casually mentioned, "Oh, there's a woman in your kitchen," like she was commenting on the weather. So now we call her our kitchen ghost. And our working theory, our deeply scientific, carefully researched theory, is that she simply does not like squash. And I'm not even kidding. When we buy squash now, I'll set them down and say out loud, in the most polite voice, "All right, Marilyn, please leave these alone." Because listen, if you're going to haunt my kitchen, fine, but stop messing with my groceries. Hello, Paranormal M viewers. Welcome back to the channel where we share paranormal experiences. I seriously love doing this, getting to sit here and tell you stories from all over the world. And don't forget to drop a comment. I love reading what you have to say. All right, let's jump into today's story. Also, please subscribe and turn on notifications. Thanks so much. So, this happened a couple months back, and I still get that tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. After my grandma passed, I moved into her place. It was this big, creaky old house, like the kind where the floors complain every time you take a step. It didn't feel scary at first, just quiet. Too quiet sometimes. One night, I was home alone, parked on the couch with the TV on, waiting for my friends to come over. We'd planned a little girls' night. Snacks, gossip, laughing at dumb movies, the whole thing. I remember I'd made popcorn and set out plates like I was trying to make the place feel less empty. When the girls got there, everything felt normal again. We picked a stupid comedy, something easy, and turned it up loud enough to drown out the house sounds. And then, not long after we started watching, we heard this tapping. Just a light tap, tap, tap somewhere near the front of the house. All of us paused like, was that the door? I even joked that maybe the pizza guy was early. I got up, checked the door. Nothing. No one on the porch. No car outside. Just the dark yard and that still, heavy silence. So we brushed it off. Old houses make noises, right? Pipes, branches, whatever. We went back to the movie. A little while later, the food finally arrived. This time there actually was someone at the door, thank God. We were laughing again, eating our pizza, relaxing, and I started thinking we'd imagined the tapping. Then maybe 20 minutes after that, we heard scratching. Not downstairs, not outside, right above us, like something was dragging its nails across the ceiling. I swear my entire body went cold. I could feel my face drain, like all the color just left me. My friends kept glancing at me because they could tell I was trying to act fine, and failing. I finally whispered, "Okay, we should check upstairs." So we did the bravest thing we could think of. We held hands like little kids and went up together. I'm not kidding, hand in hand, slow steps, every stair creaking under our weight like the house was announcing us. We checked every room, the bathroom, the guest room, the closet, the attic door. Nothing. No animal, no broken window, no explanation. We stood there in the hallway, staring at each other, and no one wanted to be the one to say, "Let's go back down," like we were just going to pretend we didn't hear it. But we did. We went back to the living room, turned the movie back on, tried to laugh. A few minutes passed and my friend, Lena, the one who's always the most confident, wasn't talking anymore. She was just stiff, like she was frozen in place. And then she leaned toward me and said, barely audible, I saw something." I turned the volume down and asked her what she meant. And she goes, "In the mirror, just for a second, a tall, black shape, like it was behind us." Her voice was shaking so hard it sounded painful to get the words out. And the thing is, Lena doesn't do that. She's not dramatic. She's not the type to fake a reaction. She looked like she was about to cry. Right after she said that, the tapping came back. Louder, faster, like someone was irritated we weren't listening. Then the scratching started again, only this time it sounded heavier, more aggressive, like it was right above our heads and moving. The ceiling lamp actually trembled a little, and I remember thinking, why does it feel like the whole house is vibrating? I couldn't even explain it properly. It wasn't just noise, it felt angry. That's when Lena, because of course it was her, said, "Wait, I have my spirit box." I looked at her like she had lost her mind. I wanted to say no. I should have said no. But honestly, I was so scared that a part of me was desperate for any answer, even a terrifying one. So she turned it on, and I swear to you, it started spitting words out non-stop, like it couldn't wait to talk, one right after another. Leave. Lena. Unclean. You're not safe. Are you afraid? Not alone. Demon. We just stared at it, frozen, like our brains couldn't keep up with how fast it was happening. My stomach felt like it was dropping over and over again. And then, right when Lena went to turn it off, we heard a growl. Not like a dog, not like a person trying to be funny. Something low and guttural, like it came from deep inside the walls. All three of us screamed, like full-on panic screaming. We didn't even grab our stuff. We just bolted out the front door and stood on the porch, shaking, breathing too fast, looking back at the windows like we expected something to be staring out at us. We ended up going to my friend's car and sitting with the doors locked, just trying to calm down. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. And the worst part? Even outside, we could still hear faint tapping inside the house. So yeah, I'm still staying here for now, because life is complicated and moving isn't instant. But I'm not pretending it's fine anymore. I already called someone to come bless the house next week. And until then, I don't sit in that living room at night. I don't look at mirrors if I can help it. And I definitely don't watch comedies in silence anymore. Hey, I'm gonna try to tell this in a way that makes sense, but I need you to understand up front. I'm not even sure what sense is supposed to feel like anymore. Most days, I can't decide what's real and what's not. And yeah, I've heard that thing people say, if you're crazy, you don't know you're crazy. But I think about it constantly. Like, what if the fact that I'm asking means nothing? What if I'm already gone and this is just me standing in the ashes, trying to name the smoke? So, I'm 19. I'm a guy. When I was little, I got diagnosed with ADHD and was on meds for a while. Eventually, I got taken off them around middle school because everyone said I was doing better. And maybe I was. Or maybe I just got better at hiding how loud my head could get. There's no big family history of schizophrenia or anything like that. At least none that anyone admits to. Just ADHD here and there. So that's what messes with me. Why do I feel like I'm walking around with a cracked lens? Why do my dreams feel like they're connected, like they're chapters from the same book? Why does everything link up in a way that makes my stomach drop? Because the dreams, if I can even call them dreams, don't feel random. They feel like nostalgic nightmares. That's the only way I know how to explain it. Like I belong there in this horrible place, and sometimes it's terrifying, but sometimes it's weirdly comforting. And I hate that I can't tell you why. When I was younger, I tried to be logical about it. I'd wake up and go, okay, dreams have rules. You can't read right, time doesn't work, you don't have full control, your brain's foggy. And for a while, that all checked out. But around 16, maybe late 15, something changed. It started with this vibration, right in the center of my head. It would happen when I laid down to sleep, not every night, but often enough that I couldn't ignore it. At first I thought it was stress or anxiety, Or maybe I was just imagining it because I'd read too much online. And I'm still skeptical, by the way. I'm not telling you this like I think I'm chosen or awakened or anything dramatic like that. If anything, I'm telling you this because I don't trust myself. But the vibration, over time, I learned I could kind of bring it on. Only when I was lying down. If I focused on it, it would spread, like from my head down my neck and into my chest, then into my arms, and especially into my fingertips. It's like my whole body becomes a tuning fork, and if I lean into it, I fall asleep. Except, it's not sleep the way you're thinking, because then, I'm there. And there doesn't follow the usual dream rules. I can read, I can hold conversations, I can understand details. I'm me. I have control of myself, my choices, my movement, but I don't have control over anything else. Not the people, not what happens, not where things go. Two things stand out more than anything. One, pain is real there. Not metaphorical, not dream pain where you wake up and laugh it off. I mean physical pain and mental pain that sticks to you like a smell you can't wash out. Two, when you die there, you don't wake up. You go somewhere else. And the worst part? It's always the same places. Like there's a map. Like dying is just a door and the hallway beyond it is familiar. Now, before all of that started, there's something from when I was a kid that I can't shake. When I was about 8, we lived in this old house in Lexington, Kentucky. I'm not going to say the exact address. Feels weird to put that out there. But it was an older place off one of those streets where every house looks like it has secrets in the walls. We didn't know anything about the history when we moved in. My grandpa was really religious. My mom believed in demons and angels and all that. My dad, my real dad, was always the skeptic type. I grew up kind of in the middle, like I was constantly being pulled between everything is spiritual and nothing is real. In that house, I started seeing things. Shadows. The back door in the kitchen would slam at night like somebody was coming in and out, but there'd be nobody there. I heard footsteps and warped voices, sometimes late, sometimes in the middle of the day, like it didn't care what time it was. I remember going to school nearby. Honestly, school was the only place I felt safe. I dread walking back into that house, like the air changed the second you stepped inside. And at first, no one believed me. Until it got worse. One night, my parents had this heavy wooden dresser, like solid, packed, impossible to tip unless you really tried. They were in bed when they heard it go over. My dad jumped up first, went out into the hall, and my mom stayed behind because she was scared. He told me later it didn't make sense. It wasn't like it slid, it was like it flipped. After that, things sped up. My cousins were staying over one night and we fell asleep on the floor in my room. I woke up and couldn't move, my first time ever having sleep paralysis. I was panicking, trying to scream, trying to yank my arms up, and nothing worked. It felt like minutes stretched into forever. And when I finally could move again, I looked up at this little shelf we had, where we kept random little decorations and toys, and there was one thing that wasn't right. There had been this cute little dog figurine my uncle won at a fair for my mom, like a silly prize. But what I saw wasn't that. What I saw looked like a baby doll with black eyes, like empty black. Its face looked wrong, like it had been crying forever. It had this dirty, torn little bonnet and a stained bib, like something you'd find in a ditch behind an abandoned daycare. I know how that sounds. I know. But here's the part that still messes me up. Even though I was wide awake, I felt that vibration for the first time. My head and shoulders buzzing like electricity. My whole body flooded with adrenaline and disgust, and something deeper, like a primal dread, like my body recognized danger before my brain could explain it. I tried to wake my cousin, tapping him over and over while I stared at that thing. When he finally woke up, he didn't get it. like his mind refused to focus on what I was pointing at. I kept whispering, "Look up, look up, look up." And then I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted. He came out right after me screaming, full-on screaming. And I've asked him about it since, and he swears he doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember why he screamed. He says it's blank. But that scream woke everyone up. My aunt and uncle, my parents. And I tried to explain, stumbling over my words, describing this doll that looked like something you should never see in real life. The closest comparison I have now is that creepy baby scene from an old movie I saw later as a teenager, like the same kind of wrongness. Not long after, we moved, but we didn't move far. We ended up across the street, same neighborhood, same routine. And in that next house, it wasn't the building that got to me, it was a person. One Sunday, a new kid showed up, a girl about my age, and something about her made my blood run cold. She was dressed like she was from another time. Black shoes, white stockings, a plain pale dress, brown hair. But her skin looked wrong, too smooth, too glossy, like porcelain, like a doll someone tried really hard to make real. The second she walked in, I wanted to leave, and that vibration hit again. Only this time it came with something else. This sick, crawling feeling, like my brain was screaming, "This doesn't match, this doesn't match, this doesn't match." Uncanny. That's the word I know now. Back then I didn't have a word for it. I just knew I was scared, and I felt trapped in that little room with her. And the weirdest part was nobody else reacted. Nobody. The other kids kept coloring. The teacher smiled like everything was normal, like I was the only one who could see whatever was off. I told the teacher I had to use the bathroom. I lied. The second I got out of that room, I ran. Up the stairs, into the main service, straight to my grandpa. He asked why I wasn't in class, and I blurted it out. How something was wrong with the new girl, how she didn't feel human, how I felt sick. He laughed at first, called me silly, hugged me, took my hand, and he walked me back down the stairs. But when we got to the doorway and he saw her, his face changed. I've never forgotten it. He didn't laugh anymore. He didn't tease me. His eyes got heavy, like he'd seen something he didn't want to remember. He turned around, grabbed my hand again, and led me back upstairs, fast, like he didn't want to give the room another second of us. And when he looked at me, he had this wrecked look on his face, like he was trying not to cry. My grandpa is a tough man. I've only seen him cry a couple times in my entire life. But in that moment, he looked like he was holding back something huge. He kept me with him for the rest of the service. Then we left early. He still goes to that same church now, but after that day, he didn't go back for a few weeks. Years later, when I asked him what happened, the first time he acted like I made it up. The second time he just said, "Some things are better left alone." And that was it. That was the last time I felt the vibration until I got older, until that whole sleeping and not sleeping thing started. So now here I am, 19, trying to be rational. I'm not super religious. I believe in God, I guess, but I'm skeptical about almost everything. And the vibrations? Maybe they're nothing. Maybe it's anxiety. Maybe it's some weird neurological thing. Maybe it's my mind playing tricks. But then I remember the pain in that other place, and the way dying doesn't wake you up, and the same locations repeating like they're stamped into my head. And I think, if it's all imaginary, why does it have rules? Why does it feel consistent? Why does it feel like it's been waiting for me longer than I've been waiting for it? And I hate that part of me still wonders if I'm losing my mind, or if I'm finally noticing something I was never supposed to notice. Either way, I'm tired of carrying it alone. I just want someone to hear me say it out loud and not immediately decide I'm lying, or crazy, or special. I don't want special. I want real. From about 4th grade through 7th, I lived in this 3-bedroom apartment with my mom and my 2 sisters. My mom worked constantly, like 6 days a week most weeks, sometimes even pulling an extra shift on Sundays if things got busy. She'd get home around dinner time, in that way where you can tell she's been holding herself together all day, which meant a lot of the time, it was just us kids. And honestly, most of the time, it was just me. I was the youngest, and I was already jumpy by nature. Back then, nobody called it anxiety, but that's what it felt like. This constant tightness in my chest, like I was always waiting for something to go wrong. And it didn't help that I watched way too many scary movies. Like, way too many. So I always wondered if I did it to myself, you know? If my brain just learned how to terrify me and never stopped. But that apartment, it didn't feel normal. Not ever. It started small. Cabinets in the kitchen would click open and shut when nobody was there. A drawer would slide out just a little, like someone tugged it and changed their mind. I'd hear whispery little sounds. Sometimes it felt like my name. Sometimes it felt like just a random, hey, like someone testing the air. I used to play computer games in the living room, mostly Sims, and I'd keep the kitchen light on because the dark was my enemy. And then, out of nowhere, the kitchen light would just turn off. No flicker, no slow dim, just gone. And suddenly the only light was the blue-white glow from the monitor, making the living room feel like a cave. One night I was at the computer, and I heard something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It sounded like someone in the kitchen on their hands and knees. Not footsteps, crawling, like palms and knees on the floor, dragging forward. And every time something like that happened, I had 2 modes. I'd either run to my room and shut myself in, or I'd freeze and pretend I didn't hear anything. Like if I ignored it hard enough, it would get bored. Sometimes I felt safer in my mom's room because it was closer to the living room, and she at least felt like a shield, even when she was asleep. Her room had these sliding doors that opened toward the living area, and I swear to you, when I'd be out there on the couch trying to fall asleep with the TV on, the keyboard on the computer desk would start typing on its own. Not like a soft tap, hard clicks, like someone was angry or in a rush. I would just lie there staring at the ceiling, too scared to even breathe loud. And of course my imagination would paint a picture. In my head, I'd see this girl, pale, long dark hair hanging forward like a curtain, sitting at the computer with this bright, thick pink headband, like the kind kids used to wear back then. Just typing away in the dark, like she belonged there. I hated that my brain did that, but I couldn't stop it. One morning, this was like around 6 a.m. I know because the sky outside had that deep, bluish pre-sunrise glow. I had a nightmare, and I couldn't take being alone in my room anymore. So I went into my mom's room and climbed into her bed. Her sliding door to the living room was cracked open, and right away, the apartment started acting up. I heard dishes shifting in the sink. Then the cabinets, open, shut, open, like someone was pacing but using the kitchen instead of feet. I nudged my mom and whispered, "The dishes are moving." She got quiet for a second, like she heard it too, but she never believed in that stuff. She always had a rational answer ready, even half asleep. She rolled over and basically went back to sleep, but I couldn't. I lay there wide awake, listening. And I heard it move. Not like it shifted from wind, I mean wheels rolling, like someone was pulling it across the wooden balcony floor. Then, through the blinds, I saw a shadow pass the window, like a person moving in front of the glass. I didn't even scream. I just did this automatic survival thing. I dove under the covers and pulled them tight around my whole body like fabric could make me invisible. I remember thinking, if I'm fully covered, it can't see me. That moment stamped itself into my memory, like it got branded in. Another time, middle of the day, Nothing scary happening, sunlight, everything normal. I was sitting on the balcony just looking up at the sky, trying to calm down like kids do without knowing that's what they're doing. The chair was right under my mom's window, and I noticed movement above me. Someone was peeking through the blinds. I could see fingertips bending them open. I could see eyes. And then, those eyes shifted and looked right at me. I shot up and yelled because I thought one of my sisters was messing with me. I ran inside ready to fight, heart pounding, embarrassed and furious and scared all at once. Nobody was there. My mom's sliding door was open. The curtains were pushed aside. I could see the whole room, empty. And after that, the feeling of being watched became constant, especially at night. My sister and I shared a room. The layout was weird. When you walked in, there was this short wall right ahead, and behind it was part of the closet. Our bunk bed was along the left side, and I slept on the bottom. And at night, I'd feel it, like someone standing just behind that little wall near the doorway, not moving, just there. I'd be under the blanket sweating, heart thudding so hard it felt loud enough to hear. I'd tell myself not to look, because if I looked and saw something, I didn't know what I'd do. Sometimes the cabinet in the half bath would creak open on its own. The light would shut off. I started locking the bathroom door, but I'd still hear the knob twist sometimes, like someone testing it. And I got weird habits, like I started leaving closet doors open. I don't even know why. Maybe I thought if they were open, nothing could surprise me by opening them. Or maybe I thought it would prove I wasn't scared, like the apartment was challenging me and I was trying to act tough. The full bathroom was the worst. I was terrified to shut the door. The shower drain would make these sounds that reminded me of little voices, like distant kids talking through a pipe. Even flushing the toilet felt too loud, like it would summon something, like something would leap out while the noise covered its steps. I was so tired all the time, but I fought sleep like it was dangerous, and when I did fall asleep, it was heavy and restless, night terrors, sleep paralysis. I'd get so sleep-deprived I'd nod off in school and jerk awake feeling trapped in my own body. I still don't know how I functioned. A couple times I woke up and my mattress was shaking, not like a small vibration, like it was being jostled up and down fast, like somebody had grabbed the bed and was trying to rattle me awake. And then there was the worst night, the one that I can still picture like a photograph. I was sleeping facing the wall, and I dreamed I saw a shadowy figure, like a person made of smoke. In the dream, I was running to my sister, telling her I'd seen a ghost, and then I fell asleep inside the dream, like dream within a dream. And when I opened my eyes for real, something was right in front of my face. At first, I thought it was a blanket or a pillow because the TV was on and the light was shifting. And then it moved. It was a face. A boy's face. His nose so close to mine it felt like they were touching. His eyes were locked on mine, like he'd been waiting for me to wake up. He looked about 11 or 12, like a real kid. He had this soft blonde hair, a little wavy, messy in the front, like he had a cowlick, and bright eyes, blue or gray-blue. He was wearing pajamas, this light, silky button-up top with short sleeves and matching shorts, like something you'd see in an old photo. He was lying on his stomach on the bed, propped up on his elbows, hands close together like he was comfortable, like he belonged there. We just stared at each other. And then he smiled. Not a friendly smile, more like a smirk, like he was amused, like he'd pulled a prank and I'd fallen for it. He even swayed a little, playful, like it was funny. My entire body went cold and hot at the same time. That feeling where adrenaline explodes through you. My fingertips buzzed, my stomach dropped, my heart felt like it fell straight into my legs. I yanked the covers over my head so fast I thought I might tear them. I was shaking, sweating, holding my breath, trying not to make a sound. After a few seconds, maybe longer, I don't know, I slowly lowered the blanket just enough to peek out. And he was gone. So this was about, wow, nearly 20 years ago now. I was living in this one-bedroom apartment for maybe a year and a half, and honestly, I loved the neighborhood. I liked the place too, most of the time, but there was always this weird feeling in it, like the air didn't fully settle. It was a pretty normal apartment, decent-sized for a one-bedroom, in a building that felt fairly new. Nothing spooky on the outside, just regular walls, regular doors, regular carpet. But the bedroom layout is burned into my brain. When you walked into the bedroom, along the left wall I had my dresser and this big closet. Across from that, kind of tucked into the far left corner, was my little desk. At first, my bed was more centered in the room, but later on, I pushed it into the right corner, thinking it would free up space and make things feel cozier. It did not make things cozier. The thing is, I barely even used that bedroom. I hated sleeping in there. Too much streetlight sneaking through the blinds, too much noise. But I had this unbelievably comfortable couch in the living room, like sleeping on a warm cloud, and I'd just pass out there without even trying. So that became my real bed. Same thing with work. I'd tell myself I was going to be responsible, sit at my desk, get things done, and then I'd end up curled on the couch with my laptop. I was in that bedroom maybe 5% of the time, if that. At first, when I moved in, I don't remember feeling anything particularly creepy, especially when the bed was still in the middle of the room. But over time, I started noticing that one corner, the desk corner, felt off. And it wasn't dramatic, like a horror movie. It was more like your body quietly saying, "Don't hang out here." Just this heavy, unpleasant vibe that would creep up on me during the day. Then I moved the bed into the right corner, and suddenly the whole room felt worse. Like I'd rearranged the furniture and accidentally rearranged the atmosphere too. A few times, I forced myself to sleep in the bed anyway, trying to be normal, you know? Trying not to let my imagination run my life. But every time I did, I'd lie there feeling tense and unsettled, like my nervous system was bracing for something it couldn't explain. And I'll be the first to admit, I can spook myself. I can watch one weird video, read one creepy thread, and suddenly every shadow looks suspicious. So I kept telling myself it was just that. But then, there were the shadow people. Not every night, not constantly. But on more than one occasion, I'd wake up and see these dark, human-shaped shadows, up near the corners, sometimes where the wall met the ceiling. Just there, watching. Or at least, existing in a way that made my skin go cold. I don't even like saying it out loud because it sounds so dramatic, but it's what it felt like. And that was basically the moment I permanently noped out of sleeping in the bedroom. Couch life forever. No regrets. Now, I was dating someone at the time. His name was Evan, and once in a while he'd stay over. And I still slept on the couch like always. I never told him any of this. Not the bad vibes, not the corners, not the shadow stuff. Partly because I didn't want to sound unhinged, and partly because I didn't want to plant the idea in his head. But here's the part that still sticks with me. And I remember just staring at him. Because I hadn't said a word. Not even hinted. We talked about it a little, and of course the logical explanation is sleep paralysis. Weird sleep cycles, stress, your brain filling in gaps. Totally possible. Probably likely. But it was still strange to me that he experienced something so similar without any suggestion from me. Another thing that felt bizarre was how the bad corner shifted depending on the time of day. During the day, that desk corner felt heavy and wrong. But nighttime didn't bother me as much there. And then at night, it was like the opposite corner became the one that made my stomach twist. Like the room had different moods depending on the light. Even now, I'm not saying, yes, the apartment was haunted, because I genuinely don't know. but it became this shared experience that made me wonder about corners in general. Why corners feel creepy sometimes. Why so many people report seeing shadow figures in them. I read somewhere once, no idea where, I wish I could remember, that some cultures preferred rounded corners in rooms because sharp corners were thought to be places where energy collects, or where things can sort of gather. Entities, spirits, whatever you want to call it. And I don't know how literal I take that, but I do think it's interesting. Because shadow people? That's a surprisingly common thing people talk about. But what I've always been more curious about is the feeling. Those weird, bad vibes that seem to pool in a corner like cold air. And honestly, even now, when I walk into a room and one corner just feels wrong for no clear reason, I still think about that apartment. And I still, without meaning to, give that corner a little extra space. So, when I was a kid, I grew up in this tiny town where people didn't just tell scary stories. They lived like they were true. Spirits, curses, bad luck that followed you home. All of it. And our house? Our house had a reputation. It was this old, slightly crooked place. Warm and homey, but with this weird feeling you couldn't quite name. My parents would never say it outright, but they'd trade these looks sometimes, like, yeah, something's not right here. At first, it was small stuff. Annoying, harmless. I'd set a toy down and gone. Then I'd find it later in a spot that made no sense, like inside the linen closet, or tucked behind the couch cushions, like someone had hidden it on purpose. My mom would leave her phone on the counter, turn around, and later it would be inside a cabinet with the plates. My dad once swore he put his work gloves right by the back door, and the next morning they were out in the yard, damp, like they'd been dragged through the grass. We asked around, because in a town like that, you don't keep mysteries to yourself. One neighbor, this old guy who always sat on his porch, said, "Probably a ghost. Someone passed in that house a long time ago." Real casual about it too, like it was a leaky faucet. But then there was another neighbor, a woman named Mara, always wrapped in this deep red scarf, always speaking like she knew more than she should. When my mom mentioned the missing things, Mara didn't even blink. She just tilted her head and said, real quiet, "That's not a ghost." My mom asked, "Then what is it?" Mara leaned in a little, lowering her voice like the walls might be listening. "Goblins." I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. Like, come on, goblins? That sounded like a bedtime story. But Mara didn't laugh back. She just looked right at me, and I swear the air felt colder. "They're playful at first," she said. "They like to move things, little jokes. But if you ignore them, they get bolder." And my stomach dropped because I was a kid, and the word boulder sounded like a promise. My mom asked what we were supposed to do. Mara gave this advice like it was the simplest thing in the world. Leave sweets around the house, little bowls, candies. Keep them happy, and they'll stop. It sounded ridiculous, honestly. But after weeks of weird little incidents and my parents starting to look genuinely tired, desperation makes you do things you'd normally roll your eyes at. So that night, we did it. We put out candy in small dishes, by the front entryway, near the windows, on a shelf in the hallway. My mom even slid a few pieces under my bed, like we were making an offering to something we couldn't see. And then, I'm not joking, it stopped. No more vanishing toys. No more missing phone. No more gloves showing up outside like they'd taken a midnight walk on their own. The house felt normal again. Quiet in that ordinary way, not that watching way. For a long time, I told myself it was just coincidence. Kids want explanations, and adults want things to make sense. So I convinced myself we'd just hit the end of whatever strange phase it was. But every once in a while, late at night, half asleep, I would hear it. A faint little sound, like giggling. Not loud, not close, just there, like something amused was tucked into the dark corner of the room, enjoying itself. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it was the house settling. Maybe it was nothing. Or maybe Mara was right. And what if they don't like being reminded? Okay, so I need to say this out loud to someone, because I feel like if I keep it in my head, it just gets bigger and louder. I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. And I know how that sounds. I really do. I'm not someone who wants to believe that. For a long time, I kept telling myself it was coincidence, or me being tired, or the dog reacting to a random noise. Anything but that. But too many things have happened now. Too many very specific things. So, quick backstory. There's a small, old graveyard behind our house. Not like a big cemetery, more like a tucked-away family plot. You can see a few stones through the brush if you know where to look. It's always been there, and it's always made the backyard feel different. Not evil, just heavy sometimes. And recently, I'm embarrassed to admit this, I'd been messing around with tarot cards. Just casually. I wasn't trying to summon anything or open portals or whatever people say online. I thought it was harmless, a hobby, a way to reflect. But now I'm sitting here thinking, what if that mattered? Because a few nights ago, my partner, Miles, and I were outside late, just standing there talking. And I made this stupid joke. I said something like, I want to see what your mom saw that night. His mom, my mother-in-law, has told this story forever. Like, over 20 years ago, she swears she saw a ghost on the driveway. Not even a full person, which somehow makes it worse. She said it looked like a man in an old uniform, like from the Civil War era, but only the top half. Like shoulders and head, just moving. I joked about it. I laughed. I really wish I hadn't. Because after that, things started happening. Small at first, but so weirdly consistent. There's this one reusable water bottle we keep in the kitchen. Same spot, same counter. And it started falling over by itself. Like, not sliding, not tipping like it was unsteady. It would just clunk to the floor. It happened 3 separate times in one day. The same bottle, the same counter. Then the next day, Miles's mom came by while we were out. Later she told us she heard a knock at the front door, like an actual knock. She paused her phone call, muted the TV, walked right up, opened the door. No one. And the only other person on the property was a worker we had outside, way out back doing yard stuff. She went around and asked him if he'd knocked. He swore he didn't, and he also said he hadn't seen anyone come up the driveway. Okay, weird. But still, maybe someone knocked and walked away fast. Maybe. Except the next day, the water bottle fell again. Same one, same spot. And then yesterday morning, the doorbell rang. Not a knock, the actual doorbell. My dog exploded barking like someone was right there. And we've had contractors at the house, so I'm thinking, oh, they need something. I get up, I'm walking to the door, and I glance at the camera feed. Nobody is there. Like, nobody even close. No shadow. No person stepping away. Nothing. I still opened the door because, I don't know. Part of me didn't want to admit what my brain was already whispering. One of the contractors was up on a ladder near the side of the house, so I called out, "Did you ring the bell? Do you need anything?" He looked genuinely confused and said, "No, I didn't touch it." I remember closing the door and standing there in that little quiet after, trying to act normal, trying to be the kind of person who shrugs and says, "Huh, must be a glitch." but I didn't feel normal. Then early this morning, like 1:30 a.m., it got worse. I woke up because my dog was barking, growling, and doing that deep huffing thing he only does when he thinks a stranger is inside. And the creepy part? He wasn't running to the living room like he usually does when he hears something outside. He stayed in the bedroom, planted, staring at our door. The door was cracked open just a little, and he was staring directly at that gap like he could see something I couldn't. I sat up, heart already racing, trying to whisper his name and calm him down. He stopped barking, but he didn't relax. He just kept huffing, like warning breaths, pointed straight at the doorway. And then my laundry bin, right beside the door, shifted and toppled. Not like I bumped it, not like the dog hit it. It just fell, and the bag of clothes inside spilled out. I froze. I told myself, okay, maybe it was overstuffed, maybe it was leaning, maybe... And then it happened again. The clothes slid out like something had tugged the bag. And then again. 3 times. Like it wanted me to notice. Like it was saying, hey, pay attention. At that point, my whole body just went cold. I did the most childish thing. I laid back down and pulled the blanket over my head. Like that would protect me from whatever was standing on the other side of the door. And then, a second later, I heard the door creak. Just a tiny sound, like it moved a fraction of an inch. I yanked the blanket down, expecting to see my dog leaving the room or pushing it open. But he was right next to the bed, still staring, still tense. Miles is a heavy sleeper, but he half woke up from all of it. And this is the part that almost makes me cry, because it was so instinctive. He didn't even fully open his eyes. He just said, firm, like he was talking to a real person, "Go away. You're not welcome here." And then he rolled over and fell back asleep like that was the end of it. I was still sitting there, wide awake, shaking, because I realized, whatever this was, it wasn't just a noise. It wasn't just my imagination. Something was interacting with the space. I pulled my dog onto the bed with me, held him close, and eventually, somehow, everything went quiet again. But it doesn't feel over. That's what scares me the most. It's only been a handful of days, and it feels like it's escalating. And the thing is, this isn't even the first time we've had weird stuff happen here. I've heard footsteps when no one was walking. I've seen the TV shut off on its own. Our cameras have blinked off like they lost power, even though nothing else did. Once, I swear I heard what sounded like a little gathering outside, like instrumental music and muffled voices, like a party just beyond the fence. And then it stopped the second I went to check. We've left the house and come back to the dryer still running, twice, like it restarted itself. I used to file those away as creepy stories, things you tell friends and laugh about afterward. But now I'm not laughing. Now I'm sitting here thinking about that graveyard in the back, and the tarot cards I haven't touched since, and the stupid joke I made under the night sky. Like I tossed a pebble into a dark well, and only now I'm hearing something climb its way up. And I don't know what the next step is. Hey, so I've been lurking in a couple paranormal spaces for a long time, just reading people's stories, trying to make sense of what they experienced. And I kept telling myself, one day I'll share mine. This is that day. This happened about 6 years ago. I was living in this townhouse with a bunch of roommates, all guys, all of us working, doing the usual routine. Nothing about the place felt creepy. It was just a normal, slightly cramped house where the kitchen was always busy and everyone's stuff had a spot. One afternoon, I'm at work, mid-shift, and my phone rings. It's one of my roommates. Let's call him Samir. He sounds weirdly serious, like he's trying not to sound dramatic. He goes, "Hey, "Did you leave a phone in your kitchen cupboard?" And I'm like, "No, I've got one phone. It's literally in my hand." There's this, and then he says, "I'm only asking because I keep hearing a woman laughing, like from inside your cupboard." I laughed it off at first, like, yeah, okay, sure, maybe he's messing with me. I tell him it's definitely not me, and I go back to work. But when I get home later, he asks me again, same exact question, same exact tone. And now I'm not laughing anymore because he looks unsettled, like he's been waiting for me to come back so he doesn't have to be alone with it. So I'm thinking, all right, let's solve this. Maybe someone's playing a prank. Maybe there's a toy in there. Maybe a video got left running on somebody's device. Something. I'm in the kitchen making dinner, chopping onions, heating up a pan, just trying to act normal. And then it happens. This clear, bright female laugh. Not a creak, not a pipe groan, not something vague you can interpret. It's a laugh like someone's standing right there, amused, like she heard a joke and couldn't hold it in. My whole body went cold. I walked straight to the cupboard that was basically my cupboard, where I kept snacks and random groceries, and I swing it open so fast I nearly knocked the door off the hinge. Nothing. Just food, boxes, rice, a couple cans, normal stuff. I pull everything out. I check behind things, under things, like I'm going to find a tiny speaker taped to the back wall or a phone wedged somewhere. I even feel around the hinges, because at that point my brain is desperate to land on anything that makes sense. And a few minutes later, that same laugh again. Same tone, same presence. And I'm not going to lie to you, I got scared. Like the kind of scared where you start trying to control your breathing so nobody else notices you're rattled. At first, I tried to explain it away. I told myself maybe it was the plumbing, maybe the water pressure was doing something weird, maybe sound was carrying through the walls from a neighbor. I clung to every logical possibility I could grab. But the more it happened, the less my brain could wiggle out of what my ears were clearly hearing. It sounded like a woman, young, maybe 20s or early 30s, laughing right inside that cupboard. Now, I'm Muslim, so the way I framed it wasn't a ghost or someone who died here. In our belief, people don't come back to wander around places after they pass away. The soul moves on into the unseen, into barzakh, and there isn't just casual back and forth communication. Not like that. But we do believe in jinn, and we're taught they can imitate voices, mimic people, take different forms. Basically, they can mess with your senses if they want to. So after a while, I stopped trying to force a scientific explanation onto something that felt personal, like it was aimed at us, like it was performing. So that's what we did. We didn't invite it. We didn't talk to it. We didn't challenge it. We just tried to go on with our lives. And here's the strange part. It didn't last long. Maybe a day, maybe one night and a little into the next day. Short enough that it almost felt like it was just stopping by to see if it could get a reaction. At one point, once the initial fear wore off a little, we actually turned it into this dumb roommate moment. You know how guys can be when they're trying to act brave? We didn't tell one of the roommates what was going on. We sent him into the kitchen like, "Hey, can you grab something from the cupboard real quick?" He walks in, opens it, and right on cue, that laugh hits. He bolts. Like full sprint out of the kitchen, eyes wide, swearing under his breath, and the rest of us just lose it. We're laughing so hard we can barely stand, partly because it was funny, and partly because laughing felt like the only way to keep the fear from winning. And after that, it stopped. Like completely. No more laughter. No more weird moments. The house went back to being just a house. Except, there was one other thing. Months later, I had a sleep paralysis episode, my first real one. I woke up and I was fully aware, fully conscious, but my body wouldn't move. Not my arms, not my legs, nothing. Even my breathing felt heavy, like it didn't belong to me. And the whole time, all I could think was, recite Ayat al-Kursi. Just recite it. That's something we're taught early on, something protective, something that anchors you when you feel exposed to anything unseen. But I couldn't. My mind was screaming the words, but my tongue wouldn't cooperate. It was like my mouth wasn't mine. I fought so hard to get even the first sound out, and it felt like trying to lift a mountain with one finger. It only lasted a few seconds, but in the moment it felt longer, because you measure time differently when you're trapped in your own body. And then, my tongue finally moved. Just enough. The moment I was able to form the words, the paralysis snapped like a rubber band. I could move again. I sat up, heart racing, just staring into the dark, trying to convince myself I was safe. I can't prove that sleep paralysis was connected to the cupboard thing. I'm not even claiming it is. But I'll tell you this. After you've heard a woman laugh from inside a cupboard that contains nothing but groceries, you don't forget that feeling. And you don't dismiss the unseen quite as easily ever again. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this the way I remember it, because even talking about it makes my chest feel tight. I'm sitting here typing, but in my head, I'm right back there, and I hate that I can still feel it. This happened a couple years back, maybe closer to 2 than 3. I've lived my whole life in southern West Virginia, where the mountains and woods aren't a backdrop, they're just everything. And at night, it's a kind of dark that isn't peaceful. It's thick, like the world can swallow you if you step too far off the path. That night, I had a buddy over. His name was Matt. We were doing what we always did, watching fights, half paying attention, messing around on the console, talking about nothing important. Eventually, we got restless, and we decided to walk down this nearby trail to smoke. Nothing crazy, just a little trail we'd been on before. It's not long, but it's hemmed in by woods so dense you can barely see more than a few feet past the edges, especially at night. It was late, like past 1 in the morning late. We walked maybe 25 minutes in and stopped around the midpoint. We stepped off to the side just enough to feel hidden, packed the joint, and stood there on the trail talking in low voices like we were the only 2 people left on Earth. And the woods were busy. You know how the forest usually has little sounds, bugs, a branch settling, a distant rustle? This was different. It felt like everything was moving at once. Too much movement for that hour. Too many little snaps and scrapes and scurries. It wasn't loud exactly, just active. Like the trees were full of eyes and bodies that shouldn't have been awake. Matt even made a comment, something like, "Why is it so alive tonight?" And I remember laughing it off, but it didn't feel funny. We finished up and started walking again, heading back the way we came. And that's when it happened. Almost immediately, like someone flipped a switch, the woods went silent. Not quieter, not calmer, dead silent. No insects, no leaves, no distant movement. It was like the whole forest held its breath at the exact same time. And right inside that silence, there was a voice. It's hard to explain without sounding ridiculous, but I swear to you, this is exactly what it felt like. It sounded humanoid, but wrong, like an imitation, like something trying on a human voice and not getting the shape right. It had this shaky, uncertain tone, almost sing-songy, but not in a normal way. The closest thing I can compare it to is an old toy, like one of those cheap talking dolls from years ago, where the speaker crackles and the words come out warped and robotic. Not quite a whisper, not quite speaking, just repeating itself over and over. Both of us froze for half a second, and then we didn't even talk about it. We just ran. We sprinted back down the trail as hard as we could. I was expecting the sound to fall behind us, or at least change, get fainter, get louder, shift around. but it didn't. That's the part that still makes my skin crawl. No matter how hard we ran, that voice stayed the same volume, like it was keeping pace without moving, not getting closer, not getting farther, just locked onto us, like it was attached, like it was coming from the air right behind our ears. I remember thinking, in this really clear, cold way, we are in danger. Not, we're spooked, not, this is creepy. Like genuine, real danger. The kind you only feel a few times in your life, if you're unlucky. And we started moving fast away from the entrance, like, don't stop, just go. Maybe 5 minutes after we cleared the trail, we heard it. A scream. Not an animal, not even close. I know what the wildlife sounds like around here. I've heard bobcats, foxes, all of it. This wasn't that. This was human-shaped, but stripped of anything human. It sounded violent. It sounded murderous, like pure rage with lungs behind it. It came from directly behind us, back toward the trees, and it was so loud and so nasty that it felt like it hit my spine. Birds exploded out of the woods like something had kicked a hornet's nest in the sky. My stomach dropped so hard I thought I might actually throw up. And in that moment, standing there in the dark with my heart trying to rip out of my chest, all I could think was, whatever made that sound wanted us to know it was there. So, let me tell you about Marin. A few years back, I was dating her, and she had this calm, steady way of saying things that made you pause. Marin would tell me, without drama, without trying to impress anyone, that she could sense things most people couldn't. Feelings in rooms, shifts in the air, sometimes even presences. I mostly believed her. I mean, I wanted to. But if I'm being honest, a part of me kept waiting for something undeniable to happen. Something I could point to and say, okay, yeah, that's real. She had this emerald. Not a huge one, not flashy, but it had this deep green glow that almost looked alive in the right light. She'd wear it on a thin chain sometimes, close to her chest. And I remember noticing it early on, like really noticing it, because the first time we got intimate, she was wearing it. Later, I caught myself wondering if that mattered. Like, maybe the stone wasn't just jewelry to her. Maybe it was a kind of anchor. And if I got close enough to her, maybe I got pulled into whatever that anchor was tied to. Anyway, about 6 weeks into dating, she had to travel for a work conference across the country. Quick trip, in and out. She took the emerald with her, of course, but on the flight back, the airline lost one of her bags. And that bag had the emerald inside. If it were me, I would have been livid. I would have been on hold with customer service until my phone melted. But Marin, she barely reacted. She was disappointed, sure, but not angry. She just sat there, kind of quiet, then shrugged like she was accepting a fact the rest of us didn't have access to. "It'll come back," she said, like she wasn't hoping, like she knew. At the time, I thought she meant the airline would track down the suitcase eventually. Lost luggage turns up. It happens. So I didn't argue, but I also didn't read anything mystical into it. Weeks passed, then more weeks. No bag, no emerald. And then one Saturday, randomly, we decided to go hiking. There's this small mountain near our town that neither of us had been to. Not one of those dramatic, rocky climbs. More like a gentle trail, the kind where you can actually talk while you walk. I'd seen it on an app and said, "Let's do it." And Marin smiled like she was already saying yes before I finished the sentence. We took our time going up. The air was clear, the trail was quiet. When we finally reached the top, there was a tall radio tower and one of those big metal water tanks. Nothing scenic in a postcard way, but still, peaceful. You could see the trees rolling out in every direction, and the whole place had that stillness that makes you lower your voice without thinking. We sat down to eat lunch. A couple hikers passed us, 2, maybe 3, and then it was just empty. No footsteps, no chatter. Just us and the wind that barely existed, drifting now and then like it couldn't commit. We were talking and laughing, leaning into each other, and eventually we started kissing. Nothing wild, just that slow, comfortable kind of affection you fall into when you feel safe with someone. And then the air changed. I don't know how else to say it. 1 second everything was calm, and the next it was like the mountain took one huge breath and exhaled right in our faces. The wind came out of nowhere, hard, loud, whipping so strong it made that long whoosh sound, like it was moving through a tunnel. It startled me, but Marin, she went pale. "We have to go," she said, voice cracking. "Not because it's bad, it's so sad up here. Something's sad." That's what she said. Something's sad. So I didn't argue. I started packing up our food, folding things quickly, trying to steady the moment. We were both cleaning up, making sure we left no trash behind, when I spotted something in the dirt near my shoe. A flash of green. At first I thought it was a bottle shard or a piece of plastic catching light, but when I brushed the dirt aside, my stomach dropped a little. It was a necklace. A thin chain, tarnished in spots, and at the center, that deep green emerald. Marin froze when she saw it, like her brain needed a second to accept what her eyes were telling her. Then she let out this breath, half laugh, half sob, and she grabbed it with both hands like it might disappear if she didn't hold on tight enough. And suddenly she wasn't shaking anymore. She was glowing, smiling through tears, laughing like a kid who just got something back that they'd already decided was gone forever. I kept looking around, almost expecting someone to pop out and yell, "Gotcha!" But there was nobody. Just that wind, fading as quickly as it arrived, leaving behind this heavy quiet. On the walk back down, she told me something she hadn't said before. The emerald had been her grandfather's gift, given to her when she was little. She said it wasn't just sentimental. It was him. Like he'd poured something of himself into it, some promise of protection and return. She also told me she'd lost it once before, years ago, when she was a kid. It had slipped off near a river, one with a fast current. She'd cried and told her grandfather, and he'd looked at her and said very calmly, "It'll come back." And somehow, it did. A few weeks later, he handed it back to her like it was the most normal thing in the world. So when the airline lost her bag, she didn't panic. She'd already lived through the emerald coming back once. She trusted the pattern. Now, I'll be honest with you. My brain immediately tried to build a neat little explanation. Like, maybe she never lost it on the trip. Maybe it was in her pocket the whole time and she staged the whole thing. Maybe she dropped it when I wasn't looking. Maybe one of those hikers lost it and the timing was just weird. I tried to convince myself of all kinds of logical versions. But here's the problem. It wasn't just that one moment. There were other things with Marin. Little unexplainable turns, strange coincidences, moments where she'd say something before it happened. Enough that, even now, I can't fully laugh it off. And I don't know. Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle, part mystery, part human storytelling. Or maybe that emerald really does have a way of returning, like it's tied to her life in a way that doesn't care what I believe. All I know is this. That day on that mountain, the wind came like a message. And when it passed, the emerald was there, waiting in the dirt like it had always belonged exactly where we were sitting.
I'm
going to tell you about something that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it, because I know what I heard. There's just no way I imagined it. So, a few years back, maybe 3, give or take, my sister Maris and I were living together in this little townhouse in a quiet suburban town. The kind of place where people wave even if they don't know your name, and where the edge of town turns into nothing but woods and open fields. At night it got weirdly still, like the dark had weight to it. Anyway, it was a Friday, late afternoon, and Maris and I had been fighting over something so small it's almost embarrassing to admit. One of those petty arguments that somehow grows teeth because you've been around each other too much. We worked at the same place back then too, so there was no cool off and take space. It was just all day, every day, the same person, the same tension. We were sniping over text all afternoon. Then it turned into calls, and by the time the workday ended, I was shaking with anger, like I could feel it buzzing under my skin. Maris left the office first. I stayed a little longer, trying to breathe through it, trying to not explode. Part of me wanted to just go to my mom's house instead. She lived close. But I told myself I needed to be alone. I needed quiet. So I drove back to the townhouse, gripping the steering wheel too hard, dreading the moment I'd walk in and it would start all over again. When I pulled up, the street was calm, too calm. I remember the air looking sort of dim and flat, like the evening hadn't decided if it wanted to be night yet. I walked to the front door, took a breath like I was bracing for impact, and stepped inside. The downstairs was quiet. I headed toward the kitchen, and I remember feeling this wave of relief because, thankfully, Maris wasn't down there. Her bedroom was upstairs, right above the kitchen, and you could hear everything through that ceiling. And that's when I heard her voice, clear as day. She was on the phone, and she was talking about me. Not just venting either. I mean, she was tearing me apart, calling me names, talking about my character like I was the worst person she'd ever met, saying these nasty, cruel things that didn't even sound like normal anger. It sounded like someone trying to hurt me. I stood there in the kitchen, frozen, staring at the counter like it could explain what I was hearing. And something in me just broke. I pulled out my phone and called my mom because I needed someone to ground me before I did something I couldn't take back. I told her, "Mom, it's bad. It's getting ugly. I don't know what to do." But while I'm talking to my mom, the voice upstairs suddenly shifts, like it realized I was home. And then it starts screaming. Not muffled, not distant, piercing, sharp. The kind of screaming that makes your heart jump like you've been slapped. "Get the F out!" And then worse, way worse. It was saying disgusting things, violent, hateful stuff. Stuff I don't even like repeating. But the point is, it sounded exactly like Maris. Same tone, same rhythm, the same way she dragged certain words. Her voice has this distinct bite when she's furious, and that bite was cutting through the ceiling like it wasn't even there. I snapped right back. I started yelling up at the ceiling, screaming until my throat hurt, and my mom is on the phone hearing all of it, hearing me go absolutely feral with rage. Then my mom suddenly goes quiet. Not like she got distracted, like she got serious. And in this low, careful voice, she says, "Honey, stop." So I stop. I'm breathing hard, shaking, still staring upward like I'm about to see someone come through the ceiling. And my mom says, slowly, like she's choosing every word, "Maris is right next to me. She's here, at my house, right now." I didn't understand at first. My brain couldn't make the shape of it. And then my mom says, "Who are you yelling at?" I swear to you, everything in me went cold. Because I had been hearing her. I had been fighting with her. I had been responding to her voice with my own voice. And I wasn't guessing, I knew it was her. But she wasn't there. And that's the moment the fear hit, the real fear. The kind that doesn't come with adrenaline, just this sick, sinking certainty that something is wrong in a way you can't fix by turning on a light. Later, when I tried to make sense of it, I kept landing on the same thought. Whatever was upstairs didn't want a conversation. It wanted a reaction. It wanted anger. It wanted chaos. It wanted me loud and hurt and losing control. And ever since then, I've never forgotten what that felt like. Standing in my own kitchen, listening to a voice I trusted, knowing in my bones it was real, and realizing it couldn't have been. So, I don't know what you believe. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what happened. And I'm telling you this. If something ever tries to pull you into rage that fast, if it feels like it's feeding on the worst parts of you, step back, breathe, reach for something steady. Because sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see. It's what knows exactly how to sound like someone you love. So, I grew up in this really old house, like the kind that was built before 1900, with crooked little quirks you only notice once you've lived there long enough. When I was a kid, my little brother Eli and I had our own bedrooms at first, but when he was about 3 or 4, he started having nightmares all the time. Real, panicky, shaking awake kind of nightmares. So my parents moved him into my room. And here's the thing. The entire time we shared that room, we always slept with a fan running. Not just for air. It sounds weird saying it out loud, but when I was younger, the fan made the room feel protected. Like it pushed something back. Like if the room ever got too quiet, something uncomfortable could creep in. Years later, after we'd moved out of that room and weren't sharing anymore, Eli told me something that made my stomach drop a little. He said he'd felt it too as a kid. He said the fan wasn't just noise. He felt like it kept something bad away. Like it kept spirits from getting close. I didn't even know what to say to that, because I'd never told him my reason. Then, right before my junior year of college, we moved again, into another house that was also built before 1900. This one had actually been my dad's childhood home. My grandma moved down the road into a smaller place and let us move into her old house, the one with the history and the weight to it. It even used to have servants' quarters back when it was first built, which tells you how old and layered that place really was. And in that house, there were 2 spots where I consistently felt something. The first spot was on the staircase. There's a landing where the stairs make this sharp turn, almost like the house folds back on itself. Every time I hit that turn, I'd feel uneasy. Not like I was scared of falling, more like something was right there on the other side of the wall, watching from the living room corner. Just a steady pressure, like being stared at. And there were a couple details about that exact area that always stuck with me. My grandma used to keep these old dolls on a shelf near there. Porcelain faces, glassy eyes, the whole thing. My cousin used to say those dolls gave him the creeps, like he hated even looking at them. And also, some of my earliest memories of my great-grandfather are from that same corner. During family gatherings, he would sit right there, kind of quiet, just observing. He was a gentle presence, but the fact that he was tied to that spot made it feel even more charged somehow. The second place was the kitchen at night. If I sat at the island when the house was dark, just me, maybe a little light over the stove, everything else quiet, I'd feel like something was watching me from the dining room. It wasn't far, maybe 10 or 12 feet away, but it felt like a gaze I couldn't shake. Sometimes it even felt like it wasn't inside at all, like it was outside one of the windows, just beyond the glass. Not always, but enough times that I started timing how long I'd sit there before I'd get up and turn on another light, just to break the feeling. and the only thing I could ever connect it to was my great-grandfather again. In his last several years, he was in his 90s by then and needed help walking. He would sit for hours in what is now the dining room, almost the whole day. Same area, same stillness, same sense of someone being there even when they're not. My cousin, the same one who hated the dolls, told me later that he and my grandma both had experiences in that house too. My grandma's experience was different, but somehow worse in its own way. She told him she saw glowing eyes at the bottom of the stairs that led down to the basement. Not like a reflection, not like an animal. She described them as red, just there, staring up at her from the dark. After that, my cousin said she had the house blessed. And apparently, there were older relatives of ours who were priests, people who, according to family stories, had dealt with supernatural situations before. I don't know how much of that is tradition, how much is truth, but it's something I grew up hearing in bits and pieces. And that brings me to why this has been on my mind again. Because 2 nights ago, something happened that I can't just shrug off. I'm living alone right now in a military building built around the mid-1940s. No roommate, just me. It was about 2 a.m. I was awake and looked over toward the desk across the room, and I saw this soft green glow on top of it, like the color you'd see on an alarm clock display. Not bright like a flashlight, but unmistakable, a source of light. And the thing is, there wasn't anything on the desk where the light was. No device, no charger, nothing with an indicator. I stared at it long enough to be sure I wasn't half dreaming, then looked away and back, and it was still there. This steady green glow sitting in empty space like it belonged. Then, about 30 minutes later, I heard a sound from the other bed, like someone rolling over under blankets, the soft shift, the fabric drag, that very human turning in sleep noise. But the other bed didn't have bedding on it. It only had my uniform laid out, and it didn't move. So I just sat there, frozen in that kind of silence where your brain starts begging you to explain it. Air vent, settling building, whatever, anything. But the sound was so specific, so familiar. And since then, I've had this other thing happening too. When I walk to the bathroom at night, I sometimes feel like something is behind me, keeping pace. Not footsteps I can hear, just that instinct, that prickling pressure between your shoulder blades like you're being followed. There are other people in the building, sure, but when I feel it, the hallway is empty. No one else in the passageway. No doors opening, no voices, nothing. And I hate admitting this, but it's the same feeling I used to push away with a fan when I was a kid. The same don't let it get too quiet feeling. The same sense that something is present, even when you're completely alone. So I think my latest ghost encounter might have officially clocked in for work with me. I'm one of those people who's always been a little too sensitive to that kind of thing. I've had a handful of experiences over the years, and honestly, even when nothing felt truly evil, it was still scary. Like, your body goes into alarm mode anyway, you know? But this one feels different. I started a new job recently, and right away someone mentioned, almost like a fun little fact, "Oh, we barely ever use the aircon here. The building's just always cold." Which sounds normal until you remember I live in a place where heat is basically a lifestyle. So yeah, a naturally chilly building already felt a bit strange. At first, nothing seemed too weird, except for this one thing that kept happening. People would get locked out of rooms even though they swore they hadn't locked the door. Like, they'd step out for a second, come back, and the knob wouldn't turn. It happened to a few coworkers, and then it happened to me once too. I brushed it off as old doors, old locks, whatever. Then one day, I was alone in the building for a while, and I heard what sounded like someone gently moving around in the kitchen. Not loud, not dramatic, just that soft, someone's in there kind of sound. Pots shifting, a cupboard maybe, the casual noise of a person doing small things. But here's the thing, there are only two ways into the building. One entrance was properly locked, and the other one? If anyone came in through it, I would have heard it, and they would have had to walk past me. So I go check the kitchen, half expecting to catch someone sneaking a snack or something, and there's nobody. Not a single person, no movement, just that cold, quiet air. It was odd. Not terrifying, just odd. Then today, my boss was in my office chatting with me, and we both heard these noises coming from the front room. It sounded like knocking, but not on the door, more like someone tapping something against a surface, like knuckles or maybe an object, and it was definitely inside the building. My boss actually got up and went to look, properly investigated it, walked around, checked the front area, and found nothing. No one. Later on, the aircon was switched on, and none of us had done it. There were only 3 of us working that day. No one claimed it, and it wasn't on earlier. It was just on. Like someone decided, yeah, we're doing this now. And then it clicked for me, like within the last day, what building I'm actually in. I'm gonna call it Albie's building, because I've heard people talk about it before. Shopkeepers who used to work in this building complained about a ghost. Like, genuinely complained. Not in a ha-ha spooky way, in a this place has something going on way. And last night, I had this dream that I was getting phone calls from a little boy. Not a normal dream either. It felt weirdly specific, like I woke up with that lingering feeling of, that wasn't just random. Also, I should tell you about the room I usually work in. There's this one office that has the thickest atmosphere I've ever felt. Like the air has weight. Oppressive, heavy, almost pressurized. It's hard to focus in there, like your brain gets foggy the longer you sit. I can't explain it without sounding dramatic, but it feels like the room is crowded, even when it's empty. Here's what's strange though. I don't feel scared in the building. Even though the whole building is chilly, I still like having the aircon on. The other day, I turned it on, and another woman came by and turned it off. I was sitting there feeling all stuffy and annoyed, thinking, okay, great. So when the aircon turned itself on later, without any of us doing it, I couldn't help thinking, that cheeky little ghost did that for me. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just old building quirks, faulty locks, weird acoustics, touchy aircon controls. But if it is something, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it wants to scare anyone. It just feels like it wants to be noticed. So this goes back to about 9 years ago now. I've told bits and pieces of this story to a few people over time, but I've never really sat down and shared it start to finish. And I should probably say up front, strange stuff has followed me most of my life. I don't go looking for it. It just finds me. But this house was different. I was living in a small, low-income town where rentals almost never come up. The kind of place where, if you find something that isn't falling apart, you grab it and don't ask too many questions. At the time, I was living with my mom, my brother, my sister, and my nephew. He was still little then. We finally found a private rental through this sweet older couple, and honestly, the house looked like a miracle. It was on the good end of a street that had a rough reputation, and it was maybe 20-ish years old, still modern, roomy, and for the first time in my life, it had air conditioning. I remember walking in and thinking, okay, we've made it. This is fancy living. Now, this place had a weird layout. It almost felt like it had two backs instead of a front. On one side, it faced cane fields and the beginning stretch of a highway. That side had a fenced yard and a covered patio. The other side backed onto a quiet street with a little park. Peaceful, actually. And on that quiet side, there was this enclosed outdoor area that wrapped around, plus another locked-off little section where the landlords kept a spa we weren't allowed to use. Off that whole area was a big, sort of nice double garage. And inside the garage was a door into a small tool shed. And inside that, there was this tiny room. It wasn't even useful, really, just old tools and junk. But the second you stepped near it, the air felt wrong, like the room didn't want you in there. I never had a reason to go inside, and I avoided it the way you avoid a dark hallway in a horror movie. You know when your body says no before your brain catches up? It was like that. Not long after we moved in, I started feeling watched. Not by an adult, by a young girl. I never saw her clearly. It was more like a presence, like the sense of a small person standing just out of view, quietly paying attention. And it always felt strongest near the spa and garage area, like she was tied to that part of the house. I'd be hanging laundry or walking through that outdoor space, and I'd get that prickly feeling on the back of my neck, like someone was behind me. That was unsettling but manageable. I told myself I was imagining it. Stress, new house, all that. And then something happened in town. A little girl was killed. An awful, senseless case that everyone talked about for weeks. The whole city felt heavier after it. And I swear, it was like the air in our house changed after that. Like something got stirred up. One night I was in my bedroom, just sitting there. Nothing dramatic, just existing. And this little statue I had on a shelf suddenly launched across the room. Not slid, not tipped. It flew, fast, like someone had thrown it with real force. It hit the wall hard enough that I actually yelped. And here's the part that still makes me feel strange. It didn't break. It was delicate. It should have shattered, but it didn't. It just landed there, like the house wanted to prove a point more than it wanted to destroy anything. After that, I started paying closer attention. I opened the gate, and as I stepped in, I could see through the windows that every light in the house was on. Every room. Bright. And I remember thinking, oh, Mom and my brother are up again. They were night owls back then. Sometimes they'd be watching movies at weird hours. So I walked up to the door, put my hand on the knob, pushed it open, and the house was pitch black. Not dim, not a few lights off, completely dark. Like nobody had been awake for hours. I stood there with the door open, honestly thinking my brain had short-circuited. I walked through the house turning lights on, checking rooms. Everyone, Mom, my brother, my sister, my nephew, was asleep in their beds. Deep asleep. The kind of sleep you don't snap into in 10 seconds. And I just kept thinking, there is no way. There's no way they all turned off every light in the exact split second between me seeing them on and me stepping through the door. After that, I wouldn't go inside alone late at night. If Cal dropped me home after dark, I'd make him wait while I walked in and checked everything. I felt ridiculous, but I felt worse doing it alone. Then came the part I still don't like talking about, because this is when I saw something. Around that time, I started having these very specific dreams, over and over, about a teenage boy. He looked like he was from another era. Think vintage clothes, old school haircut, like something out of the late 70s or early 80s. In the dream, he'd talk at me like he was desperate to be understood. He kept mentioning his mom, and he sounded upset, confused, like he couldn't make sense of what had happened. And every time, he'd show me the same things: an older sedan, a road near the cane fields, and, this part makes my stomach turn, a gravestone. It got so persistent that I actually asked a neighbor who'd lived in the area forever if there'd ever been a teen boy killed in a car crash near that stretch of road. She frowned and said she couldn't remember anything like that. No big story, no local tragedy that matched. So I tried to let it go. But then one morning, I woke up around 3:40 a.m. The room was that half-dark, half-light stage right before dawn. I blinked a few times, and I saw what looked like a tall, thin male figure standing in my room. My first thought, honestly, was my brother. Like he'd come in for something and didn't want to wake me. So, half asleep and irritated, I said, "What are you doing? What are you looking for?" The figure turned toward me, and the moment it turned, I knew it wasn't my brother. There were no features, no face, no clothes, just a human-shaped darkness, like the light couldn't land on it properly. A shadow that was too solid. It moved toward the doorway, and I sat frozen. And right before it disappeared out into the hall, it leaned back and peeked around the doorframe at me, like it was checking whether I was still watching. Then it left, toward the lounge room, the opposite direction from my brother's room. The second I could move, I got up and went straight to my brother's door. He was asleep, fully asleep, not pretending, not stirring, nothing. I didn't sleep properly after that, not in that house. Eventually, the owner sold the place and we had to move, and I thought, okay, done, over. I'm not taking anything with me. But then, the weirdest part happened after we left. I remember feeling my stomach drop, but I told myself I was being dramatic. I filed it away in my mind and moved on. A while later, I was dating someone else. His name was Cameron, and one afternoon we were driving near the cane fields, not far from where that house had been. Out of nowhere, at the exact same time, we both said something like, "Do you feel that?" It was like driving into a pocket of bad air. Heavy. Wrong. We pulled over for a minute, and Cameron went, "I don't want to be here. We need to go." And I agreed immediately. No hesitation. Later, he told me something that made the hair rise on my arms. He'd been looking for a share house at one point, and he said he walked into this place that felt so bad he couldn't stand in it, like the walls were pushing him out. When he described it, layout, outdoor area, garage, I went quiet, because he was describing that house, the one I'd lived in, and I had never told him, not a single detail. That's when I went back to the archives properly. I went to the library and pulled microfilm, hunting the original story. And there it was. The murder-suicide had happened 2 houses down from where we lived. According to the report, the mother was believed to have harmed the children, put them in the car, and driven toward the cane fields where it ended. And the photo in the article showed the car. It was the same kind of car from my dreams. The same shape, the same era, the same unmistakable silhouette. And the location, where it was found, was exactly in the direction the boy in my dreams kept pointing toward. And the little girl I always felt near the garage and spa area, that lined up too. The direction their home would have been from ours, just down the street. I sat there staring at the grainy print, feeling like someone had finally pulled back a curtain. I don't know if those kids ever set foot in the house we rented. Maybe they were friends with previous owners. Maybe they played there once. Or maybe, in whatever reality exists beyond ours, 2 doors down isn't a big distance at all. After I found out, I drove past the area one last time. I didn't make a scene. I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. I just sat in my car and quietly said I was sorry. Sorry for what happened to them. Sorry they weren't safe. Sorry they were still lingering around places that didn't feel like home. And I kept thinking about how the activity in the house seemed to spike after the modern-day tragedy in town. Like hearing about another child being hurt stirred something in them. Like it reminded them of themselves. Even now, I notice that house seems to change hands often. Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe people feel what I felt and don't stay long. All I know is I've lived in a lot of places, and I've had my share of strange experiences. But that house, with its two backs, its locked spa, that creepy little tool room, and the feeling of a young girl watching from the edge of your vision, that one stayed with me. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? It's been really cold lately. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. Thanks so much for sharing your paranormal experiences with me. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. Now, switch on your bedside lamp, cozy up under the covers, and let's dive into today's paranormal stories together. Good night. So, for my birthday this year, my mom surprised me with a little adventure in Virginia. Cave tours, the whole thing. I'd never really done caves before, so I was like a kid with a new toy, filming everything. The formations, the weird little openings in the rock, the way the lights hit the walls like the stone was glowing. It was honestly stunning. Our first stop was Skyline Caverns, and yeah, this is where it happened. Near the end of the tour, we came into this rounded chamber. Nothing huge, just this cozy, almost bowl-shaped room. My mom and I tend to hang back in groups, so we were doing our usual thing. Last one's in, last one's out. We drifted toward the back of the room, kind of slipping past a couple people as they started shuffling toward the exit. And as the last few people moved out, my mom points at this dark little hole in the ground, like a rough opening that dipped down into black. And she jokes, all casual, "You want to go spelunking in there, Mia?" And I swear to you, a split second after she says it, I feel this sharp pinprick on my left shoulder. Not like a tap, not like I brushed something, like a quick needle-like jab. I spun around immediately and went, "Mom, was that you? Why'd you poke me like that?" And she just blinks at me, confused, and goes, "I didn't touch you." That right there, instant goosebumps. Like my whole body decided to turn into a frightened cat. At first, she tried to be logical about it. She's like, maybe it was a drip, like cave water, a cave kiss. So I'm like, okay, fair. I asked her to touch the spot on my shoulder. It wasn't wet, nothing, just normal skin. And that made it worse. So I asked again, "Are you messing with me?" And she gets really serious, like mom serious, and says, "No, I'm not." And that's when I started doing that nervous little laugh, because I did not like being in a dark cave with my brain suddenly screaming, "Something is behind you." You know that feeling when it's dark and you can't see, but you feel watched anyway? Like the air has attention? That was me, in a cave, I'd been recording. And before I even say what's on it, I need you to understand. I'm a spiritual person, sure, but ghosts? That's a different category for me. I'm not out here begging for encounters. And when people tell ghost stories, I'm usually like, okay. I've watched a million spooky shows and still never truly believed any of it. But this made it personal. So I play back the clip, about 4 minutes or so, mostly because I wanted to see if you could hear the moment I asked my mom if it was her. I wasn't filming selfie style. I was filming the room and that creepy hole. And what I caught on audio made my stomach drop. About 6 seconds before my mom makes the spelunking joke, you can hear the last people shuffling out of the chamber. Their footsteps fade, and once the final person is fully out of frame, you hear, very clearly, right on my microphone, "It's you." Or, "It is you." Something like that. But it was audible, like it was meant to be heard. When I tell you my entire soul tried to exit through my feet, I replayed it over and over because my brain didn't want to accept it. And eventually my mom goes, "What is it? What are you hearing?" So I let her listen. And she heard it too. And then, because apparently that wasn't enough, right after I say, "Was that you?" there's this faint mumbling, like a whisper right into the mic. Not the tour group. They were gone from the room, and when they'd been talking earlier, they were loud and echoey like normal people in a cave. This was different. Soft, close, like breath. And I couldn't make out what it was saying, which somehow made it even worse. Later that same day, we went to a couple more caves, and at one of them, Shenandoah Caverns, 2 women working there told us they've had their own weird experiences. My mom asked if they wanted to hear the audio. I didn't even tell them what it said. I just played it. And both of them immediately looked at each other and went, "Did it just say, 'It's you'?" First listen, no prompting. So yeah, that's where I'm at now. I went into this thinking I was just going to have a fun birthday, see some cool cave formations, maybe buy a tacky souvenir magnet. And instead, I left with the kind of experience that makes you rethink every horror story you've ever rolled your eyes at. And here's the thing, I'm usually calm in weird situations. I used to work in emergency response, so I'm not someone who panics easily. But that freaked me out. Like, a lot. And now I keep wondering, has anyone else had something creepy happen at that cave? Or any cave, honestly. And what in the world was that voice? And why did it sound like it was talking to me? So, I want to tell you something I don't usually say out loud without my throat tightening. This comes from my own life. I'm not repeating a rumor or making up some spooky story for attention. I'm telling you what happened to me, what I did, and what it turned into. Back in 2017, my life was already falling apart. My marriage was turning to dust. My wife had left the apartment and started staying at her mother's place most nights. The silence in my home wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. I was angry, lonely, embarrassed, and honestly, desperate. One night, scrolling online the way people do when they don't want to feel their own thoughts, I found a video with a title that still makes my stomach drop. Something like, "How to Summon a Djinn for Intimacy." I know how it sounds. Even saying it now, I feel ashamed. The video made it look simple. It said to draw certain old symbols, strange shapes, on your hands. Burn a specific kind of incense, oud, thick and expensive, the kind that clings to the walls. And then recite words under the open night sky. I didn't fully believe it. I think part of me expected a weird dream, a trick of the mind, something I could laugh off the next day. But that isn't what happened. That night, while I slept, I felt 3 hard strikes right against the back of my neck, like someone knocking on bone. I shot awake, heart racing, and I swear to you, I wasn't alone. There was a woman standing near me. Not a human woman, no. But she looked like one at first glance, and that's part of what made it worse. She was stunning, yes, but in a way that didn't feel safe to look at. Her hair was long and black like spilled ink. Her eyes, listen to me. Her eyes were so dark they didn't reflect light. It was like staring into something that swallowed light. And she spoke, calm like she'd been invited. "I am yours," she said. "I came only for intimacy." Later, she told me her name was Ramisa. Just a slight difference in the way she said it, like the name didn't belong in my language. And she told me, almost proudly, that she was the daughter of someone powerful among her kind. The first encounter, it didn't feel like anything I'd known. It was vivid, physical, impossible. And when it was over, I lay there shaking, like my body didn't know whether to breathe or scream. The video had warned about one thing. It said after it happens, you must dismiss her. Recite a word, a phrase, 3 times, and then say nothing else. No questions, no panic, no conversation. Just the dismissal and silence, so she leaves. But I didn't do it. I didn't follow that step. I was too shocked, too frightened. I spoke to her, asked who she was, begged her to stop. I don't even remember clearly. And she only repeated, like it was a rule carved into her, "I am yours." And then she vanished. At first, I told myself it was over, that it was a one-night insanity. But the next day, she came back. And that's when she told me the price. Her voice was sweet, almost patient, like she was explaining a contract. "Divorce your wife," she said. "Cut ties with everyone. Obey me, and I will make you wealthy." I refused. I refused the divorce, refused abandoning my family, refused letting my entire life be swallowed by something I didn't even understand. And that's when the punishment started. And then she did something else that broke me in a different way. She planted a fear of water inside me. Not a normal fear, a paralyzing one. I couldn't wash properly. I couldn't cleanse myself the way I used to. Even standing near running water made my chest tighten and my hands shake. Days would pass where I felt filthy and trapped in my own skin. My relationships with people collapsed. My life with humans, intimacy, normal closeness, ended. I became afraid to speak freely to anyone, afraid she would punish me for it. And people around me started suffering too. A friend of mine, Ilias, someone I cared about, died suddenly after she made these vague, smiling threats about those who stay close to you. I can't prove she did it. I know how that sounds. But the timing, the way it happened, it left me sick with guilt. Like my life had become poisonous to the people I loved. Neighbors started acting strange around me, whispering, avoiding eye contact, crossing the street when they saw me, like my presence carried something contagious. I started wearing headphones all the time, not just for music. It was to avoid conversation, to avoid being seen as too connected, too social, too alive. Because whenever I tried to feel normal, it was like she'd tighten the leash. She demanded things. Burn this incense on a schedule. Avoid crowds. Stay away from certain places. Don't let people into your life. She pushed my mind toward ugly, forbidden thoughts. Things I still can't say without feeling sick. And I fought her. I fought her hard, clinging to whatever faith I had left. But every week it felt like I had less strength. By 2019, my marriage didn't survive. The divorce happened, and I can't even explain how tangled it all became. It wasn't just my wife leaving. It was me becoming a ruin of a man. I wasn't safe to be around. I wasn't even safe to be inside myself. After that, I spent money like someone drowning. I searched online for more rituals, more protections, more ways to control what I'd unleashed. I bought talismans. I borrowed money for expensive oud. I chased one solution after another, and it only seemed to deepen her hold, like feeding a fire that never becomes satisfied. By 2021, I broke. I mean, truly broke. I had a mental collapse so severe I ended up without a place to stay for a short time, until a relative pulled me back from the edge. Doctors gave me antidepressants. They dulled me, yes, but they didn't remove her. The fear stayed sharp, awake behind the medication. And then her threats became the worst kind. She spoke about my family, my mother, my brother, even my son. "Disobey," she said, "and I'll destroy them." Imagine hearing that and still trying to live like a normal person. Imagine waking up every morning carrying that threat like a stone in your ribs. I tried to get help. I found 2 spiritual healers. One tried prayers, methods, protections. Nothing worked. The other listened, went quiet, and finally admitted, "This is beyond us." And every time I even attempted to reach for help, she would appear, furious, punishing, relentless. "Contact him," she'd hiss, "and I'll ruin you." She told me things about myself too, said I had certain qualities that attracted beings like her, that I was marked, that I'd belong to her until death. And what made it worse, some of her predictions came true. Small things, then bigger things. Just enough accuracy to keep my fear locked in place. Even talking about it, I still catch myself looking around, listening for a sound that isn't there. Because it feels like she's near. Sometimes I lower my voice without even noticing, like I'm afraid she'll hear me through the walls. And that's why I'm telling you this, straight, like someone begging you not to make the same mistake. Don't walk this path. Don't play with rituals you don't understand just because you're lonely or angry or curious. It's not a game. It's not a thrill. It's not a shortcut to comfort. It's a prison you build with your own hands. And then you spend years trying to figure out how to escape the door you opened. So, I lost my dad last year. It was alcoholism in the end. Years and years of it catching up with him. He was 70 when he passed, and I still can't quite get my mind to stop circling back to certain memories. There's one weekend in particular I keep replaying. I was around 19, maybe 20, back when I was in college. I was driving home for the weekend, a long trip, like 4.5 hours. My mom and my stepdad lived at the end of that drive, but my dad, Don, lived pretty much right around the halfway point. On impulse, I decided I'd stop and see him on the way. I hadn't visited in months, and I felt guilty about that. So I called him while I was on the road. He sounded genuinely happy, like brighter than usual. He told me he'd cook something simple, said he was sober, said he'd been doing okay. I remember thinking, maybe this will be a good night. Maybe I'll get the version of him I miss. About an hour out, I called again, just to tell him I was close. When I got there, I walked in, and my stomach dropped. This was not the dad I expected to see. His hair was long and chaotic, like it hadn't been brushed in weeks. His beard was thick and uneven. His face looked worn down in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it, like someone's spirit has been scraped thin, and he was completely wasted. Not tipsy, not had a few, I mean gone. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I kept thinking, how did this happen in an hour? Like he'd flipped some switch the second he knew I was coming, or like something had grabbed him by the collar and dragged him straight back under. He was slurring, talking in fragments, not really tracking what I was saying. I tried to keep it light, tried to just be there, but it was like speaking to someone behind a foggy window. After a while, he shuffled into his bedroom and just collapsed onto the bed, flat on his back, legs hanging off the edge, boots still on, feet planted on the floor like he'd passed out mid-step. The light was still on. The room felt off, like it was holding its breath. It was late by then. I could have kept driving and gone to my mom's, but I didn't. I stayed. Part of it was practical. I was tired, but Honestly, I was worried about him. I didn't want to leave him alone like that. So I turned off the bedroom light, switched off the other lights in the house, and I went out to the living room couch. And that's when the feeling started. I laid down, and this heavy, disgusting sensation settled over me. Not just, I'm creeped out in a dark house kind of fear. This was different. It felt present, like something in that room noticed me the moment I stopped moving. I could almost point to where it was coming from, like there were two specific spots in the living room that felt charged, like pressure points. The air didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. My chest tightened, and this wave of panic hit me so fast it was like my body reacted before my mind even caught up. And I want to be clear. I'm not someone who goes around blaming everything on the supernatural. But I also can't pretend that feeling wasn't real. It was one of the darkest atmospheres I've ever been in, and it's hard not to connect it to him, to what he was fighting. What messes with me is that this wasn't the only time I felt something like that. It happened once more years later, in a completely different situation. Nothing to do with my dad, so I know it wasn't just that house or that night. Still, that night stays with me. And I guess what I'm really asking, underneath all of it, is this. Have you ever been in a place where the darkness felt active, like it had intention? Or have you ever watched someone you love battle addiction and felt like it was more than chemistry or habit? Like something was clinging to them, feeding off them, pulling them deeper. Because sometimes, when I think about my dad, about Don, it doesn't just feel like he lost a fight with alcohol. It feels like he was fighting something he couldn't name. And I'm still trying to understand what I saw, what I felt, and what it meant. So, I have to start by saying this. I was never the ghost story person. Like, at all. I'm the kind of guy who hears a creak in an old building and immediately blames the plumbing. Rational. Boring, even. But that was before the Don Cesar. Before that room. And before the night I woke up with something hovering over me in the dark. So close I could have counted her eyelashes. Staring into my eyes like she'd been waiting for me specifically. You can believe me or not. I'm not here to argue anyone into it. I'm just telling you what happened. Because I honestly don't know how to carry it alone anymore. I was headed down to St. Pete Beach for a professional conference, and I'd registered late, like last minute. The hotel was booked solid. No rooms, nothing. So I figured, fine, I'll stay a few blocks away, drive in, deal with it. Then, about 2 days before I flew out, I got a call. A room opened up. At the Dawn. It felt like winning a tiny little lottery, right? I remember smiling like an idiot while I confirmed it, because the Don Cesar is that place, the pink castle on the beach. You don't just casually get a room there when it's full. So I arrive, check in, do the normal small talk with the front desk, and they hand me my key. The slip says 803. I actually laughed and said something like, 803? That's fancy. The clerk didn't laugh back. Not exactly. More like a quick, polite smile that didn't reach the eyes. I didn't notice how weird that was until later, because the Don Cesar is, 7 stories? I'm riding the elevator, and sure enough, the buttons stop at 7. So I step off on the top floor, rolling my suitcase behind me, and I start walking the hallway looking for 803. And there's no 803. There's no 800 anything. I'm doing that slow hotel hall scan, squinting at door numbers, turning corners, thinking I'm just tired. Maybe I misunderstood. Then I spot this plain little door tucked away near the end of the hall. The kind of door you'd expect to lead to a maintenance closet. Next to it is a small plaque, and on it, printed like it's trying not to be noticed, is 803. with a tiny arrow pointing upward. Upward. I open the door and there's a narrow stairwell, dimly lit, like it hasn't been used in a while. The steps creak. The air smells old. Not bad, just stale, like paper that's been stored too long. I haul my suitcase up, step by step, and at the top there's another door. A real hotel door, with 803 on it. My key works. And when I walk inside, no exaggeration, I just stop. It's not a little room. It's a suite. A big one. High ceilings, beautiful furniture, almost like it's been staged for a magazine. And then I see the best part. A private rooftop patio, open to the Gulf, the sky fading into that orange and purple sunset. It's quiet up there, secluded, like the whole world is a floor below you. I remember thinking, okay, this is insane. Lucky me. I had no idea what I'd just agreed to. That night, I did my usual routine. Shower, quick email check, set my alarm. Nothing felt wrong. No cold spots, no weird noises, no ominous anything. I fell asleep on my side like I always do. And then, sometime later, my eyes open. It's dark. The room is still. I'm on my back, arms straight at my sides, legs flat, like someone carefully positioned me. Not I'm sleepy, can't move. Not my arm fell asleep, can't move. I mean nothing responds. No fingers, no neck, no legs. It's like my body has been unplugged. I can breathe, but it's shallow, like my chest is afraid to expand too much. And in that awful moment, when you're trying to stay calm but panic is rising anyway, I notice the clock glow across the room. A little after 3 a.m. And then, because my eyes are the only thing I can control, I look up. She's there, hovering above me. Not standing by the bed, not leaning over, hovering. She's inches from my face, suspended like gravity doesn't apply to her. She's wearing a pale, flowing dress that moves like it's underwater. Her hair is dark and loose, drifting softly around her shoulders. Her skin is so light it almost reflects what little darkness there is. And her eyes lock onto mine and stay there. She isn't snarling. She isn't shrieking. There's no movie theater jump scare. I gasp. Air floods my lungs, and I roll, hard, off the bed. I hit the floor like a dropped suitcase. And in the instant I'm down there, blinking, shaking, bracing for something to grab my ankles, they're gone. No woman, no man, no movement in the curtains. Just an empty suite. Except it doesn't feel empty. It feels charged, like the air is buzzing, like the room is holding its breath. I scramble backward into a corner, and my hand lands on the nightstand. The only solid thing I can grab is a heavy water glass, and I clutch it like I'm about to fight off an intruder with hydration. My hands are shaking so badly the water sloshes, and I just sit there on the floor, staring at the patio doors, waiting for her to come back. She doesn't. But I don't sleep again, not even for a second. The next morning, I put on my conference clothes and walked downstairs like a person pretending to be normal. I gave my talk, smiled when people smiled, answered questions, did the whole professional thing. But my voice wasn't steady. My hands kept going cold. Because in the back of my mind, I was still upstairs in that suite, staring into those eyes. I'm not dramatic. I'm not easily spooked. I'm the guy who rolls his eyes at ghost tours. And I'm telling you, something happened in that room. Something real. I don't tell this story often because I know how it sounds. And honestly, I don't need anyone's approval of it. I just know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that whatever saved me, it wasn't bravery. It was love. Here's the part that still gets me. Room 803 exists, even though the building doesn't really have an 8th floor in the normal way. It's like a hidden little pocket above everything else. And I think she had a name. Not Lucinda, something close to that. Lucienne, maybe? That's what keeps surfacing in my mind when I replay it. And that man, I don't know, he didn't feel like her partner. He felt like a watcher, like someone stuck in the aftermath of her, still orbiting her, maybe trying to keep her contained, or maybe trying to keep people like me from being pulled in. I don't know what their story is. I only know that I walked into it by accident. So if you ever stay at the Don Cesar and you get that happy little call, good news, a room opened up for you. Just do me a favor. Ask for the room number first. And if they say 803, maybe tell them you'll take your chances somewhere else. So, there's this place just outside Louisville, Kentucky. It's called Waverly Hills Sanatorium. And I'm telling you right now, locals don't really treat it like a tourist spot once the sun drops. They'll talk about it in the daytime, sure, but after dark, most of them won't even look up the hill. It started out in 1910, built as a hospital for people with tuberculosis. On paper, it sounds almost compassionate, like a place meant for healing. But the truth is, once the disease swept through and the beds filled up, it became less like a hospital and more like a waiting room for the end. And they did things there that still make my skin crawl to think about. There's this passageway they built, part tunnel, part chute, so they could move bodies out without dragging them past the living patients. People around town call it the death chute. Just picture that for a second. You're in a bed, lungs burning, staring through barred windows, and somewhere beneath you, the dead are being rolled away like it's just routine. Some rooms had bars on the windows, like the building didn't want anyone leaving, whether they were sick or not. And a lot of them never did. That's the part people say didn't end when the hospital closed. Because the stories, they don't sound like the usual old building creaks kind of stories. People who've gone in, people who swear they're not the jumpy type, talk about hearing coughing in hallways that are completely empty, like it's right behind you, but when you turn around, nothing. And sometimes it's not just sounds. A guy I met, his name was Marvin, and he was the kind of person who laughs at horror movies. He told me he felt a hand land on his shoulder in one of the upper corridors. Not a brush, not a draft, a hand. He spun around ready to snap at whoever did it, and he was alone, completely alone. Then there's this nurse people talk about. Not a nurse, like a vague shadow. They describe her like they've actually seen her. An old uniform, a calm glide down the hallway, the whole thing. They call her the woman in blue. And the messed up part is, people say if you try to follow her, she'll reach the end of the hall and just pass straight through the wall like it's mist. No footsteps, no door, just gone. And if that's not enough, there's a little girl too, supposedly on the second floor. White dress, small, quick footsteps, the sound of giggling echoing around corners. Which almost sounds harmless, right? Like a sad little leftover moment. But the way people describe it isn't harmless. They say she'll run, laugh, and then suddenly stop, like she knows you're there. And when she turns and looks at you, it isn't cute. It's the kind of stillness that makes your instincts scream, leave, now. And then there's room 502. Even people who love the paranormal stuff get weirdly quiet when that room comes up. They say the bed is still there, like no one ever finished whatever story ended in that space. And the lights flicker like somebody's playing with you. On, off, on, off. Not like faulty wiring, like a message. Step outside and you'd think you'd feel better, like fresh air would shake it off. But the gardens don't really let you breathe easy either. There are broken statues out there, and when the wind moves through them, some visitors swear they've heard their own names whispered. Not shouted, not imagined. Whispered, right at ear level, like the air leaned in close. Tour groups talk about mist too. This low, slow fog that creeps up the stairs like it's searching, like it's curious. It'll curl around people's ankles, drift between them, and then vanish the second someone tries to get a clear photo. But cameras catch other things. Doors that swing open when nobody touches them. Shadows that move in places that should be still. And sure, some people shrug and say, drafts, old hinges, bad angles. It's always the people who've never been inside who say that. Ghost hunters love Waverly. They come in with their recorders and meters and all their gadgets, and they leave with audio they can't explain. Soft groans, footsteps, that weird dragging sound like someone pulling something heavy across a floor. And out back, there's this old caretaker's cottage. Empty now. Totally shut up. Except people swear that around dusk, a lamp inside will flicker on. Just one steady glow behind the glass, like someone's waiting for company that never arrives. Every Halloween, they do tours, haunted ones, and they sell out fast. People go in laughing and trying to act tough, and they come out changed. Some are shaking, some are pale. Some won't talk about what happened at all, even when their friends beg them to. And honestly, that's the part that gets me most. Because a creepy place can scare you in the moment. A creak, a cold spot, a weird noise, fine. But Waverly? People describe it like it sticks to you. Like the building watches you back. Like you don't leave it behind when you walk out. So if you ever find yourself near Louisville and you're feeling brave, or reckless, you can go up that hill and step inside. Just don't tell yourself you're only bringing home photos. Because once you've walked those halls, it gets a whole lot harder to believe you're ever truly alone again. Hey, so I've been holding this story for a long time, and I'm just going to tell it to you the way it happened, because it still sits in my chest like it meant something. I was 18, pregnant, and riding a train up through Northern California, heading toward Colfax. I remember staring out the window and just crying. Quiet crying at first, then the kind where you can't stop once it starts. Like everything I'd been through up to that point was catching up with me all at once. I felt alone in this huge, moving world. And then, out of nowhere, I felt someone sit down to my right. But that's the thing. There wasn't anyone there. No body, no face, no voice. Just this presence. Heavy, solid, like the air had weight. I couldn't see it and I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it the way you feel someone standing too close behind you. And somehow, it communicated with me anyway. Not with sound, more like it dropped words straight into my knowing. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I started talking back, out loud. I'm sure I looked completely unhinged to anyone paying attention, but I didn't care. I needed it to be real. I needed to respond like it was real, because it felt real. And then it asked me something that still makes my throat tighten when I say it. It asked me for my heart. Not my physical heart, like, not the organ. I knew what it meant. The inside part, the part you protect, the part that doesn't trust. I remember whispering, "I don't even know you." And it was so calm, so steady, like it wasn't offended at all. It just was. "I know," it told me, in that quiet way inside my mind. "But trust me." And I argued. Oh, I argued like my life depended on it. I fought it for what felt like forever, probably 20 minutes, going back and forth like, "Why would I give you anything? Why are you here? What do you want from me?" And then, eventually, I don't even know why, I just broke. I said, "Okay, yes." The second I said yes, it was like a dam opened. Every warm, beautiful emotion you can imagine, relief, love, safety, hope, just poured through me in this huge wave. It was intense. I started crying harder, but it wasn't despair crying anymore. It was like my body finally remembered what comfort felt like. Then it told me to go to the observation car, the one with the big windows where people sit and watch the scenery. So I went. And that's where things got darker. Because I walked the moment he left, the whole observation car felt lighter, like the air changed, like everyone could breathe again. And I remember this other passenger, someone who'd been talking to him right before I came in, turning toward me like they'd just woken up, like the spell had broken. We started talking normally, like two strangers on a train, and it felt human again. After that, the presence stayed with me. Not constantly like a voice, but like a guide that could lean in whenever it wanted. And it started showing me things, explaining things, like it was opening doors in my mind. I suddenly knew stories from the Bible and things from other spiritual teachings too. Not like I'd studied them, but like they'd been placed into me, like a download. And it changed me. I felt peaceful. I could talk to people easily. I felt connected. I started going to church for a while, and it was like I could sense what people were carrying: pain, fear, joy, without them saying a word. And I'm not telling you this to preach. I'm really not. I'm just telling you what it was like. But then the presence started pushing me towards something I wasn't ready for. It kept strongly urging me to leave my baby's father. And I was conflicted. Because life isn't simple, and love isn't simple, and fear definitely isn't simple. I didn't know what was intuition and what was pressure. I didn't want to blow up my world. So, I pulled away. I turned it off, if that makes sense. Like I closed the door on the whole awakening. I graduated high school. Life kept moving. My intuition stayed, but that bright, direct connection faded because I stopped letting it in. And then a couple years later, when I was around 19 or maybe 20, I was sitting alone in my car in a hospital parking lot. My friend had just gotten out with my son, and I was waiting for them to come back. And suddenly, that same familiar presence arrived. Same weight, same certainty. And it asked me again for my heart. And this time, I hesitated. Just for a second. But it was enough. It left immediately. No arguing, no conversation, no patience for negotiation. It was like, "Okay, you're not ready." Gone. And I sat there feeling sick, like I'd failed some kind of test I didn't even understand. Then, right after, this voice filled the space around me. Not in my head, around me, above me. A calm, commanding male voice, loud enough that it felt like the air itself spoke. "Go home." And then, I felt two cool hands settle over my hands on the steering wheel. I actually said out loud, "Whoa." Because this peace, this unreal, heavy peace, moved through me like warmth. The kind that makes everything quiet inside. For a moment, I understood things in this clear, almost philosophical way. Like my mind widened, and I could see the consequences of choices before they happened. And did I go home? No. It was late. I didn't want to. I thought I could handle things. And yes, things got worse after that. For me. And for my child, too. Now I'm 28. My kids are okay. We're okay. But I feel lost. And I've tried to find anyone with a story like mine. An entity asking for someone's heart twice. The way it asked. The way it left when I hesitated. The way peace came like a wave. And I can't find it. So I'm telling you because I need to ask it plainly. Am I alone? So, I have this thing about doors. Closet doors, bedroom doors, bathroom doors. Honestly, if it has a hinge, I want it shut. I've been that way for as long as I can remember, and people always tease me for it, like it's just some quirky habit. But it isn't. It started after one night at my parents' house, back when I was staying there for a couple of weeks, just trying to get my life sorted out. I can tell you pieces of what happened, clear as day. And then there's this blank space. Like someone took scissors to my memory and just cut the middle out. I woke up at 3:21 a.m. I will never forget that. Not the time, not what the router looked like, not what my cat did. My parents had this little fold-out couch bed in the spare room. Not a futon, more like a thin mattress pad that ended up really low to the floor when it was opened. So when I slept on it, I was basically eye level with anything down near the ground. And right at the foot of the bed was my dad's desk. Under it, on the floor, sat their internet router, one of those plain boxes with a row of tiny green LED lights on the front. It always blinked in this steady little rhythm, like it was breathing. Blink, blink, pause, blink. Just constant motion. Familiar enough that I'd stopped noticing it. There was also a window behind my head. I'm only mentioning it because, well, later it felt like it mattered. And my cat, my sweet, clingy little shadow, was with me. She'd come with me to my parents' house and slept in the room with me every night. That night, she was curled up near my legs like usual. So I wake up kind of suddenly, and my eyes drift left to the clock. 3:21 a.m. Then I blink a few times, trying to figure out why I woke up at all. A few seconds later, my cat lifts her head. Not slow and sleepy, sharp, like she heard something. She stands up and steps quietly toward the foot of the bed. I remember watching her because it felt strange, like the air had changed, like something had shifted, but nothing obvious was happening. And then, the router lights stopped. Not they flickered or the internet cut out. I mean, they froze, mid-blink, like somebody hit pause on them, like time itself just snagged. My stomach dropped, because that router always blinked. Always. It was the most predictable thing in the room. My cat froze too. She arched her back in this perfect, rigid curve and stared, not at the desk, not at the floor, up and toward the back of the room, toward the space behind my head, toward that window. And I remember thinking, in this weird, disconnected way, what is she looking at? There's nothing there. But at the same time, I could feel this heavy, crawling sensation starting at my shoulders, like my body knew something my eyes hadn't caught up to yet. My cat held that arched pose for a beat, completely motionless, like she was trying to decide whether to fight or run. And then she bolted. She didn't scamper. She didn't jump off the bed and wander away. She launched across the room like she was escaping something, nails skittering on the floor, and disappeared out of sight. And that, right there, that's where everything just drops out. Like someone yanked the tape out of a recorder. There's nothing. No sound, no movement, no sense of time passing. Just a hard, clean gap. The next thing I remember is waking up sometime after 5 a.m., and I'm in full sleep paralysis. My eyes are open. I can see the room. I can see the dim shape of furniture. But I can't move a single muscle. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my fingers. I try to scream. Nothing comes out. My heart is pounding so hard I can feel it in my throat, and I'm trying to breathe like normal. But even that feels shallow and wrong. And my brain is panicking, going, move, move, move. And then, this is so random, but it's true. My mind flashes to that scene in Kill Bill, where she tells herself to wiggle her big toe. So I focus on that. Just that one tiny movement. Wiggle your toe. Wiggle your toe. Come on. It takes forever. Maybe minutes, maybe longer, I don't even know. But finally something breaks loose. I can move again. I sit up, shaking, and I still can't make a sound. My mouth feels sealed, like it's forgotten how to open. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember how I crossed the hallway. I just remember reaching my parents' bedroom door and pounding on it with everything I had. My mom opened the door, half asleep, and the second I saw her, I completely fell apart. I buried my face into her shoulder, and I'm shaking so hard my knees feel weak. I'm sobbing, like ugly, breathless sobbing, but my mouth stays shut. It's like I'm crying through clenched teeth. Tears just pouring down my face, my whole body trying to scream, but no sound coming out. I can feel my mom's arms around me, and I can hear her voice, but it's muffled, like I'm underwater. My dad gets up, confused and worried, and they keep asking me what happened. And I can't answer. I can only show them that something is wrong. Eventually, they guide me back to bed and tell me, gently, logically, that it was probably a night terror. That sleep paralysis can happen, especially if you're stressed. That my brain basically glitched between dreaming and waking. And maybe that's all it was. But I know what I saw. I know those lights stopped in a way that didn't make sense. I know my cat saw something, because cats don't arch up like that for no reason. They don't run like that unless they're scared of something real, something they think is right there. And I know there's a chunk of time, at least an hour, maybe more, that is completely deleted from my memory. We never talked about it again in my family. It became one of those unspoken things, like if we ignored it hard enough, it wouldn't be real. But the aftermath followed me. Because now, when I walk through my house at night and a door is open, even just cracked, I get this sick, eerie feeling in my chest. Like something might be waiting just out of sight, ready to round the corner the second I look away. So I close the door. Every time. I close it like it's instinct, like it's protection. And sometimes I wonder if I did see something that night, something my mind refused to keep, something so frightening it just erased itself. I don't know. I only know that ever since then, an open door at night doesn't feel neutral to me. It feels like an invitation. So this happened a long time ago, close to 2 decades now. But the weird part is, for a while, it didn't happen to me at all. Not in my head, anyway. I was 16 then, living with my dad, just me and him in the house. Real quiet, simple kind of life. And then 3 years later, I'm 19, and we're out in this little freestanding garage behind the house, leaning against whatever was closest, smoking cigarettes, doing that whole late night, let's talk about everything and nothing routine. We're swapping stories, laughing, half arguing, half reminiscing, and my dad goes, real casual, "Hey, do you remember that night you started screaming?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He gives me this look like I just told him I don't remember my own name. He goes, I'm sitting in the living room around 10, watching TV, and out of nowhere I hear screaming. Like, not bad dreams screaming. Like, top of the lungs, somebody's dying screaming. I kind of laugh at first because I think he's messing with me. Then he keeps going. He says, I jumped up and sprinted down the hall to your room. And I interrupt him like, wait, I was screaming? He's like, yeah, how do you not remember this? And I swear to you, I had nothing, zero, blank. Like he was describing some other kid, some other house, some other universe. So I ask, was this when I was little? And he goes, no, son, this was about 3 years ago. And right there, right in that moment, I get this cold feeling in my stomach because I'm realizing he's serious, and I'm realizing I'm missing a whole event that apparently shook him up. So I go, okay, what happened? He takes a drag, exhales slow, and says, the weirdest part was the door. I'm like, the door? He nods. I grabbed the knob and I couldn't turn it, not even a little, like somebody on the other side was holding it, like it was being twisted back against me. I'm yanking it, trying again and again, and for like 10, maybe 15 seconds, it wouldn't move. And my dad is not the kind of guy who dramatizes stuff. If anything, he downplays everything. So hearing him say that made my skin crawl. He continues. Then suddenly it turns. I get the door open. I flip the light on. And he pauses, like he can still see it. He says, you were standing on your bed, shoved into the corner of the room, screaming like you were looking at hell itself. Your face, man, your face was pure terror. He tells me he called my name, stepped closer, and after a few seconds I sort of snapped out of it. Like I came back online and recognized him. Then I asked the question I didn't even want the answer to. What did I say was happening? And he goes, you said there were things in the room with you. And the second he says things, it's like someone reached into the back of my head, grabbed a file I didn't know existed, and ripped it open in front of my eyes. I swear, my eyes watered instantly. Not because I was trying to be dramatic, because the memory hit me that hard. Here's what I remember. I'm asleep. Normal night. My bed was in the far corner of the room, opposite the door, and they were lined up on two sides of the bed. So close it felt like the air had thickened. I stood up instantly, like my body moved before my brain even decided to, and I backed up on the mattress into the corner, trying to get away without stepping off the bed. And that's when I realized there were more behind the first row. Not 3, not 5, a whole crowd. I don't know the exact number, but in my mind it felt like 15, maybe 20. Way too many for a room that was only, 10 by 12? It felt packed, like the room was full of bodies but somehow still silent except for me. Because I started screaming. Not a controlled scream, not a "Dad" once or twice. I mean full-on panic, begging for help, voice ripping out of me. And what really messes with me is the time gap, because it felt like forever before that door opened. Meanwhile, those figures didn't touch me. They didn't grab me. They didn't rush me. They just stood there. And the vibe, God, the vibe was awful. Like being watched by something that doesn't care about you the way humans do. Like cold attention, heavy, wrong. Then the door finally swings open, the light comes on, and it's my dad. Real, solid, human. And the moment my eyes land on him, the whole thing collapses. Like a dream evaporating. Like someone turned off a projector. And suddenly, it's just my room again. Except I'm shaking and my throat hurts, and my dad looks like he just ran into a war. Now, the thing that sticks with me the most isn't even the figures. It's the doorknob. Because this wasn't some janky old lock. It was a regular knob. No deadbolt. No twisting lock. And before that night, and every night after, it worked completely fine. But that night, during the exact window where I thought my room was full of hooded strangers, my dad couldn't open it for 10 seconds. 10 seconds doesn't sound like much, unless someone you love is screaming like they're being murdered behind that door. So yeah, you can debunk it, psychoanalyze it, roast me, tell me I watched too many scary movies. I get it. I'm not even trying to convince anybody. I'm just telling you, I forgot it ever happened. Until my dad reminded me. And once it came back like it had been waiting. Anyway, that's my creepy little gift to your imagination. Hope you sleep great tonight. Okay, so this happened years ago. Honestly, it's been more than a decade now, but it still sits in my brain like it happened yesterday, and I've always wondered what the heck it was. I was 13, and I was practicing a dance routine for a competition. I was one of the younger girls on the team, and I was terrified I was going to mess something up and ruin it for everyone. So I basically made my mom sit down and watch me rehearse, like, nope, you're not getting up until you tell me this looks right. We were in our living room, and from where I was practicing, you could see straight into the backyard through these two big windows. It was daytime, normal, boring, nothing creepy about this kind of day. So I'm doing the routine, and there's this part where I dip down low, like a quick crouch, and when I popped back up, there she was, right outside the window, a woman, or something that looked like a woman. She had long, dark hair, and she was wearing this sleeveless white dress, except it wasn't clean. She looked like she'd been dragged through dirt. Her skin was this sickly pale color, like gray-white, almost like she didn't belong in the sunlight. And her eyes, God. Around her eyes was this heavy black ring, like someone had smeared black makeup in a circle, but it wasn't makeup. It looked fused to her face. And the worst part is, I couldn't even really see her eyes, because they were black too. Just dark, hollow looking, blending into the shadows around them. And she was staring straight at me, not moving, not blinking, just locked on me. I froze so hard I swear my whole body turned into stone. I don't even know how long I stood there, but it felt like forever. Like the room got quiet in that weird way it does when you're scared, where you suddenly hear your own heartbeat. And then my mom goes, "Honey, what is it? What are you looking at?" Her voice was tense, like she could tell something was wrong because I'd just stopped mid-dance and I was staring past her. The second I looked away, just for a moment, just long enough for my mom to pull my attention, when I looked back, the woman was gone. Gone like she'd never been there at all. I remember telling my mom, I just saw someone. There was a woman outside. And my mom, bless her, immediately runs out into the backyard like she thinks she's about to catch a trespasser with her bare hands. Which, not her best survival movie choice, honestly. But no one was there. And the thing is, there was a little flower bed right under that window. If someone had been standing there, you'd see footprints, crushed plants, something. There was nothing. No signs, no movement, no sound. Just empty yard. My mom came back inside and was like, "There's nobody out there." But she believed me. She said my face went completely white and I looked, not like I was joking, like I'd seen something that genuinely scared me. And here's where it gets even weirder, because our house was kind of wedged between two cemeteries. Not like right beside them, but close enough that if you went a street or so in either direction, you hit one. And my mom always said the house had a vibe. When my parents first moved in, she swore she'd hear whistling when she was home alone. Like someone casually whistling in the distance, except there was no one there. It freaked her out so much she had somebody come over to cleanse the place. I didn't really understand it at the time, but you know, sage, prayers, whatever they did it. But even with all that, None of us had ever seen anything as clearly as what I saw that day. I've never seen her again. Not once. And I've tried to talk myself out of it. Like maybe it was a trick of light. Maybe my brain filled in details. But I can picture her so clearly. Like a snapshot burned into my memory. That filthy white dress. The long dark hair. The blackness around her eyes. And the teeth. Her teeth were sharp. All of them. Not like one weird tooth. Like every tooth was pointed. And I remember feeling this cold fear crawl up my spine, but at the same time I couldn't look away. Like my body didn't know how to move. Like I was stuck. The closest comparison I can make is those horror movie ghosts, like The Ring or The Grudge, but not exactly. Similar vibe, sure, but she didn't look like an exact copy of anything. Just close enough to make my stomach drop when I try to describe her. And I know how this sounds. I do. I'm not out here trying to be dramatic, and I'm not someone who tells this story at parties because it makes me sound unhinged. I almost never talk about it. But I've always wanted to know what she was, because whatever I saw that day, it felt real, and it felt like she was looking right through me. So, my dad and I have always been those people. The ones who can't resist anything ghosty, alien, paranormal. Basically anything that feels like it doesn't belong in our world. We'll watch documentaries, swap theories, freak ourselves out for fun. It's kind of our thing. Back when I was younger, we lived out in Idaho for a while with my dad's buddy. His name was Ronan. I honestly couldn't tell you the exact town. Only that we were way out there. Like, the closest big store was at least an hour away, and once you left the house, it was just trees and darkness and wilderness stretching on forever. And out there, the sky was unreal. No streetlights, no glow from a city, just stars. So many stars it almost looked fake, like someone spilled glitter across black velvet. You could see these hazy streaks in the sky that looked like distant galaxies. One night, I'm standing at my bedroom window just staring. Totally peaceful, just soaking it in, when I notice something that snaps me right out of that calm. 3 lights, different colors, hanging in the sky in a perfect triangle. And I don't mean like, oh, maybe it's a plane. I mean, these lights looked huge and steady, like they were pinned up there. I didn't even think. I just bolted out of my room. Dad and Ronan were in the living room talking, and I'm like, you have to come now. They both look at me like I'm being dramatic, but they followed me anyway. We step out onto the front porch, and the second they see it, nobody's joking anymore. All 3 of us are just standing there, staring up, trying to make it make sense. No blinking. No movement like normal aircraft, just this silent triangle of colored lights hanging over the tree line like it was watching us right back. We stood there a couple minutes, whispering guesses, satellites, drones, some weird reflection, anything that would make it feel normal. And then, right when we're about to go back inside, we hear it. This sound from the left side of the house, down where the trees start. A snarl, but not like any animal snarl I've ever heard. It was warped, jagged, almost like a screech that had been dragged through something broken. I know that sounds dramatic, but I swear, it didn't sound alive in the way animals usually do. It sounded wrong, like the noise had edges. We couldn't see anything. It was pitch black out there. But the sound was close enough that all the hair on my arms stood up. Ronan didn't hesitate. He rushed back inside, and I realized a second later what he was doing. He came back out with a gun, and I remember this cold drop in my stomach because that was the moment it hit me. He thinks this is dangerous. He aimed into the darkness and fired. One shot, then more, into the trees where the sound came from. And then we heard footsteps. Fast, heavy, coming right at us. Not circling, not retreating, charging. It felt like the whole night tightened around us. The steps rushed closer, and then, this part still makes my chest feel tight. It sounded like it went under the porch. Ronan and I ran inside so fast I don't even remember my feet touching the floor. But my dad stayed out there. I turned and saw him frozen on the porch like someone had hit pause. I started yelling, "Dad! Dad, get inside! Now!" Over and over, louder each time, panic turning my voice sharp. And he didn't move at first. It was like he couldn't. My dad was pale. He kept rubbing his hands on his jeans like he was trying to get feeling back into them. And then he said something I'll never forget. He told me he couldn't move because he could feel it under the porch. Like a vibration, strong enough that the wooden boards beneath his feet were trembling. He said it felt like whatever was underneath him was alive and powerful, like it was humming through the floor. We tried to peek out the window, still terrified, still half expecting to see something. And that's when we realized the triangle lights were gone. Just gone. The sky was back to normal, like nothing had ever happened. The next morning, the sunlight made everything feel almost embarrassing, like, okay, maybe we overreacted. Maybe it was just some animal and our brains turned it into a horror movie. But then my dad told me, "Come here, I need to show you something." He stored his RC stuff under the porch, cars, little planes, all that. No idea why he kept it there, but he did. He crouched down, reached under, and pulled out one of his RC cars. And it was ruined. Not cracked, not chewed, not broken. Melted, like it had been left too close to a fire, except there was no fire. The plastic looked warped and collapsed in on itself. And the weirdest part? That was the only thing under there at the time. My dad just stared at it, and then looked at me like he was waiting for me to say something that would make it make sense. But I couldn't. Because how do you connect 3 lights in a triangle in the sky? A distorted, snarling thing in the trees, footsteps racing under the porch, a vibration strong enough to freeze my dad in place, and then a melted RC car the next morning. To this day, we still don't have a solid answer. Sure, you can say animal or coincidence, and maybe that covers one piece of it, but not all of it. Not together. Not in that order. And honestly, I don't know what we encountered that night. I just know I'll never forget the way that sound felt. Like it didn't belong to anything that's supposed to exist out there in the dark. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I tell it because it still feels so real, even all these years later. Back in July of 2013, my boyfriend at the time and I moved into this little house in a quiet hamlet in upstate New York. It was one of those places where the roads get narrow, the nights are really dark, and it's so peaceful you can hear the trees moving. We got there before our furniture did, so the first few nights were kind of like camping indoors. We had air mattresses on the floor, a pack-and-play for our 1-year-old, and a baby monitor. Just sound, nothing fancy. That first night, I woke up and heard something coming through the monitor. It sounded like a little girl, like soft talking and playful giggling, the way a kid sounds when they're playing with dolls or whispering to themselves. At first I thought, okay, my 4-year-old must have gotten up and she's talking to her baby brother. So I got up and went to their room. Both kids were completely asleep. Dead asleep. not even stirring. But the little girl's voice was still coming through the monitor. I stood there for a second, just frozen, listening. Then I went back and shook my boyfriend awake like, "Listen, please tell me you hear that." He did, and we tried to be logical. Maybe we were picking up someone else's baby monitor, right? We were new to the neighborhood. That kind of thing happens. Except, the voice came back a few nights later, and then again after that. And once we started meeting people around the area, we realized something uncomfortable. There weren't any nearby neighbors with little kids, not close enough for us to be hearing them on our monitor. And then something happened that shook me way more than the voice ever did. A few days after that, my boyfriend ran out to the store. I was home with the kids. I remember standing in the living room when I heard the garage door open and close, like he'd come back. So I walked over to the top of the stairs, smiling, about to say hi. And instead, I saw a man. A full-on man I had never seen before, coming up the stairs toward me. Not like a shadow, like an actual person. And the second my brain registered what I was looking at, he was just gone. Like he stepped out of existence. My heart didn't just race. It felt like it dropped and slammed against my ribs at the same time. I called my boyfriend immediately, shaking, and stayed on the phone with him while I checked every room, closets, bathrooms, everything, just to make sure no one was actually in the house. No one was there. After that, things didn't stop. They just sprinkled themselves into our normal life. The doorbell would ring and nobody would be outside. We'd catch someone walking past the windows when we knew no one was there. A bedroom lamp would click off on its own. Doors would ease shut when nobody touched them. And every so often, we'd hear voices, random, quick, like someone talking from the next room even though the house was quiet. It wasn't constant, but it was enough that we started treating it like a strange, unwanted roommate. A few weeks later, my friend Elena came to visit. I finally told her everything. The little girl's voice, the man on the stairs, the doorbell, all of it. She's the kind of friend who doesn't laugh at you, but also doesn't automatically believe you. She just goes, "Okay, let's see." And then we got responses. Not long, not like a full conversation, but clear enough to make our stomachs drop. One thing we caught more than once was a name. Not George exactly, more like Georgie. Shorter, familiar, like someone being casual. And what's weird is, that name kept showing up again later too. Enough that over time, whenever something strange happened, we'd just look around and go, half joking and half serious, "Oh, hey Georgie," like we were trying to make peace with it. Fast forward to June 2017. By then, that boyfriend was my husband, life was busier, kids were bigger, and the house had basically become home, even with all its weird little moments. One afternoon, my husband took one of the kids to an appointment. I stayed back with our 1-year-old, waiting for the others to get off the bus. And somehow, still don't understand how, when I closed the front door with my baby on my hip, the deadbolt was locked. A deadbolt. Not the handle lock. The deadbolt. There's no way to accidentally deadbolt it from the outside. And my phone was inside, of course, because why would life ever be convenient? So once the kids got off the bus, we walked to our elderly neighbor's house to use their phone. They were sweet, offered the kids ice cream, sat us down like it was the most normal thing in the world, and we just waited. When my husband finally came back with the key, he joined us outside, and we all ended up chatting for a bit longer. And then, completely out of nowhere, our neighbor goes, real casual, like it's small talk. "You know, back in the 70s, a man a few houses down fell while working on his roof, and he died." I remember my whole body going cold because the thought hit me instantly. That's him. That's Georgie. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just nodded and filed it away. Later that night, once we were back inside, I couldn't let it go. I looked up the property history and old owners in the area, and sure enough, there was a George connected to that stretch of houses. So I typed the name into Google just to see what would come up, and I found it. An article, a real one, about a man who died after falling from scaffolding while doing roof repairs. And when I saw the photo, I swear my hands started tingling, because it was the man I saw on the stairs. That was the moment everything changed for me. Not because it made me feel safe exactly, but because it made me feel validated. Like I wasn't imagining things. Like the house wasn't just creaky, or my nerves weren't just too sensitive. Even now, I still don't have answers for everything. I don't know why he's still around. I don't know who the little girl is, or why we heard her through the monitor first. And I don't know why some days are quiet and other days feel crowded. But I do know this. That house has a history. And for whatever reason, it doesn't keep it to itself. I want to tell you about the house we just bought, because on paper, it was perfect. The kind of place you walk through once and immediately start picturing your life in it. The sunlight in the kitchen, the little corners that felt cozy, the "I can't believe this is ours" feeling. But the first couple nights, I don't know how else to say it, something felt wrong. Not new house creaks wrong, not we're not used to the neighborhood wrong. More like my body was reacting before my brain could explain anything. I'd be lying in bed next to my partner, Eli, and everything in me would just tense up, like the air was heavier than it should have been. By Monday afternoon, I was a mess. Full on crying, telling him, I don't want this house anymore. I think it's contaminated. I feel like it's going to hurt us. And I know how that sounds. I do. But it felt so real in the moment that I couldn't talk myself out of it. Eli tried so hard to steady me. He kept saying, we're okay. We're safe. It's just a big change. He even tried to make me laugh when I spiraled about the dumbest thing. Because I'd killed a couple bugs earlier and then convinced myself, completely seriously, that the rest of them were going to retaliate. Like they'd form some tiny revenge squad. He looked at me with this gentle half smile and said, Babe, the bugs are not organizing. That night, we decided to get out of the house for a bit. My sister Jess offered to let us come over, do laundry, because we didn't have a washer yet, and just breathe somewhere that felt normal. We got there, ate something, the couch swallowed us up, and we accidentally fell asleep. And then the next morning happened. We drove back to the house, still kind of groggy, carrying our laundry baskets, trying to act like this was just a regular Tuesday. We unlocked the door, stepped inside, and immediately saw our cat, Miso. He was only 3. He'd been healthy, playful, loud about breakfast, the kind of cat who would follow you around like a shadow and flop dramatically at your feet. And there he was on the floor, completely still, like someone had snapped the story in half. I don't even remember dropping the baskets, but I must have, because the next thing I know I was on the ground, saying his name over and over like it could pull him back. Eli went searching for our other cat, Nori, because she was nowhere in sight. He found her hiding, wide-eyed, trembling, but alive. We got her out of the house as fast as we could, and I need you to understand what that did to me. The first real memory we made in our new home was finding our beloved cat dead on the floor. After that, everything felt darker. Like whatever off feeling I'd had before wasn't just nerves anymore. It was grief, yes, pure grief. But it also felt like the house absorbed it and turned it into something sharper. We tried to fight it. Yesterday we threw a little cookout, more like an unofficial housewarming, even though it didn't feel like warming anything. We invited family and a few close friends. People showed up with food, with cleaning supplies, with boxes they were willing to carry. They helped us unpack and laugh and move furniture and tell little stories in the rooms, like we were trying to fill the house with anything human and kind. And while everyone was there, it worked. It really did. For a few hours I could breathe. I could almost believe we were going to be okay. But after the last car pulled away and the house went quiet again, that heavy feeling crept back in like it had been waiting behind the door. So we didn't stay. We took Nori, packed a bag, and went back to my sister Jess's place. And I hate admitting this, but I'll be honest with you. I feel completely convinced that if we move back in and try to live there, we're going to die. I know that sounds extreme. I know. But that's where my mind goes, and it grabs on like it refuses to let go. We're still waiting on the necropsy results for Miso. They called with the initial exam and said they didn't see anything obvious. No signs he got into cleaning products or poison, nothing like that. They mentioned a couple minor heart abnormalities, but not something that should have taken him so suddenly. Which somehow makes it worse, because I keep searching for a rational, "Oh, that's what it was," explanation to hold on to. And there's another piece I don't talk about much, because it messes with my life when I do. A while back, years ago, I used to hear voices. Intrusive, unwanted, and terrifying in how real they felt. There was one in particular, a woman's voice, and she didn't like my cat. She didn't like him at all. I haven't heard her in a long time, and I don't want to dig into that again, because the last time I did, people treated me like I was a monster or a joke, and it wrecked things for me. But now, standing in that house, after what happened to Miso, I can't stop wondering, what if that's connected? Not in a movie way, not in a ghost story way. More like, what if the place is pressing on the weakest parts of me? What if grief and stress are turning the volume up on everything I've worked so hard to keep quiet? I don't know what I believe right now. I just know I'm scared. And I'm trying to figure out whether this is something outside of me or something inside of me reacting to a heartbreak that happened in the worst possible place. All I want is to feel safe again. And right now, that house doesn't feel like home. It feels like a warning I can't decode. Hey, so I don't tell this story to just anyone, because even now I'm not sure how it sounds from the outside, but I'm going to tell you the way it happened to me. It started when I was about 5 weeks postpartum with my first baby. You know that newborn life. Half asleep, sitting up in the dark, trying not to fully wake up while you make a bottle. I remember I was holding her, watching her little face, and then I saw it. Not in the room exactly, in her eyes. Like when you look into someone's pupils and you can see a reflection. I saw this tall, black shape behind me. Just a solid figure, no face, no features. My whole body went cold. I turned my head so fast I nearly pulled my neck, but there was nothing there. So I tried to reason with myself. I looked again, back into her eyes, and there it was again, behind me, watching. I turned on the lamp, checked the room, checked the corner, checked the space behind me. Nothing. And the thing is, behind me was just a blank wall, white and plain, only a couple steps from the bed. There wasn't even anywhere for a shadow to hide. I turned the light off again, looked back into my baby's eyes, and it was gone. That was the first time I met it, whatever it was. After that, the house started to feel crowded. Like there were places where I'd walk and it felt like I'd brushed right past someone, even though no one was there. The worst spot was because the woman, my Nan, I think, didn't feel threatening. But the dark figure? That was something else. Completely different. Different weight in the air. Different energy. Like one presence was familiar and protective, and the other was hollow and heavy. My little brother used to come over late sometimes and knock on my window to mess with me. He did it one night, and I called out, half asleep and annoyed, "Stop it, leave me alone." But the knocking got harder and faster, and it didn't stop. I got angry, like proper angry. I grabbed my phone and turned the flashlight on, ready to march to the window and tear him a new one. And the second my light hit the room, I saw it, right behind my closed bedroom door, that same tall black shape, just standing there like it had been waiting. I dropped my phone instantly. Of course I did, like my hands forgot how to work. And at that exact moment, my baby started screaming from dead sleep. Full panic scream, the kind that makes your heart jump into your throat. I was shaking, trying to grab my phone off the floor, and I could still hear knocking while I fumbled. But the second I got the light back on and aimed it toward the door, gone. The knocking stopped, and my baby went quiet again like someone hit a switch. Just asleep. That night I sat up until morning. I didn't even cry. I think I was past crying. I was just trying to understand what was happening. Other things started happening too, smaller, but enough to mess with me. Once I dropped my baby's first little toy, one of those rattly ones with little metal balls inside, and I picked it up, set it on the dresser, and it started spinning. Not wobbling, not rolling, spinning like someone had flicked it. It went around and around way longer than it should have, and when it finally stopped, it was facing directly toward my daughter in her crib. I stared at it for a long time, then I picked it up and threw it out. I couldn't keep it in the house. I didn't even want to look at it again. After a while, it started to feel more physical, like not just a presence, but like something pushing into our space. I told my family I was scared, and they told me something I didn't expect. They said, "Stop feeding it. Stop being afraid. That's what it wants." So I tried. I started talking to my Nan, like actually calling to her. I found a photo of her and I faced it toward me and my baby when we slept. And I'm not kidding when I tell you, it was the first time I felt safe in that house. Like the air got lighter. And once I stopped being scared, it felt like it moved. Not disappeared, moved. It started showing up around my mom. I didn't even tell her at first because I was terrified she'd look at me like I'd lost it. But one day, she mentioned things on her own. Feelings, noises, that sense of being watched. And it was like it was bouncing between us for months. Eventually, it faded. I can't even tell you how. It just stopped being loud. That was about 6 years ago now. Then, near the end of 2023, after my granddad passed, everyone called him Pop, but I called him Papa. I felt it again. We were staying with family for the service, and on the second night, I went back to my uncle's house to grab blankets and clothes. My partner, Jaden, came with me. We pulled into the driveway at night, and the second the headlights hit the house, I got that same feeling. Like my body knew before my brain could catch up. I told Jaden, "Wait, don't get out yet." He looked at me, and I could tell he felt it too. He didn't even ask what I meant. His face changed. His posture changed. That quiet kind of fear you can't fake. I whispered, "I think someone's here." We stopped at the back gate. I've never seen Jaden hesitate like that. He was looking at the dark like he expected something to step forward. He didn't want to go through. But I did. And the second my foot crossed that gate line, I felt surrounded. Like the air became thick and full of bodies. I got claustrophobic. My chest tightened and my heart started racing like I'd sprinted. It felt like we were walking through a crowd, except it was silent, and everyone was staring, and the space was closing in, squeezing. I rushed to the back door, hands shaking, and as I unlocked it, I called out loud, "Papa, Papa, please." And I swear to you, the second I said his name and opened that door, it was like a pressure valve released, like someone lifted a weight off my shoulders. The house felt peaceful, still, normal. We grabbed what we came for. We even went into the spare room, the room I used to avoid, and it felt okay. Like whatever was inside didn't want to come through the door with us. But when we went back outside to lock up, I felt it again. That same dark energy from years ago. Like it was crouched near the hedge by the gate, waiting, watching. We didn't run, but we walked fast and we didn't look back. I felt this huge relief getting back into the car, like escaping a place you didn't realize was suffocating you until you finally breathe again. We drove off, and I felt it at the front of the house, like it was standing there watching us leave. We didn't speak for a few minutes. My mind was trying to make it make sense, like nothing happened, but also everything happened. Then Jaden finally said, "Did you feel that?" And I swear I nearly cried from relief. Not because it was good news, because it meant it wasn't just me, but because I finally knew I wasn't imagining it. He described the same exact things I felt. The movement, the pressure, the way the air changed. And later, while we were driving, I felt this chill like something was right behind us in the back seat. Before I could even say it, Jaden tilted the rearview mirror upward and said, "I don't want to see. It feels like something's right behind my neck." We never went back to that house after that. And the strangest part is, I don't feel scared the way I used to. I still feel it sometimes, every now and then, like a shadow in the corner of my life, but it doesn't own me anymore. When it happens, I call to Papa. I call to my Nan, and the air feels lighter again. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's grief or something spiritual or something I can't explain with words, but I know I'm not the only one, because other family members have heard the same footsteps, the same noises, in the same parts of the house. So, that's my story. And honestly, I'm still trying to decide what I believe.